On tonight's show, special focus, gang stalking. This episode's features include, and also included, tonight's bonus features. Salutations, everyone. Welcome to episode 43 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, resident musician, VJ, producer, and good buddy, Epitome the Burn Kid. My co-curator, Magic 8-Ball, is the super informative, interactive, algorithmic, glitchy, electromagnetic spirit friend that supplies me with all of these videos and images I share daily as a scrolling archive for everyone's enjoyment and enrichment. For the sake of setting an honorable and favorable intention with the YouTube algorithm, I would like to state that this content is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the videos I share with everyone from the other content creators do not necessarily reflect my views in any way, shape, or form. I am here to introduce you to some videos by many content creators who have some very interesting and oftentimes controversial themes to share, coupled with my insights and analysis that are pertinent to deepening, furthering, and broadening our understanding of the fascinating times unfolding before us. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box and in the episode playlist available on the channel's playlist section. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project that doubles as an intuitive scrolling streaming mystery school, the hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X, Tumblr, and YouTube's playlist section for the latest in all the things and then some. Find my latest music releases on Copernicus Records over at SoundCloud, and please be sure to find Alexandria on Rumble and Odysee to support my monetized platforms. The fun continues over on Twitch and Locals for our special events and a more interactive flavor. Now, on with today's show. With a new format. Let's see how this new format goes for filming. Upgrading equipment, got more stuff coming in. It's good stuff, promise. So today's special focus is gang stalking. I'd like to get things started on our program today with a few words on our special focus, gang stalking, which has become a problem for far too many people and is finally gaining some very much needed awareness in the algorithms as of late. Videos in the form of documentaries, testimonials, targeted individual support or advice, congressional hearings, government training manuals, secret society confessions, renunciations, podcasts, and more have been a very much needed unveiling of the many societal ailments that must first be fully examined before any feasible solutions could possibly manifest to fruition in any truly meaningful way. A large amount of economic chicanery begins making a lot more sense after we dive into how many incomes don't match people's purchasing power, and said purchasing privilege was part of an intentional covert subversion and subjugation of targeted members within the citizenry, seemingly swept up in an array of pattern layers entrenched in distraction and plausible deniability. If they appeared to be a detriment to established conditioning and control mechanics imposed on the many by the few, who wish to turn this realm into a dystopian theater production that the majority of us did not wish to audition for, let alone buy a ticket to. It would also appear that having the ability to trigger the feelings of those that have proven to be nothing more than entitled, autocratic, spoiled, and brainwashed into a preferable state by their overseers and handlers up the chain of imaginary relevance and wealth, as we keep seeing reiterated across many topics of corruption, extortion, and waste. If we follow the money trail, we unlock the keys to further understanding the motivations and mechanisms that divide the haves and have-nots under their current programs and enforced mandated simulation. The degree of manufactured, fabricated, and orchestrated reality required to achieve the desired conditions within their systems of control mechanisms and power dynamics to meet their criteria of acceptability literally requires tons of surveillance, corruption, manipulation, distractions, and many contractors to carry out these endeavors. Other things that require lots of money flooding into the wrong hands to do bad things. Which brings us to the topic at hand, gang stalking, also known as organized harassment, community mobbing, and other names attached to Operation Gladio or Stasi East German methodologies, which appear to be the primary source materials in contemporary times for a very archaic practice that was never going to survive a civilization with smart devices, yet required one to even attempt such totalitarian oppression tactics as those of which they wish to conjure. Many individuals, for many reasons from a multitude of demographics, are targeted regularly by organizations, both public and private, in an effort of the most insidious eugenics-rooted psychological warfare and social engineering experimentation effort embarked on during our current era of so-called recorded history. I have been targeted from childhood due to secret societies' false doctrines, superstitious beliefs, corrupt government employees I'm related to, corrupt military members connected to my family and ex-husband's family, and current husband's former commands, and the GATE program in childhood. I'll be doing a feature on the GATE program next episode for a deeper dive into what that experience was like for us kids who were placed in gifted and talented, only to find out academics were definitely not what these educators were interested in. Other groups commonly targeted are those who are highly independent or self-sufficient, activists, advocates, intellectuals, researchers, journalists, influencers, highly intuitive or psychically gifted people, highly sensitive and empathic individuals, eccentric and eclectic individuals, religious or spiritual individuals who refuse to bow to the demands of man when in conflict with their beliefs. We are also going to go ahead and include philosophical beliefs of the same variety for this one. And any other group who goes against the grain in an upstanding and reasonable way. Remember that part. These efforts are funded privately, publicly, and through corruption. Professional training, support, resources, tech, including experimental surveillance gear and energy weapons, command structures with like headquarters that are very sophisticated and have access to things that they should not. Abuses of public services and even occult practitioners are commonly contracted for these endeavors that take a targeted individual and subjects them to a battery of injustice coupled with invisible torture to case study the deconstruction of their subjects' autonomy, agency, sentience, spirit, and soul, as it is the only way they can conceive keeping their evil dystopian cosplay the only game in town. Let's take a moment to go over some of the more notable selections in the playlist posted below. And I'm just going to read off the first few. Gang Stalking Explained. The 5 W's of gang stalking and how it's connected to the narcissistic empath dynamic. Accomplices of abusers are everywhere and gang stalking. Gang stalking targeted individuals overview, cyber torture. Gaslighting, inhumane treatment, and endless psychological abuse endured by a targeted individual. Gang stalking attacks on the targeted individual's hierarchy of needs reveals the levels of corruption. Gang stalking, street theater, and the 12-step program designed for targeted individuals. Gang stalking, informants, COINTELPRO, surveillance, community policing goals, bridging the gap, 2009. Victimized by your own kin, family mobbing, the scapegoat. Gang stalking basics, targeted individuals. Gang stalking, NSA whistleblower Karen Stewart discusses shielding, coping, 26 activism. 5 clear signs you're a target of gang stalking. And gang stalking, how people are recruited against the victim. And so many, many, many more. So don't forget to go check out that playlist for all of those. And now on to today's featured video recommendations, which are in the episode 43 playlist in the description box and in the playlist section for the channel. So we're kicking off today's show with a video that came up in the feed that covers an excerpt from a book that we were assigned excerpts from back in my exhibiting difficult history course back in college. The book I'm referring to is titled The Jones Plantation. Larkin Rose's video titled Proud Slaves is an excerpt that proves most helpful when attempting to understand the abominable act of slave smithing and its effects onto any subjects selected for subjugation during the process of breaking chattel. These standards that spell out concepts linked to standardized subjugation and oppression practices have been further refined for more subtle, nuanced applications applied to different demographics, implementing more contemporary forms of control and dominance. Knowledge is power. If you can understand the methods and applications of such practices, it becomes much easier to develop immunity or overcome the effects of such social vices and corrosives. Our second feature is a much needed journey into the mind of the so-called elites' underground practices that have been ushered to the forefront of our current affairs over the past several years after decades of gaslighting and cover-ups. Unfiltered Stories brings us to the story firsthand from their interview with a victim of these pseudo-esoteric monsters in this video titled I Was Sold to an Elite PDF File Network. For more videos like this featuring the stories from survivors of these reprehensible events, please search through the archives of videos from the YouTube Recommended Chronicles on this channel's playlist for a wide array of videos covering this very important topic. A third in our lineup is a feature from one of my favorite channels, Mind Unveiled, and is titled Frankenstein 2025, Hebraic Magic, Luciferian Propaganda, Ether Tech, and Engineered Resets. This robustly informative video covers a multitude of topics that overlap and intersect regularly throughout the archival feed I curate these podcasts from. As the veil continues to get thinner, I expect more fascinating videos from creators like Mind Unveiled, and they'll continue to deliver, continue to dive deeper into our breadth of selections to gain a deeper understanding of the connections between hidden history, conspiracies, witchcraft, secret societies, economics, depopulation, replacement, organized religion, education, industry, governance, and so much more. Our fourth feature today is the long-awaited documentary from Suspicious Observers, now known as Space Weather News, parentheses S0, titled The Disaster Cycle, is now available alongside its titled The Disaster Cycle, and it's now available alongside its sister supplemental feature that I will be linking you to in today's bonus features. We have been covering updates on the currently unfolding space weather-induced cyclic cataclysm over the past few years here on this show. It is very helpful for everyone to have a comprehensive overview of what to expect and to prepare for as we enter into our realm's periodic natural self-cleaning, recalibration, and recovery procedure. This is a most helpful tool to share in an effort of getting the word out to those who are ready to hear it and start getting ready for the times to come that the powers that be have certainly worked very hard at distracting us all from with their antics. Let's go ahead and take a look at our fifth feature to aid us in further demystifying these interesting times for the betterment of all concerned parties. From the channel, Mr. Unique POV, titled Your Life as Every Level of the World's Most Secret Society. Let me be the first to say that it should be no secret that life in a secret society is a life of a most demented form of slavery and demonic possession at its true core. But this video goes over the literal surface experience and its impacts on an initiate's life. Spoiler alert, no amount of inclusion or material increase is worth one's autonomy, sentience, free will, piety, ethics, morals, beliefs, or well-being. It's just a fact. And finally, some very exciting news for my collectives of targeted individuals who tune in to me for collective messages regarding chosen ones, starseeds, light workers, grid workers, visionaries, innovators, spiritually gifted, psychic, independence and freedom activists who have been affected by the unfolding drama of the Masonic human sacrifice RICO crimes racket we hear about in the many tarot readings, prophetic words, and channeled messages and other transmissions shared in the feed over the past 2 years. Actually, maybe 3 now. It's the past few years, definitely. Our last main feature comes in from Euronews, and it's titled "France Puts Freemason Lodge Mafia on Trial Over Murders and Hit Squads," and is a confirmation that justice is coming worldwide to everyone selected by these groups for sacrifice, so that initiates can join or advance in one of these organizations to prove their allegiance with vile, indignant ritual sacrifices of their so-called loved ones, and all who take part in said sacrifices get a cut of the money that they invested into policies and other forms of extortion plotted for a maximum total harvest off of a human sacrifice on all fronts, while casting illusions to dodge detection and accountability. Energy harvesting, profit management, eugenics, spiritual warfare, rigging markets, gatekeeping the citizenry, and regulatory indoctrination efforts are just a few of the angles these thugs analyze and execute during each sacrifice's selection, torture, and eradication, should they be successful. Thanks to survivors like ourselves, the centuries-old practices will finally be seen as plain as we can now see what happened to the natives during exploration, what happened during the Inquisition, what happened in Salem, and that today's matters are also connected to these topics, but are much more closely connected to the Counter-Reformation, banking expansion, and colonial capitalist revisionist history intended to cover up the Tatarian reset and many others that overlap with the many wars and changes that took place throughout the modern era, post-Renaissance up through the turn of the 20th century. And now, bonus features time. Let's take a moment to look back in time from the near to distant past, and from the depths of hidden history to the heights of philosophical concepts and esoteric notions. Be sure to take a peek at the following bonus features to enhance this media adventure we've been sharing with one another. And today's features are the disaster cycle, the evidence from Space Weather News, your life at every level of Freemasonry from the Finance Insider, how reality has been altered since 1951 from Inspired, bizarre 1903 underground banquet dinner of the elites from Mind Unveiled, Tataria and the Old World Unified Theory from Lucius Aurelian, James Lindsay on Marx, Education, and the History of Woke from Dad Saves America, Introducing Woke Nationalism from James Lindsay, A Journey Down the Rabbit Hole, an interview with Richard Vobes, If Every Country is in Debt, Who is the Money Owed to? By the Invisible Hand, Deep Dive number 2, the Kirk Assassination, Blood Covenants, Ritual Sacrifice, and Kabbalistic Eschatology with Dr. Heather Lynn, The AI Boom is a Lie, Fake Data Centers and Unused GPUs from Ed Zitron at the Tech Report, and Lisa Sonny's Inside the Manosphere, What No One's Talking About. And now we're at my favorite part of the show. Oh boy. It's time for the auspicious op-ed number 41. Predictive Programming, Animated, Retrospective, Esoteric Takes, Dominion Tank Police. So, you might think we're living in a prequel of a prequel if you were to take a peek at the Dominion universe from the 1985 manga and beyond in the OAVs. We're going to take a deeper look at our 4-part OAV series that serves as a prequel to the classic manga series Dominion Tank Police, originally released during 1988 and 1989, to better analyze and compare its predictive programming elements to what we have witnessed on our current real-world timeline. At the time of this OAV's release, this story takes place in the not too distant future on a highly polluted Earth that just so happens to be ravaged by a world that has fallen prey to crimes of high science and fallout from heavy political corruption. This sounds a little bit like the journey the powers that be have been trying to take us on against our wills, while they try to scapegoat us for their foolish ventures, doesn't it? Yeah, I thought so too. I have included links to enjoy Dominion Tank Police, New Dominion Tank Police, and Tank SWAT 01 right here on YouTube for free in the description box. So please be sure to check those out and see what you think about all of this for yourself. And let's get on with what I noticed, and what leads me to believe that this is more than mere science fiction or anime. This is an interesting framework for further understanding of how future visions fall prey to dystopian degradation. These days, some of our main concerns throughout the collectives I serve is all the spraying, weather modification, genetic modification, biotech, biowarfare, and frequency warfare, just to name a few conditions that we deal with currently on Earth that all could easily lead to the conditions that are shown in Dominion Tank Police. Bacteria clouds are so bad in this universe and have lasted so long that the population, for the most part, has adapted to the conditions over time. But some healthy people do remain, and they have to live in quarantine under a doctor's care who researches the unadapted population. Crimes against science led to these conditions. Science leaving the confines of good ethics and reasonability led to crimes against science. Crimes against science are the primary catalyst of dystopian conditions from all fronts in this universe. Due to unbearable air quality, the people who inhabit the metropolis of Newport City are forced to wear oxygen masks when outside. The OAV's first act opens with the police chief arguing with the mayor over the pros and cons of having the tank police active. Crime, corruption, and the tank police's virtues or lack thereof are the main talking points of their debate. In arguments with the previous mayor, he comments in the introduction that tanks are insufficient for keeping the peace and would prefer replacing their current weaponry with tactical nukes, though it is unclear how seriously this is meant to be taken, just to give you some idea of how far downhill civilization went from similar conditions to what we're seeing signs of currently. Human hybrids, inorganic life in the form of biotech androids, and healthy people who must live in quarantine as research captives are all commonplace in Newport City. A small group of very interesting civil servants have made it their life's work to police such an environment. Independent, determined, and self-made are all adjectives that come to mind when looking at our main characters in the Tank Police. Our heroes may appear a bit questionable with practices like their interrogation game show they put on together, where corruption meets coping as they torment those being questioned while under arrest. But you can tell that when push comes to shove, they want to do the right thing in the end. These scenes are as thought-provoking as they are emotional. The super criminal the Tank Police was formed to fight, Buaku, specializes in bank robbery and general mayhem. He leads a gang, but appears to be backed by unknown individuals. Buaku's true origins are unclear, but what we do know is that Buaku was apparently a test dummy or prototype for the Greenpeace Krollis project, who escaped destruction when government agents raided the lab and destroyed everything except for encoded data disguised as a new portrait of himself. Buaku, who accompanied by two android twins called the Puma Sisters, tries to capture a top-secret government project that applies a plant's biology to humans' genome, allowing for self-oxygenation. In doing so, he hopes to prevent the establishment from forcibly changing the human race instead of solving the pollution issue. Anna and Uni are a pair of android catgirls who were created as love dolls to be marketed for profit, but they developed beyond this superficial programming and became criminals, joining forces with Buaku. They are vastly superior to humans in terms of strength, agility, speed, and ability to take damage. They also have what seems to be the equivalent of military-grade targeting computers. The Red Commandos are a private army of mercenaries employed by the research facilities for security and seem to give the tank police as much trouble as they give Bawaku, Anna, and Uni. The tank police are set on putting a stop to Bawaku using brute military force, hence the tanks. In part 1 of the OAV, Bawaku's goal is to retrieve urine samples from a mysterious go-between for the unseen crime boss, Mr. Big. The tank police thwarted his plans but are unable to arrest him, and then in part 2, he tries to receive the encoded data from the Greenpeace experiment, which is on display at a local auction house in Newport City. The top secret urine samples were for a research project regarding healthy people uncontaminated by the bacterial cloud. The doctor in charge lets it slip that the patients are essentially prisoners and are subjected to this research under government orders. He is more willing to speak on the research of the organ functions that these samples provide than the underlying purpose for the applications of the research of the results of such research. These healthy organic humans who did not adapt to the cloud were all held against their will as research specimens with no other options. Connections to intelligence and weapons dealers are required for the criminals working with Bawaku to make any headway infiltrating such a facility, which truly makes us wonder what type of state their healthcare structure fell into during such a scenario. Expanding plates of bioplastic, bioballs, and other bioweaponry advancements are also commonly developed and manufactured by the same entities who research the healthy people and develop humanoids in many forms. The criminals of this universe have very interesting hybridized biotech weapons that were developed through a fusion of biomechanics and inorganic life created in research facilities, mixed with practices and intent normally associated with factory manufactured material goods and their associated markets. Intersections of morality and interests, as well as ethics and progress, serve as excellent plot drivers throughout all 4 acts. Mechanics of oppression and control appear to be at the very core of all primary concerns in this dystopian setting. Genetically modified, hybridized, and biotech fused life forms of all varieties, especially the research and development processes required to procure such manufacturing capabilities, appear to be the road to the future in their universe, much like ours. The research that the criminals are after is used for the development of humanoid life forms. Those involved in this process see themselves as transhumanist gods, when in reality they're no different than the mad scientists of today that should be brought up on crimes of high science, like in this universe. These advanced hybridized android bionoid creatures have reached a place in their species evolution that they must compete for pay and survival against the human population, irregardless of their developed and manufactured roots. Empathy and communication between the 2 species is fascinating, considering a heavy focus on abnormal psychology combined with biometric data appear to be the primary drivers of the developers of these transhumanist projects. Scientific crimes against the state are connected to the development of Bawaku and other androids like him. Bawaku was the result of attempts at developing a humanoid driven by artificial intelligence for far less than noble means. Top all of this off with Leona Bonaparte and the rest of the tank police as an incredibly wabi-sabi allegory for the human spirit to counterbalance all that darkness, and you end up with this mindful little gem that may give us some insight on future possibilities that should contain practices that they're doing now, if they should just go on indefinitely or what have you. And that brings us to the end of today's enlightening media adventure. Our musical selection today is Cafe Ambiance by my project Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures. I'd like to thank everyone and would like to remind everyone to like, subscribe, share, turn on those notification bells. If you enjoy the music on the show, please be sure to watch my new electronic music practice blog, Bleeps and Bloops and the Oons and Soons, and my other podcast series that's a sister to this show, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. A huge thank you to everyone who is listening to my music across all major music platforms. Streaming the Copernican Dispatch mixtapes really helps support improvements to all of my productions. So thank you, everyone, for your support through listening. Remember to find Alexandria on Rumble and Odysee to support the same great videos, but monetize, and Twitch for some live streaming fun. Follow hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following me, Epitome the Burn Kid, on X or Tumblr, and check out Copernican Records on SoundCloud for the latest from OK Copernicus Productions. Donation links are in the description box for all inclined. I appreciate all forms of support very much, and thank you humbly from the bottom of my heart. As I like to tell you all in closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another as we need it now more than ever. I wish much PLUR to you and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. I'll catch y'all party people later. Burn Kid out. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. Welcome to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering. On this podcast, I share commentary and insight on the topics that come up in the YouTube Recommended Chronicles archival project that I post on X and Tumblr. We cover an array of controversial topics on this show, so for the sake of the YouTube algorithm, I'd like to remind everyone that I'm sharing my views for entertainment purposes only, and that my goal here is to discuss matters of a spiritual and philosophical nature that intersect with prophecies, esoteric knowledge, eschatology, hidden history, and current events through a interfaith friendly lens with a pantheist perspective, fused with panentheism alongside other methods of reasoning. I'm your host, Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to check out the description box below for this installment's video syllabus and other helpful links. To open our quote tonight for episode 17, the occult versus the quasi-occult, cults and the safe research and study of them. And what's the big idea? What are these guys actually up to? Let's start with an opening quote. This is a Burn Kid quote. You can, if you ever tell it to anyone, remember, it's my quote. All right, so here's the quote. I wouldn't recommend going to a secret society to learn more about the occult. For the same reason, I wouldn't suggest you inquire with the mafia about the inner workings of the Vatican. Take a moment to reflect on why I might choose such a comparison while embarking on your research surrounding today's episode. Now, on with today's pondering regarding the occult. I tend to go off the cuff a lot on this show as I cover our outline and video syllabus. I also relay arcane esoteric knowledge, not easily cited on a regular basis, so please go within and or to the divine to reflect, meditate, and or pray on anything should you encounter this phenomenon, as it is a great exercise. Let us begin with our foundation. What is the difference between the occult and the quasi-occult? more commonly known as secret societies and fraternal orders. What is the difference between the occult and a cult? What is the difference between an initiate, a practitioner, a scholar, and the naturally spiritually gifted? Where can one freely and safely study these types of topics? And what is the big idea linking so many historical and current events to matters of an occult or esoteric nature? Let's start with the first one. First off, what is the difference between the occult and the quasi-occult, more commonly known as secret societies and fraternal orders? Well, the occult and many other esoteric facets relating to everything from faith to the inner workings of reality itself is a self-concealing, self-initiating set of practices, knowledge, and experiences that lead to and or foster enhanced existential realizations of a claircognizant nature, allowing access to another layer of existence, and multiple layers in some cases, not readily available to the everyday follower of more exoteric functions of religion and spirituality commonly practiced across many organized institutions throughout both orthodox and orthopractic expressions of faith alike. If you're new to a lot of this terminology, I'm going to go over a few of the key ones. Claircognizant, just like clairvoyance, instead of clear sight, this is just clear knowing. This is simply knowing things, getting downloads, interacting with spirit, etc. That's where claircognizance comes into this. Orthodox and orthopractic. Orthodoxy is what you believe. Orthopractic is what do you practice for your faith. And esoteric, very much like occult, is things hidden in plain sight, where exoteric, let me give you an exoteric practice, an exoteric orthopractic example. So people who like go and take communion, that's exoteric, although for some people there's probably something esoteric going on there as well. But it's orthopractic and it's also orthodox. So there's some good examples for you. Cult, esoteric, tantric, and many other similar types of knowledge in their rawest form are transmitted through symbology, meditation, ritual, retreat, pilgrimage, vows, study, and many other experiences directly between the initiate and the primary source of said knowledge. This knowledge basically unlocks higher levels of functionality that open up to new and improved ways of approaching life. But beware. For every enlightening, positive, or neutral piece of occult knowledge, there is also blatantly negative, evil, and fake occult knowledge that, if embarked on, can actually ruin lives far more than just your own. Just look at all that has been unfolding around us in recent events. These elements are very common throughout all parts of belief throughout the world, and witnessing this does help us all to better understand and get a grasp on understanding the complexities of multidimensional existence concurring and expanding at once, yet we all experience different aspects of our shared reality very differently once we evolve to the point of consciousness required to see such matters clearly without any question or doubt. So yeah, the occult, it's not a specific thing, it's not a specific set, it is a concept of self-hiding and self-revealing knowledge that provides more layers and deeper meaning to existence. So now that we've covered the real deal and some examples of occultism in mainstream institutions, Vajrayana Buddhism and Wu Wei within Taoism. These are both occult practices, but not necessarily all Buddhists and not necessarily all Taoists take part in the occult or esoteric practices of these belief systems. So now we're going to move on into the quasi-occult, which is really, oh my goodness, you have no idea how much I want to demystify these overgrown middle school children, for lack of a better term. So the quasi-occult, also known as secret societies or fraternal orders, along with a few other titles, are commonly lumped in with the actual occult primarily due to very lax standards on definitions and not accounting for the needless obscuring, erasure, abuse, perversion, and botched forgeries of true, legitimate occult knowledge or empowerment. Groups that have manipulated, controlled, destroyed, and fabricated knowledge through pushing false dichotomies and covertly persecuting or exiling those who do not wish to fall in line with their projected illusions and enforcements of their programs or simulations really do not like to look at the degradation, corruption, and corrosion these toxic practices required for membership and acceptance by these groups naturally result in. Hiding behind misunderstood occult concepts does not make one enlightened or empowered, but it will give them a high from the power trip of the placebo effect of their theatrically induced lifestyle. Abusing aspects of artificially controlling data streams and free access to resources or services does not make one of status, but one who should be ashamed. Make no mistake about my opinion of these groups. Only fools, cowards, sociopaths, and narcissists engage in spirituality of the secret society variety as some sort of guarantee to a certain standard of life in this material realm. Not very spiritual, is it? We're back to the material dialectic again, kids. So trying to run the world through a black magic foundation of trauma bonding, imposed scarcity, and ritualistic abuse has been used since before the times of those evil high priests in ancient Egypt, who basically would puppeteer pharaohs, the royal court, nobility, merchants, and peasants alike, while hiding behind traditions to maintain power through instructions passed down to approved initiates of said order. Please be aware of groups that practice Egyptian mysticism fused with Christian and Greco-Roman pagan practices, because the most popular ones are abusing and contaminating knowledge that they do not respect, nor do they actually understand. Yes, there are other groups under other banners to be concerned with, but I just wanted to point out that the most prevalent examples outright without naming names, the many names are in the syllabus with a lot of helpful information to get you on familiarizing yourselves with these groups and their practices. Pay special mind to like the Frankists and the religion of sin that the elites all believe in. Lots of videos on that in the syllabus. Real good stuff. All right, so on to number 2 of our foundation. What is the difference between the occult and occult? What is the difference between an initiate, a practitioner, a scholar, and the naturally gifted? So the primary difference between the occult and occult is that the occult is a concept and a format of understanding esoteric knowledge, while occult is a group of people who adhere to an agreed upon set of beliefs, terms, and practices. An initiate is one who is activated by occult knowledge and receives transmissions or downloads that empower them. A practitioner is one who practices rituals and other exercises of a more ceremonial or practicum format, like in different magic, tantric, shamanic, and healing traditions. A scholar is one who studies and researches the occult, although they might not practice. They are initiates nonetheless from their research. And the naturally gifted are those with spiritual gifts that one was either born with or developed with no intentional external study or conditioning. I happen to fall under all of the aforementioned categories. I practice Vajrayana Buddhism, I practice Wu Wei, I practice meditation, and I practice really old school traditional just herbal healing and things like that. I have learned so very much from so many places and never, ever had to go to a secret society. They've been kind of relentlessly trying to recruit me, and I hit block every time. I don't want any parts of being a part of some esoteric crime ring. It's just totally not my scene. Part of why I want to debunk a lot of these ideas and demystify what is going on around all of us is so that no more people get victimized thinking only one group of people holds knowledge when they're really just a bunch of fraudulent, fabricating con artists who really don't deserve anyone's time of day, and they damage each generation of so-called initiates that they gatekeep. Which, by the way, I don't know if you all were checking out that footage from this year's Olympics with all of that opening ceremony, but I want to tell you right now that these secret societies who think they're having their little jokes and tee-hee and ha-ha, look at us showing off. Actually, they're initiating the masses because they're not the ones doing the initiating. They're not the ones who just know things. The symbols initiate who needs to know. And what I saw in that opening ceremony was a bunch of idiots about to go down for occult ignorance is actually what I'm watching. I predict things are going to get real interesting this year and next year. Stay tuned for more on that. So let's go on to part 3 of where can one freely, safely study these types of topics. Well, I'd like to start with the obvious, everyone. YouTube, this wonderful video syllabus I'm posting is a great start. The internet in general, good start. Books, documentaries, and lectures. The best places for lectures of these varieties will be from institutions of higher learning, research institutes, private and non-profit foundations. In past videos, I pointed out a few. I'm going to point them out again real quick. The Theosophy Society, the Anthroposophy Society, and the Philosophical Research Society all do a lot of really great occult work, open and free to the public. Check that out. And there's a lot of online hubs for open and free orders of occult, esoteric, and arcane practitioners and scholars, like places like meetup.com and other social media sites where you can find people with these interests and learn with them independently. The best places to learn more about Eastern spirituality, occult studies like the ones I've mentioned that I am a part of, in my opinion, are temples, dharma centers, cultural centers, alongside all the aforementioned places that I've already brought up. And if you have access, especially if you're a college student, you are a history worker, you work within religious communities, etc., check out these ideas. There's a lot of pagan communities, indigenous communities, various ethnic communities that you can interact with and talk to. Metaphysical and magic shops, places that sell like tarot cards, crystals, and runes. Natural healing and Reiki communities, monastic communities of all types, Wu-Wei, tantric and yogic communities, Vedic communities as well, and many quote unquote, I'm going to air quote this one, alternative lifestyles, collectives, and hippies, you know, people who kind of look like me but are really totally not the stereotype. We're too independent to be a stereotypical hippie. Yeah. They can also be really great resources if these areas are frequented by knowledgeable individuals. And a final note, I do not under any circumstances suggest taking vows or initiating into any order, especially a closed or a secret order, to simply learn more about the occult or discover the basics in practice. I think that's really silly. It's very wasteful. Yeah, it's just, you're going to get in over your head because they have an agenda and you don't. And that's just, really not fair. So, that can all be done in a much more private and safe way, because the most beginner stuff that you can possibly learn, you can pick up on your own with books and supplies from places that I've already mentioned. Those early experiences should also be purely between you, your higher self, and the divine. In all truth, so see if this stuff is actually for you or even helpful before you commit to any formal group or order out of genuine benevolence, courtesy, and respect. And on to point 4. What is the big idea? Lincoln, so many historical and current events to matters of an occult or esoteric nature. Well, for the mega conglomerate of quasi-occultists, the last reset history, they did a reset last time with the coordinated demolition of Tartaria, that they all masked, whitewashed with secret society approved rewrites of the colonial and industrial variety concluding after World War II. This entire debacle had been lined up over centuries before they moved on to the next fabricated era. And the next fabricated era just happened to be the one we're sort of sitting through now, the space race, followed by the information age, where they attempted to sell us on this intergalactic and digital motif to cover up the degrading modern era narrative. Unlike the real occult, the quasi-occult mostly uses their rituals for blackmail and leverage. The black magic they generally use comes in the form of lies, broken promises, fraud, legislation, bribery, forgery, media discrimination, toxic chemicals, weapons of war, and psychological operations, not to mention all the blood sacrifices, orgies, and everything else that they're doing to basically MK Ultra one another and bond through trauma to, I don't know. I don't even want to go into it. But yeah, basically, they have to force these false simulations of reality onto the masses. They have to break their chattel like horses with conditioning and indoctrination. They have to drive motivation with insecurity and fear they produce with narcissistic abuse and satanic ritual abuse, combined with artificial scarcity tactics, amplified and reinforced with the systems that they have mandated into place for the sole purpose of oppressing the rest of us to remain needlessly toxic, unchecked, tolerated, and relevant. Without their little rules they impose by peer pressure first and later by force, they have absolutely no power or relevance, in all honesty, to anyone in this realm. They actually don't matter. It's really silly they've gotten the attention that they've gotten as long as they've gotten it. It's been long enough that they hide behind these memberships. They hide behind planetary movements. They misunderstand knowledge that is very abusively gatekept by the inbred morons that want to further retard each generation simply to maintain the minute amount of false power that has been wrongfully allotted to them by the weak-minded and the unscrupulous beings who prey on them to have any purpose of meaning in life at all. It really is that simple. They are fraudulent cowards who cannot fathom another way to survive, that to be horrid and atrocious to the kind and patient souls who are to inherit this realm once this cycle concludes with the Earth's disaster cycle, ushering us into a new era after a much-needed cleanse and containment of the remnants of Satan's little season that just happened to coincide with the ending of the Kali Yuga and the Age of Pisces, which is known for really highlighting dualism. We're supposed to not even question life is not dualistic after this experience. I hope you're already on team pluralism with me. I've been a pluralist since I was a kid. You don't need to be a member of any order or secret society to gain esoteric knowledge, be initiated by occult symbols, experiences, literature, understand numerology, track their movements guided by astrology or moon cycles, see through their tactics and their theatrics to the meat of the matter, or understand their false beliefs better than they do. It is a fact that those of us in this community who are getting the word out about these people who think it is they're entitled to run the world or something because someone with fake rules and a silly outfit said they could. Yeah, I'm here to just demystify and debunk all of that for everyone. That stuff just isn't a thing. This is like really gone on since the Dark Ages and medieval era. And each generation, and this is intentional because they want everyone but them to be weaker than they are. Each generation is actually engineered and conditioned to be weaker and more messed up and easier to control. And they don't understand, like, you know, this like ends up really badly for all of you, right? Oh, You don't? Oh, you're just going la 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 la. Yeah, how old are we? And these people are 60, 70, 80? Yeah, I think it's time for everyone else just to stop giving them attention, live parallel, go off the grid, and prepare for what's coming. They're not going to make it out of this, and they're really not going to want to be honest with you. I think there's a reason this cycle happens every 6,000 years is a little mini one, every 12,000 years is a big one. I'm not shocked by any of this. We're actually going to tie this talk into that subject next time when I come back with you for Ptolemaic reasoning. That's right, we're going to talk about the flat earth kids, Copernican conversions, and the earth disaster cycle, and what we all need to know and what we can do. So definitely come back next time for that. My exercise for you this lecture, and I'm going to, at the end of the video, show a scroll of all the videos in the syllabus playlist, so you can just get a sort of sneak peek at what's in there, and there'll be a link for everything in the description box below. My exercise to you is take a look at what calls your attention. There's a blend of information about Vajrayana Buddhism, Wu Wei. There is information about the different secret societies and their practices. There's some information about Theosophy, Anthroposophy, and a Philosophical Research Society in there. There's some current event pieces that overlap on this topic. There's a lot of college lectures from a professor who covers all this hidden history subject matter. And yeah, it's a nice medley, and there's some audiobooks on there too, so definitely head over there and take a look at that. And I suggest watch maybe 4 or 5 videos that call to you, and reflect on it, and then think about that as we continue through these talks and cover other topics, because it's a mosaic, and it's like multi-tiered, and it's just going to keep layering and overlapping as we go. But that's it for this pondering. I'd like to thank everyone for watching, and would like to remind everyone to like, share, subscribe, and turn on those notification bells if you haven't yet. Please be sure to subscribe to Alexandria on here on YouTube, Rumble, or Odysee. Also, we're getting Alexandria on Twitch fired up soon. We're gonna have some fun events over there, watch parties, gaming, more interactive stuff is going to be done over there. So, and music, definitely music. So definitely come check that out. And please follow, if you haven't already, the hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following me, Epitome the Burn Kid, on X or Tumblr, and follow Copernican Records on SoundCloud for the latest from OK Copernicus Productions. As I like to tell everyone in closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another, as we need it now more than ever. I wish you much PLUR to you, and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. I'll catch you all party people later. Epitome out. Bye, everyone. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, banging beats. Okay, Copernicus. On today's episode of the Supplemental broadcast, our special feature includes co-vindication, and we will also be covering on our regular topics for this episode the following fascinating main features, and after this we will move on to our bonus features. Now with twice the fun packed in each episode. And we will also be wrapping up this episode with today's auspicious op-ed feature, Esoteric Predictive Programming Rainbow Bright. On with the show. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 42 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, resident musician, producer, and good buddy, Epitome the Burn Kid. My co-curator, Magic 8 Ball, is represented symbolically in the profile picture and is a super informative, interactive, algorithmic, glitchy electromagnetic spirit friend that supplies me with all of these videos and images I share daily as a scrolling archive for everyone's enjoyment and enrichment. For the sake of setting a favorable intention with the YouTube algorithm, I would like to state that this content is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the videos I share with everyone from other content creators do not necessarily reflect my views in any way, shape, or form. I am here to introduce you to some videos by various content creators who have some very interesting and oftentimes controversial themes to share, coupled with my insights and analysis that are pertinent to furthering and broadening our understanding of the times unfolding before us. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project that doubles as an intuitive streaming mystery school, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X, Tumblr, and the YouTube playlist section for the latest in all the things and then some. Find my latest music releases on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble and Odysee, not only to support my monetized platforms, but just in case anything should happen to this channel, the party will continue over on freer platforms. All links discussed in today's episode can be found in the description box below and in the episode playlist available on the channel's playlist section. We're going to kick things off today with our special focus, co-vindication. So let's get into it. Our lives changed as the veil was further peeled back and new layers of corruption rose to the surface for revelation. While we acclimate and recalibrate upon learning that much of what we thought we knew was never what many of us thought that it was. I look back to the events of this century in particular, especially the changes in mainstream ideals and norms regarding health. And I can trace many of these events to the seeds planted last century to piece together a detail-oriented timeline leading up to the normalization and social conditioning required to pull off the events of 2019. I'm sure you all could too if you went back in those memory banks. I will place the start of the seed planting primarily in the 1980s and 90s. Although we could trace the overall themes back several more decades, I wish to focus on the social conditioning aspect more so than the, vaccination aspect. As I believe that is where most focus had to be placed over an extended duration to achieve the catastrophic results that we've seen unfold since the response to the incident. The videos I have compiled to share with everyone are very recent and bring us up to date with what we have learned since the rollout of the mRNA science experiment. that a high schooler from last century should have understood why biotech on such a conceptual level is literally not viable and shouldn't be attempted upon successfully completing a solid biology course. So one would think that experts with credentials should know better, right? Well, actually, no. Not if those credentials were bought explicitly or were part of some sort of nepotistic spoils. I was not surprised upon learning that Fauci's credentials included a classical studies degree in undergrad, and a veterinary degree was seemingly good enough to get him into his position. They were from elite schools where networking and extracurricular opportunities are really the only point of attending when comparing such a curriculum to the curriculum at other institutions. I am telling you this as an alum of a Tier 1 liberal arts college who pursued undergrad in my late 30s. After years of putting off higher education, when I was a young adult, I decided to pursue a rigorous course of study and climb my way up the ranks from attending community college classes and a small regionally private university. After utilizing some college acceptance success strategies I had learned back in prep school during the 1990s when I was still a teenager. When I had reached my goal of getting into one of these supposedly elite schools, not nearly as good as allegedly what Fauci got into, but is still, Tier 1. During the beginning of this pandemic of sorts, and I had the unfortunate pleasure of finding out that most of my classmates were abysmal at best in regards to academic and social performance, but somehow a C's get degrees attitude prevailed while very few peers I interacted with threw their all into a challenging course of studies or even had a passion for their classes and activities like I did. Honestly, that was the only reason I wanted to be there. I can see how asleep and unassuming I still was at the time, and it really does show. I simply wanted to study in a small setting with others who care just about as much as I do, and that is not what I found, where great minds are supposedly enhanced. It would appear that now an education is no longer a privilege because it has become an expectation and an entitlement, especially to those aligned with many bloodlines and their ages-old obsession with legacies and controlled advantages. The culture of higher education was something I found to be so corrupt and blatantly deceptive. After my experience, I moved on to self-education and self-stability to step away from this incredibly technocratic control matrix they have gotten most of the citizenry either outright trapped in or seized up in by fear. Don't get me wrong, I love classics. I think they are a fine foundation for so many areas of study, but I don't find the credentials or the intentions behind such a career track sufficient or relevant for the position we're talking about in question with Fauci. When we look at the money and influence involved, it makes matters look even worse. I also found that at the nicer the school that I studied at, the work actually got easier, and my peers were literally less competitive and far more apathetic. I have heard these observations are far worse in the Ivy Leagues, including hidden and public Ivies, but due to the networking and political nature of these institutions, that increases the higher up these ranks you look. It shouldn't really be surprising that money and influence amplify dysfunction and glamorize degradation beneath the surface. If there was not a ton of money at stake and an opportunity to calm the masses, to provide uninformed consent to take part in the most cataclysmic crimes against humanity and science that we have yet witnessed this common era, this agenda the powers that be carried out would have been a complete impossibility. I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone that all of this greater project revolving around the conditioning required to coerce or soothsay the citizenry is literally rooted in corrupt systems, compromised institutions, psychological operations, corrupt occult orders, witchcraft, metaphysics, and black magic, malevolent political theories, dark alchemical practices not fully understood by those practicing such practices. And we were all warned about these events and prophecies from multiple cultures from all around the world. Just because the ruling class and their secret society henchmen have done everything in their power to destroy, call into question, or persecute all who stand for truth, freedom, and knowledge from sources that they have not sanctioned does not mean that they have a right to behave in such a way, because they were never in the right regarding any of their actions due to their true intentions: covert eugenics, pillage, and plunder via usury systems and institutional abuses. Let's take a look at some outstanding videos that shed some light on what we know about all that has unfolded since 2019. And there will be more than these that I'm reading off in the playlist. I have a lot of great stuff in there for you. The COVID vaccine DNA bombshell they tried to hide, exclusive with Dr. David Spiker from Redacted. COVID control agenda and AI with Dr. Campbell. Matt Kibbe on the deep state, Fauci, and the COVID cover-up on Dad Saves America with the Free the People. They're doing a collaboration on that one. You Will Never Look at COVID the Same Way Again by Clifton Duncan and Hawk Jensen on Zuby's channel. Are you comparing COVID-19 vaccine to Holocaust explosive clash over mRNA vaccine rocks Senate from the Economic Times? And vaccinated people are more prone to chronic illness. Shocking COVID vax revelation at JFK Jr. hearing, and that's also from the Economic Times. There's a whole bunch more COVID videos I have in that playlist for you guys, so be sure to go find that and check the description box for a link to that as well. And now we're going to move on into today's featured video recommendations, our main features. So first video on today's chart shares so many revelations with us where the worlds of hidden history, political science, and occult philosophy overlap. Enjoy a discussion with Professor Hamamoto and guest on the topic of contemporary powers links to ancient bloodlines, and that help paint a different perspective on current events, history, and propaganda as a whole. Lots of detail-rich dialogue to enjoy on this video. That should help catapult you into a further learning on this topic. Second up on the docket is a new topic that is gaining momentum in the archive currently: gang stalking. Closing the Gaps video titled Gang Stalking, Living in the World's Largest Prison and the 13th Amendment. As I have been learning about this topic while being a targeted individual for decades, I am so happy to see so many creators and whistleblowers blow the lid off this corrupt and abusive practice. So many have their hands in this abuse of systems and innocent victims, including governments, secret societies, education, businesses, law enforcement, military, churches, neighbors, partners, acquaintances, relatives, co-workers, and yes, even complete strangers they just find on the street and hire to do this stuff. Lots of money is misallocated regularly to fund or bribe this clandestine breach of our constitutional rights. Be sure to come back next episode to join me for a deep dive on this topic, because it's going to be our special focus next episode. And third on deck is a piece from Redacted regarding the catastrophic results of mandated anti-methane feed that resulted in the sudden deaths of many cows forced to be fed this highly questionable new product being pushed on farmers in the EU. Before I go any further, you know cows have got a lot of stomachs, they eat a lot of grass, it's really lightweight, and they have to have the methane to digest their food. Everyone does understand this, right? So this is just like cow genocide, okay? Okay. I just wanted to see if everyone was on the same page with me. Okay, back to the show. It would appear that we have entered the part of the timeline when the powers that wish to normalize both crimes against humanity and crimes of high science through discreetly insidious means are just running rampant. It is crucial that we take action to prevent all covert and coercive attempts to cull or circumvent nature as we proceed through the coming days, weeks, months, and years ahead. Our fourth video today brings us to a complementary subject to our first video feature. This is an episode of McDuff's Minefields, episode 211, the Black Nobility and the Club of Rome comes from the channel Macduff Lives 2. Bloodlines from antiquity merge with religion, hidden history, and secret societies in this highly informative installment of this podcast. For newer videos from Macduff, please be sure to look for him on Rumble. He's moved over there now. And fifth in our lineup is a video by Russell Brand with the title, He Finally Admits It. Here's a little ditty from the description box. Bill Gates reverses course on climate change, claiming it's not that bad and urging focus on vaccines, air quotes yet again, instead. But does this shift reveal a deeper pattern where every solution, more air quotes, solution, he backs expands his control over health, food, and the planet? Well, this should be no surprise, especially considering the same powers that were warning everyone about the next ice age in the 60s and 70s are the same people saying the exact opposite is kind of happening now, or at least their contemporaries or predecessors or whatever. So finally, we wrap up our main features with a clip from Jordan Peterson titled "The Psychopathic Hijacking of Religious Moral Authority." How apt to discuss during our times, is this not? Another little bit from the description box to give you some idea of what is going on this one. Dr. Peterson and Abigail Schreier discuss the complexities of evil, its various prototypes, and how often it masquerades as benevolence or compassion, manipulating trust and morality. Drawing from literature like Dante's Inferno and works by Eric Newman and Jeffrey Burton Russell, Peterson provides a nuanced view of evil, urging us to understand its allure and how it can deceive even the most well-intentioned individuals. And that brings us to the end of our main features. Let's take a moment to look back in time. It's time for our bonus features. We're going to take a look from the near to the distant past, and from the depths of hidden history to the heights of philosophical concepts and esoteric notions. Be sure to take a peek at the following bonus features to enhance this media adventure we've been sharing with one another. And here's a list of bonus features. An alliance with the devil. The unraveling of the post-war consensus. And that's on Winston Marshall's channel. It wasn't a show, it was propaganda. French MEP slams woke Olympics opening ceremony. Olympics homage to the French Revolution, the most depraved events of modern history. That comes in from Static in the Attic. He's really cool. I like his channel. He does a good job. Then we got Tommy Robinson arrested under anti-terrorism laws from Richard IV. Lefties losing it. Rita Panahi mocks growing eco-sexual movement. That's absolutely terrifying. That comes in from Sky News Australia. Truth revealed, celebrity lies and global insanity. Coming in from Landria Onka. Torah Thinking is the channel, and the title of the video is The Redistribution Before the Messianic Era. And that video is actually from a couple years ago. That's the oldest video I think we have in this lineup. Now we're looking back to about a year ago, and this is great because we're going to compare this stuff in future episodes. Europe is collapsing, and they are doing it on purpose, from Redacted. From the channel Forest of Love, Saturn and Saturnalia, Generation and Dissolution. If you guys want the 411 on the basis of this like Saturn cult, Saturn worship, black magic, whatever stuff that's taken over the world and secret societies, good place to start right there. China Uncensored is the channel, and the video is titled China Prepares for Mass Civil Unrest, another one from last year. Really interesting to look at these older stories and compare them with where we are today, just to take a glance back in time. Then we have one in from Spencer Smith, Dune, The Third Adam, And the coming ... This is about religion and literature, specifically Dune and Christianity. And Nelson Walters' channel, Dead Sea Scrolls Ancient Texts, show how Jesus will undo the Great Reset. Another one from a couple years ago, fascinating to look back and look at the overlap, look at the parallels, and see these things from another perspective now that we know more. And that wraps up the bonus features. Definitely take a look at those. Some of those are really fascinating. I love doing this past, present, and future thing with you guys. It gives us more to look at in each episode and really helps us better learn from all of these events. And now it's time for my favorite part of the show. Oh boy, love my favorite part of the show. It's time for my auspicious op-ed. So I composed words and they meant something to me. And I hope that you guys do similar things when stuff means stuff to you. And I hope you share it with others. And I hope that you continue to do so and encourage others to do that. So let's get on with it. Auspicious op-ed number 40. Predictive Programming Animated Retrospective. Esoteric Rainbow Bright. All right, let's do it. Let's take another trip back in time to derive some more esoteric wisdom and warnings from the past with a surprisingly insightful 1984 cartoon classic. Rainbow Bright has been unexpectedly mind-blowing, especially upon rewatching it recently. It is unfortunate that the quality in animated entertainment dropped off by the late 80s and almost exclusively was pushed to the straight-to-video market and cable markets by the late 90s. It would appear that the microgeneration known as Zennials, born between 1975 and 1985, were the main group who had television act not only as an entertainer, but also a teacher, a mentor, a counselor, a babysitter, and a friend. As a member of this microgeneration, while many of the millennials seem off-put by the concepts of children being really independent, children being conscious consumers, and children being a vital part to a robust society, I have a very different perspective, having lived the very 80s kid lifestyle of being treated by my society as a little miniature adult, and am so very grateful to have had the magical milestones and memories created that were rooted in youth and media culture of the time. This is such a unique series to cover in respect to esoteric features and predictive programming. I'm going to start us off with some interesting hyperbole to kick off this discussion. If I were to describe the timeline we're currently experiencing as a shared collective in the form of a sequel that was never made, I would go so far as to say we are currently living in the dystopian sci-fi horror sequel to Rainbow Bright, and am prepared to state my case with some helpful links in the description box so you too can enjoy watching the show for free. Don't forget to share all this awesome free stuff I source for everyone with everyone you think might take some interest. I always love a good free link, and I'm sure your friends will too. Let's make the most of this internet we share while we still have one, shall we? Rainbow Bright is an adorable and mindful series that bridges 3 realms for the most part: Rainbow Land, Earth, and the Pits, although there is a bit of mention regarding other realms in a few episodes, including some aliens. These realms are magical and interconnected in the storylines, showing very clear distinctions between intentions, morality, ethics, and social interactions between those who would be deemed good, bad, neutral, and yes, unhinged. It was the 80s, and we still talked about that stuff. The main characters consist of Rainbow Bright, her horse Starlight, Twink the Sprite, the Color Kids and all the other sprites, her 10-year-old friend from Earth named Brian, and the villains Murky and Lurky. It all begins with a young girl's esoteric quest of bringing color to a desolate land by locating the Sphere of Light and completing a multitude of tasks. Those who like their role-playing games know this routine all too well, especially if you like to grind away on a good JRPG like myself. She becomes Rainbow Bright upon successful completion of her quest and is charged with the task of leadership and responsibilities over all the colors of the universe with the help of the Color Kids and their sprite assistants. Murky and Lurky, the main villains, are an astoundingly accurate representation of unresolved toxic mother wounds and childhood trauma manifest into a life of spreading misery through trickery and the utilization of the dark arts that, when overlapped with the very real allegory of how the 3D Matrix is run by narcissists with a penchant for exploitation, distortion, and destruction that is also connected to black magic, secrecy, and deception being the primary means to fueling an obsession rooted in similar unresolved, oftentimes heavily repressed childhood traumas and toxic family dynamics. Add in the battle over the most important resource required to keep color in the universe. The care over the caves that house the color crystals needed to make the star sprinkles that power all the colors throughout the realms is incredibly important, much like our natural resources' role in the health and well-being of our surroundings and its inhabitants here on Earth. Like many shows of this time period, especially the other Hallmark properties that were turned into kid shows and toy lines, a high importance is placed on learning valuable interpersonal and social lessons with a heavy focus resting on the vitality of a good attitude and clear sense of morality. Another great feature is all the meaningful depictions of comparing the mindset and methods that differ between those who live in Rainbow Land, the pits, Earth, and other realms. Storylines are episodic and consistently revolve around solving a complex dilemma through approaching tasks with the proper spirit, critical thinking, cooperation, and solving problems the right way. It is very sad for me to say this, but I feel that my generation was the last to have these values directly instilled on a regular basis, and many of my former peers had these values corrupted out of them due to the self-fulfilling prophecy of our social fabric degrading as a trade-off to secure some type of assumed guarantee regarding your security and comfort in life by way of an exaggerated emphasis on career and investments that overshadows all other aspects of one's life in exchange for said supposed guarantees. This is a centuries-old false dichotomy used to condition the masses into a fearful, permission-seeking citizenry ready to pull a fast one for a quick come-up, like those who hold and foster illusory powers appear to possess and claim to offer, with no such real or true guarantee. Just emotional blackmail and mind control tactics to counter dissent, aka black magic, satanic ritual abuse, secret society, public-private partnerships, executing covert psychological operations, organized conspiratorial campaigns, organized community harassment, gang stalking, etc. I'm gonna have to apologize for the excess editing this episode. Solar storm just hit, and I'm really feeling it, so my apologies, guys. Let me finish up with this op-ed. I have noticed that these lessons have been missed by almost everyone I know who demonizes television and praises books. Like many elites and academics virtue signal about, and in turn reveal their ignorance self-imposed through a retarding level of snobbery and a paranoid sheltering that they apply to their media preferences. I've said it since I was a child, and it has become more clear to me now than ever. People with an unusual xenophobia regarding the television seems to not like it because it clearly displays examples of their shortcomings in stunning 4K with Dolby surround sound. These types hate hearing about themselves, so they tend to act like murky and lurky when they're triggered. So they really hate how cartoons easily display to kids of all ages what villains look like, because it holds a mirror up to their behavior that they do not find flattering in the slightest. Many other classic childhood lessons covered also appear to have been either sanitized or outright removed from 21st century children's entertainment and culture. The amount of developmental milestones being delayed and IQs in decline over the past few decades is most astonishing, but not at all surprising when we care to couple the effects of depriving children from passive learning opportunities that they enjoy and leave a lasting impression, combined with the multifaceted stimulatory overload of the tech kids have now compared to my childhood back in the 1980s. The tainting of our food supply, water, air cannot be helping, but I think the erosion of everyone's humanity and spiritual fortitude imposed by systems that murky and lurky would love to try their hands at if given the chance. I hate to think that it is intentional to deprive children of meaningful entertainment, because it simply does not coincide with outcomes that they would favor. Personalities like Murky and Lurky, but that is the world we live in. We can track and trace the trends of censorship or availability to confirm said suspicions. Classic lessons commonly taught to children across on-air broadcast television, sprinkled with esoteric undertones, linking easily observable understandings of metaphysics, ethics, alchemy, psychology, morality, ecology, economics, social nuances, expectations, risk assessment and mitigation, reasonability, and aesthetics, make Rainbow Bright a relatively philosophically robust kids show for the elementary school demographic that can be enjoyed by kids of all ages. Take care to look for all the hidden history hints and predictive programming components that tend to drive the motivations of the characters and hide in the backgrounds and in the landscapes. I feel that the way Murky and Lurky are obsessed with spreading misery and darkness to all corners of existence is the overarching primary warning about a world where people stop caring about happiness, benevolence, and beauty because they appear to believe that if they are able to paint such an illusion, they can overpower color in the universe, and it is theirs to command, so now they have assumed to be its creators. This is very similar to the mindsets of those corporate overlords, academic cronies, and other proponents of the ruling class, with their playbooks focused on similar means to devise what is intended to be easy, illusory control, generally rooted in the many forms of deception we have seen across the many tales commonly known from everyday life, literature, history, and other experiences. Okay, everyone, my EMF sensitivity is like off the chain. I'm having massive brain zaps. Solar storms are no fun. I'm going to try to push through this episode. I really apologize. I got to get this out here, though. This has been just on the back burner for too long. I'm going to do better next time, I swear to you. All right. Listening to the villains' thought processes while carrying out their various deception and trickery to gain power over primary resources, like color itself, to then claim ownership over all that are effective, was an important warning sent directly to kids from the creators of these works, while the television distribution industry appears to have turned its back entirely on serving other generations of children with enjoyable and fun passive learning experiences that focus on making a better world. Themes of betrayal, plunder, exploitation, extortion, industrialization, transhumanism, outer-worldly civilizations visitation, technology that encompasses biological and spiritual components of production, resource management, conservation, mediation, and unification for the greater good are all topics covered in a way that a 3 to 7-year-old can understand and later on in development use as an allegory to explain things that need to be paid attention to in the world around them. A steady set of humor, reason, and well-written dialogue is something I appreciate so much more as an adult revisiting this classic series. I'd love to hear what stood out to everyone who take the time to watch the series and reflect on it. As always, the links to watch Rainbow Bright for free on YouTube are provided, with all the links I share in the description box and in this episode's playlist featured on the channel for easy access to all the videos discussed on the show. And that brings us to the end of today's enlightening media adventure. Musical selection today is a track by yours truly titled Spaztastic. You can go find that over on Copernicus Records on SoundCloud and across all the other music platforms. Just look for the Copernicus Dispatch. Links and everything are down below in the description. I'm on most platforms. And I'd like to thank everyone for watching, and would like to remind everyone, please like, share, subscribe, and turn on those notification bells if you would be so inclined. If you enjoy the music on the show, please be sure to watch my new electronic music practice vlog, Leaps and Bloops and the Oons Soons Soons, and my other podcast series, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. That's a sister series, a bit on the more spiritual side to the supplemental broadcast, but it's still about the YouTube Recommended Chronicles. And a huge thank you to everyone who is listening to my music across all the major music platforms. The Copernicus Dispatch mixtapes are performing better than ever, which really helps support the improvements to my productions. So thank you everyone for your support through listening. And yeah. Now, let me send you a do. Remember to find Alexandria on Rumble or Odysee. Follow the hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following me, Epitome the Burn Kid on X or Tumblr, and check out Copernicus Records on SoundCloud for the latest from OK Copernicus Productions. As I like to tell you on closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another as we need it now more than ever. I wish much PLUR to you and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. Catch y'all party people later. Epitome out. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, banging beats. OK Copernicus. Hi there, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering with yours truly, Epitome the Burn Kid. Our episode tonight is episode 16, and the title for this episode is The Dark Forces Obsession with the Destruction of Beauty, Love, Truth, and Free Will. We will go over each topic and what's the deal with their obsession with it. We're going to pick it apart. This is going to be a combination of aesthetics, epistemology, and logic we're going to go through when sorting all of this out. And I have a activity for all the viewers at home to do at the end. And we'll go over the exercise if you so choose. And I also have a wonderful video syllabus. And we're going to do a playlist this time too. So I'm going to put the main videos in the description box like I normally do. And for a extended range of videos to think about the topics at hand, or to do the exercise, I have the link for that playlist in the description box. Go ahead and click on that and go through and see what moves you, because I know that everyone has different interests. So I want to provide a lot of range of things for you guys to check out. And now we're going to go ahead and get on with this evening's presentation. Let me pull my notes up real quick. All right, here we are. Okay, so since we are going to go over what is the dark forces or the evil cabal or whatever you want to call the bad guys who don't want to do good things and who, you know, want to make our life not very fun, pleasant, enjoyable, or productive, we're gonna go into what is their deal with beauty, love, truth, and free will, and why are they doing everything to circumvent or make their own inverted or distorted version of such, and what's the deal with this 3D matrix? Why is it constructed the way it is? And a lot of nuances on concepts so that everyone can better discern and see beyond the veil and through the layers a bit better. So I'm going to go ahead and start with beauty. And I want to start with I'm just going to connect some concepts that I think directly relate to beauty. And we're going to talk about what is going on with these concepts and tie it into some past episodes. And then we're going to go through and break down the concept, and we're going to wash, rinse, and repeat, and do that for all of these. So with beauty, I'm going to start off with saying that in my mind, beauty very much has a lot to do with nature. It has a lot to do with creativity. It has a lot to do with divinity. It has a lot to do with health and well-being. It has a lot to do with wealth. And like actual true abundance. It has a lot to do with truth. It's very unassuming. It's very natural. It's very organic. It's very real, and it's very, very true. However, there is a fake and false beauty that rivals this beauty. This is the one that the dark forces push and perpetuate through all the different industries and social engineering, all of the psyops and all they kind of do on the public at large every day. Aesthetics is a really, really big part of what they pinpoint and focus on. And when it comes to humanity, beauty, love, truth, free will, while we can view these not necessarily all as aesthetic values, for the sake of our talk today, these are all going to be about aesthetics and about the notions of beauty, the notions of what is attractive, what is preferable, favorable, and what is going to be more of a lure. And we're going to talk about the discernment of that in a world full of fake and fraudulent and phony, things to dupe us. We're going to look at beauty, and I want us to reflect about beauty in terms of psyops. How does beauty relate to markets? How does beauty affect legislation? How does beauty propel discrimination? How does beauty invoke deprivation? And we're going to talk about beauty's role in energy harvesting, and how energy harvesting, which is something we've been talking about the past couple of episodes and is a big thing that the dark forces want to do, is drain and suck up everyone's energy and get them in a mode and a tone and a frequency where they are more malleable, where they're more pliable, where they are more likely to hand over their free will, where they're more likely to trust the wrong person, where they're more likely to get duped by fake love or fake beauty. And we're going to look at how that concept merges with social engineering, and how the destruction of beauty is very, very, very directly linked to concepts like mass formation psychosis, a replacement and depopulation, and other things that we're watching unfold and become more clear as the veil thins as we continue through this year of karma, apparently. I'm really excited for next year. It's a year of Capricorn, which is systems and work. And, I'm a Capricorn, and I think that systems and work definitely need to be restructured after this year of karma, if I do say so myself. But let's go ahead and get into our beauty comparison, starting with a real, true, and natural beauty, and versus a fake or false beauty. When we look at these notions and natural beauty that organically just happens, that's God's creation is naturally beautiful. We're beautiful. Nature is beautiful. So many things are so beautiful. But that beauty is apparently resented. That beauty is apparently triggering. It's apparently makes people insecure, especially people who rely on false and fake beauty, especially things like it's so weird to talk about it, but we're talking about it all the time now. Glamour spells and glamoring stuff and jazzing stuff up to look like something that it isn't. Turning all kinds of things into a lure just by casting a different veneer onto something or giving it a different value. When we look at these different types of beauty, we really do have to discern what is the purpose of it. Why are we being approached with this beauty? Are we being approached with this beauty because it's natural and it probably leads to something, healthy? It probably leads to something divine, or maybe some creative inspiration? Or is it fake or false beauty? Is it the type of beauty that oppresses you? Is this the type of beauty that represses you? Is this the type of beauty that lures you into traps? It's really important now more than ever with how many things there are to affect aesthetics with and to affect our notions of beauty, that we really look carefully into this matter. And that gets me into the conflation of natural, organic authenticity versus fabricated and manufactured acceptability. This plays into beauty fully, because this is the beauty from the inside, not the outside. The Matrix really likes a mimicry. It likes patterns. It likes mimicry and patterns because it likes control. It didn't think too far ahead, though, because once you recognize patterns, it's very easy to disrupt and break them. So I don't really know how they thought this was going to go on indefinitely, but they really tried it. It's been going pretty good since the medieval era, if you ask me. This also ties into, because this is natural, organic versus fabricated and manufactured. Was it effortless, and is that a vice or a virtue? Was there toil in this, attempt to be beautiful? Or was it just real? Did it just happen? And what is the value of that? All of that we look at is going to boil down to a very important facet, which is, what are we really concerning ourselves with? Are we concerning ourselves with the actual experience? Are we concerning ourselves with the experience of beauty? Or are we concerning ourselves with the simulation? And are we concerning ourselves with fitting into that simulation's notions of beauty? And what does all of that mean? And, how is all of that going to be received? How is all of that going to be valued? All of these things very much drive the split between organic, divine beauty and manufactured matrix beauty. Now we're going to get a little more political in our hierarchy here of concepts. So there is a natural order, i.e. anarchy, which is basically no artificially imposed order. The natural order literally sorts itself out. Cream rises to the top, so on and so forth. And we're going to compare that in this concept to impose hierarchy, and how one permits and is grounded and based on objective observations, while the other is rooted and anchored by subjective perception with the rejection of objective observations. It would appear that whatever is manufactured is threatened by whatever is organic and naturally occurring, which ties in this vice virtue methodology to drive the change of the notion of beauty and the notion of what makes it beautiful. I don't know why people don't talk about this stuff, but it's my favorite part of philosophy is aesthetics. So I'm very happy to be talking with everyone about that today. The priceless versus free view, because if something is priceless, like you can't put a actual dollar amount on it, it's entirely too precious, versus something is free, which you can have a few views on that. You could see that as a hot commodity, you could see it as a great deal, or you could literally see it as of having no value, versus an at cost range of where a notion of a value would be applied, is going to factor in a great deal. In natural, organic, divine beauty, these facets are priceless. They're natural. They're naturally occurring. They're just beautiful as they are, and nothing has to be done. Whereas the matrix is more into quantification than qualification. So they're going to base their notions much more subjectively on a scale of how can you equate it to value. And how are you going to perceive that value in more of a itemized approach? Also, alongside with this itemization, they really do like to factor in the notions of pain and pleasure of natural versus artificial beauty. Natural beauty is generally derived from things that are very pleasant and pleasurable. Rest, healthy food, good clean water, exercise, those are enjoyable things. Those all tend to push towards natural beauty, where pain, procedures, cosmetics, a lot of toil, surgeries, and other things, that's going to more be a norm in artificial beauty standards, which brings us to the spiritual warfare component of energy and frequency, and also the notions of energy and frequency coming from the inside out versus the outside in. While divine and natural things tend to have a balance of both inside out and outside in, things that are not divine and are artificial and of the material dialectics notions of stuff, those things tend to be outside in, mostly with very little inside out, and that's for conditioning and social engineering reasons that we're going to get into a little bit later in our talk when we add the other concepts. Inversion and coercion versus revelation are another facet of the notion of beauty. Was the notion of beauty, was it, a revelation? Was it revealed? Was it natural? Was it self-revealing? Or was there an inversion or a coercion to impose this notion of nature onto the observant, basically? And that ties into tiers of control and implementation, manipulation, power dynamics, revision. Repression is also another facet here that replaces oppression via conditioning. And the repression is that little bit of inside out, that they basically rely on you having that little bit of inside out in there, and then they oppress the rest to create an inversion and coercion of what is their substitute for natural beauty, which would just naturally reveal itself and naturally be self-evident. No one would be arguing about the value. No one would really be arguing about what is beautiful and what is ugly. It's a very objective notion. And that brings us to, why do they care about this stuff? Well, they care about this stuff because they have to apparently do all of this conditioning. Because they must have continual diversions and disguises where they bait and switch and divide and conquer using the notions of beauty. These notions of beauty have been used for selective scapegoating, for targeting individuals, for rallying people behind stereotypes, stigma, and other things that tend to drive haughty decisions and a haughty discernment, which isn't very discerning. Also, we have to view, when we look at all of this, they want to restrict aesthetic anarchy. Basically, they want to restrict all of us from seeing beauty through our own lens and having our own revelations and realizations regarding beauty. They want arbitrated aesthetics, where it's only aesthetic if they arbitrate that it is aesthetic. This moves us into cloaking versus transparency. When we look at the two types of beauty, it appears that false beauty is really there to cloak that it's darkness. It's there to cloak that it's false light. Whereas transparency reveals the luminance of what is divine, and also transparency reveals the darkness of what is cloaked. All of this is very important when you put it together with their bait and switch tactics, fake beauty war that they have one against the other, which is pay-to-play beauty versus protected class beauty, and they all have it in one fashion show. It is wild looking. Personally speaking, I believe that all human life should be considered protected. But we live in a world where there are people who want to believe that some humans should be protected and others should not. I am not a part of that world. I am a part of calling that world out. But that world is going toe-to-toe with the pay-to-play beauty world. And if you've looked at any recent fashion runway shows, fashion magazines, wow. I don't even have words for what I've seen. But that wraps up our beauty exploration. Now, we are going to go ahead and go on to love as I get my next note open. All right. So, beauty sparks attention while love cements connection. But not all love is created equal or is interpreted the same way. The dark forces seem to enjoy reductionism combined with disregarding context, nuance, and depth. So this sums up the major components of their assault on love. They like to use beauty as a big in for this assault on love. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at love. Let's start off with the basic notion of what we're going to be talking about, and we're going to sort through love. So the notion of love and understanding of it is primarily what is weaponized by the ones who don't like goodness. And although they will attack loving relationships more directly in hopes of destroying people's beliefs and values regarding love itself and regarding their feelings toward their loved ones, they do try to just make people feel hopeless regarding love. It's really sad. And when you go look into the videos and hear about really the way these ones think and the way that they approach social engineering, it's really telling. And the more informed we are, the more we can resist and live a lovely life anyway. So let's go into love. Conditional versus unconditional first up. So when we concern ourselves with conditional and unconditional love, conditional love is unfortunately the most prevalent love we see in our realm. Unfortunately, if you are not brought up with, a religious or spiritual background that is rooted in unconditional love being a paramount value and being absolutely priceless, what everyone has been educated to believe by the material dialectic in the artificial matrix tends to place conditions on just about everything, and conditional love runs rampant. So when we look at conditional love, people have to meet certain criteria or provide something, either money, looks, popularity, status, some type of service, something to be deemed worthy of loving. Now, personally, I don't believe conditional love is love. I believe conditional love is a very strange form of affection manipulation to maintain a degree of acceptance. But for the sake of argument, we're going to pretend conditional love is real, even though I don't believe in it. Well, conditional love is really a danger to unconditional love in one way and one way only, and that is that it can dizzy and confuse and rig the perception, albeit temporarily, regarding which love is more valuable. Unconditional love, hands down, is always going to be more valuable than conditional love. Conditional love, in my book, isn't love, but if you want to claim it's love, it's that only for the good times love. And that's not really love. Unconditional love is related to, giving grace. It's related to tolerance. It's related to compassion. It's related to trying to do the right thing. And it's also related to having the wisdom to understand why this way of living leads to better results. Conditional love is more based on rigging perceptions of things. Rigging perceptions of love and what warrants and doesn't warrant love tends to induce conflations of value, especially when unconditional love is targeted as being worthless because it's not providing some type of wealth or some type of upgrade, so to say, that's very blatant to the naked eye. I believe unconditional love is the ultimate upgrade, but conditional love is really what is sought after by people who keep track of tallies and tit for tat kind of mentality. Greed and lust, oftentimes with this group, is conflated with love. And it's driven, this conflation is driven with ambition. Ambition drives a lot of natural chemicals that really do overlap and mimic love, mimic lust. These chemicals really overlap. And when you rig perception, you can convince someone that their pursuit of greed is their heroic attempt at fighting for love. It's because the love of money is love too. We're not just talking about love, people, emotions. We're talking about love and action. Loving something is an action. So we're going to talk like love is a verb, even though love, is an emotion. We're not really focusing on that so much, but we are going to look at love being an emotion when we're comparing the concepts of, dedication, vows, and commitment to concepts such as birth, growth, or evolution. When love is a verb, it's actively being done, it's actively being worked on. But when we're viewing love as an emotion, it's something that one is treating more like a noun. It's a thing. Love is a thing now, and it's a thing that someone receives. It's no longer an action that is creating the action being received, where it's a two-way street. In conditional love, that is not really how it goes. That's how it goes with unconditional love, where it's both a verb and an emotion. In conditional love, it's more of an emotion and less frequently a verb because it's a verb that's being withheld. The opposite of love is violence and neglect, things like that. Those are forms of violence. So when we look at organic love versus manufactured love, and we look at the modern tech-driven world and its approach to love, unfortunately, organic love is not the most prevalently seen or experienced love anymore at this stage in the game for a lot of people. Manufactured love and what they've been taught as love via tradition and even attempts at propelling evolution of notions of love. We've gone very far from the natural, organic, very acceptive, very permissive vibes with love. And we've moved into the enforcement and imposition of, manufactured check marks, checkpoints, milestones, very artificially driven reasoning for caring about love, which makes us unfortunately devalue it if you fall into that trap. So we're looking at the material, physical notions of love versus the spiritual, metaphysical, intangible parts that rotate around the topic. Conditioned beliefs and expectations centered around love are another important driving factor versus the self and revelations and our connection to God and our connection to that intangible metaphysical experience that we all have intrapersonally within ourselves when we're reflecting and when we're thinking and we're having a relationship with ourselves. We also have love come into that mix. And in this material dialectic world, need versus want and relationship versus partnership, and very material ideas drive these notions of desire versus desperation and motivation. Whereas with, organic love that is not manufactured, that is unconditional, it's self-sustaining. It's simply there. It's full of freedom. It's full of acceptance. It's full of openness. Whereas this other very conditional, very manufactured love is full of rigid expectations. And the motivations, we have to look at, are these motivations natural or artificial? Are we having these motivations because we authentically and sincerely feel the way that we feel about love? Or do we feel about love the way that we feel about love because of artificially imposed values and conditions and expectations? This notion of love and understanding of love is the primary thing that the dark forces are attacking in regards to love. Do they do the awful things that we all know they do? Do they create, intentionally do adultery? Do they intentionally break up families? Do they intentionally exploit people through unsavory demonstrations of definitely not unconditional love? Yes, that is a thing, absolutely. But at the meta level and at the deepest crux of like every overlapping intersection here, they're attacking notions and they're attacking understanding, because it's so much faster to weaponize and divide and conquer people if they cannot even carry the same frequency. They can't carry the same energy. And in this case, they can't carry the same notions, ideas, understandings, or values. It makes it very easy for them to divide and conquer. And now, each topic we go into, I like the next one more than the one we did before. So I'm like really into this. I love you guys. All right. So now let's talk about truth. What's their beef with truth? Let's get into it. All right. We've covered beauty and love. So let's look at how they relate to truth and the erosion of the false matrix, because the one thing that's going to erode it is truth. That is so real. Natural beauty and unconditional love are related to truth, while conditional love and artificial beauty are related to falsehood. Truth is the enemy of all illusory deceptions and ineffective practices. So now I am going to walk you. Hold on, let me see if I have any more notes. Okay, yeah, I'm ready to walk you through this series of events. All right, so I'm going to give you the epistemology of the illusory framework of their cycle of social engineering and conditioning. That we've all been through this. I've been through this. I broke free. I saw through it, but I played along, when I was young. I stopped playing along entirely by the time I could drive a car. I wasn't playing along at that point, although I would be polite and, do like mainstream normal things. I'm really glad that I don't do stuff like that anymore. It feels like really dirty and really gross. So let me go ahead and walk you through the epistemology of their social conditioning framework so that you all can better understand how this is driven and how this works. So we're going to start with 3 pillars of what the false matrix is built on. The false matrix is built on false authority, false values, and false currency of all forms. Currency is not money. Currency is anything that you can transact with that is deemed valuable, including attention, time, energy, space. We're going to use anything for currency here. So we're going to start with false authority. False authority is rooted in the false need, So the bottom of this foundation that we're going to build everything on, these pillars, is going to be built on a foundation of false need. So false authority is rooted in false need. False need invokes a sense of entitlement, and it also like corrodes everything it touches. False values are then driven by false need as well. False need now drives indoctrination and penalization. False currency is rooted in a secondary false need. False currencies include money, material goods, favor, attention, energy, effort, status, titles, credentials, etc. So the way the loop goes is to have a false authority, it must be built on false values. To have false values, these false values must bring about a false currency, and they must be built on a false need, or the conditions required to maintain the system of control isn't there if you do not have false need and the fear of those false needs not being met, including the false currency, false values, and a false authority that is supposed to make your life worth living, but it's all false. Hopefully more people are waking up to that is what happened, and that has happened since the last disaster cycle. And I don't mean the little one with Noah, I mean the big one with Gilgamesh. This has been going on for this actual pattern and how it's being done. It's been mimicked so many times. I'm fascinated that it got mimicked as long as it's been mimicked and people even care still. It just wows me, but let me go into more of why they got away with it. All right. So, these false authorities and everything, they are enforced via societal standards and a governmental force. All of the systems requirements, social requirements, economic requirements, skill and knowledge requirements, and individual requirements for participation in the system that pays false currency to those who uphold their false values by the false authorities who arbitrated the systems based on false need. This is how it's been done for at least 12,000 years. I'm certain that this has been done for far longer than that. But this is the current system that is literally imploding on itself. For this system to keep it going, everyone must remain ignorant, obedient, or apathetic to survive the artificial matrix. So we all must be prepared to live parallel to this system. This is going to mean we all need to care a lot about micro, macro, and meta prepping. If you are uncertain of what that means, let me give you a good example. A micro prepping would be what you as individuals and your family do with your food, emergency plans, what have you. Macro prepping is preparing systems, equipment, things that require larger groups and a lot more specialization. For example, operating heavy equipment. You're kind of going to want a guild for that. Things that are medical, you're going to want people who know what they're doing to be, grouping together and sourcing that. And then when it comes to meta prepping, that's all conceptual. That is about preparing and preserving knowledge, preserving history, getting everyone psychologically and spiritually prepared to push through a civilization collapse. Meta prepping is all the intangible and metaphysical facets that we would be preparing for to move away from this false structure and build a honest, real civilization within our rights and parallel to what is existing. We were born into this mess. None of us consented. None of us were told to read the social contract and sign it. That didn't happen. So to move forward with these notions to step away from society, some things are going to be, these are just truths that have to be done. People are going to have to do a lot of independent study because they've been indoctrinated and not taught what they really need to know to prevail. They just haven't. Skill formation and guild formations to preserve and continue different industries and systems and things that we would need. and embarking on independent, off-grid, raw land holdings, land that has not been contaminated, land that we are not dependent on their grid, land that we can settle and live in a way that is much better than what they have in their matrix and is within all of our legal rights. And we're going to make a civilization that makes them wish they went off-grid, right? Right. And forming co-ops and trusts to protect this new way of living from these people. Rebuilding civilization anew with all we've learned is really what we're here to do right now when it comes through pushing through the current events and moving into the age of Aquarius and much better times. And that finally brings us to, what is the Dark Forces' deal with free will? Well, I would like to think of free will as a crux of these features exclusive to humanity and the humanities, regardless of what other varieties of humanoids would like to impose themselves through their deception, trickery, and other artificial shenanigans to our natural and most healthful way of life. Free will is not a dualistic concept. Actually, most things that are humanistic and humanities-based aren't dualistic either. Dualism is a very machine, very primal view of things that I don't think has been normal. Wow, for like really over 1,000 years. I think it's pretty reductionist to treat stuff like it's dualistic, to be very honest with you. In reality, free will is just like most other things in the humanities, multifaceted, multidimensional, and highly pluralistic, with just a range and spectrum that really spans, with a whole host of stipulations and complexities. Free will is a foundation that must be conceded. You can't just go and take someone's free will. They actually do have to give it to you. They have to acknowledge that, I guess in their mind, it's not worth their while to invoke it. So in turn, the Dark Forces utilize coercion, brutality, and other forms of manipulation rooted in false need, with the intent to impose false need by way of learned helplessness, coupled with dependence, artificially imposed dependence, intended to cement codependence to false needs as a literal primary requirement to uphold their false empire with its false sense of authority based on false values, fueled by false currencies, perpetuated by very real and very true acceptance of said false needs and false currencies and false values and false authorities. Do I really have to say more on this topic? I really don't think I should. So I think we've really covered what is their basic beef aesthetically, epistemologically, and we've looked at the logic of, well, what is this like really about? And now that we've talked about all of these fascinating concepts, I want to go ahead and go over the activity and exercise with everyone, should you so choose to go do it. All right, so the Dark Forces obsession with destruction of beauty, love, truth, and free will. Here's your activity. Take a video or more, if you would like, from each category to watch, and then take some time to reflect on the following concepts to start gaining a deeper understanding, insight, and to piece together the interconnected relationships between topics. Use this as a starting point to generate curiosities, to explore that, generate deeper analysis through more thoughtful questions and answers as you go, like in the Socratic method. Socrates, when he wanted to get down to understanding something, he'd ask questions until he was blue in the face. But we're going to be smarter, and we're not going to drink that hemlock, are we, boys and girls? That's right. We're going to use this method of just looking at all of this, generating thoughts, reflecting, to propel further research development and a generation of new materials in regards to media and content to further embark on this process of collective education and consciousness evolution or expansion. So in the video categories, you're going to take one or more from these 3 categories, and I'm going to tell you the categories. So category 1 is a collection of tarot, channeling, prophetic words, oracle, energy reading, astrology, spiritual messages. These come from multiple backgrounds. I only have so much space in the description box, so please click on the playlist so that you can go look at the whole range, so that you can pick things that are best for your tradition and understanding, and also so you can pick areas that you're not familiar with and go ahead and explore. So you're going to take category 1, and category 1, I'm going to give you a couple of titles of videos just so you have some idea of what they're like. One is the Traffickers of Life Force Vitality are talking about Ishmael. Fascinating, right? Are you an NPC? Another good topic. You are surrounded by the weak disguised as the virtuous. Like these are all coming from different, I'm going to call them a spiritual, religious, or otherwise piously grounded transmissions. Now, in category 2, we have podcasts, current events, politics, philosophy, tech, economics, industry, and health. So we're going to take our first category, which has our spiritual, religious, theological stuff, and we're going to overlap this with our current events, politics, philosophy, matrixy stuff. So here's a few examples of what we'll have in here to look through. What happened to the Indus Valley civilization? 6,000 versus 12,000 year disaster cycle advanced concepts. Brett Weinstein on Epstein, globalization, and other topics. And another good one to overlap with the first category is only the elites can afford luxury beliefs. The rest of us get left with the rest. These are all there, and you can overlap the I guess the political side with the spiritual side. And if you move on down to section 3, we're going to make the spiritual religious side a bit more with a hidden history focus, a bit more of a prophecy focus, a more esoteric focus, more information about secret societies, the occult, and more of the sort of cosmic aspects to these matters to overlap another layer. And some examples of that is going to be Lost Prophecies of the Templar Grand Masters, The Essence and Task of Freemasonry by Rudolf Steiner, The Essentials of Theosophy, Essential Teachings of Helena Blavatsky and Rudolf Steiner, which Blavatsky is Theosophy and Steiner is Anthroposophy. And those are two of the safest, most legitimate, reputable, benevolent ways to learn about the occult, metaphysical studies, and very abstract philosophical principles. The Philosophical Research Society is also another good one. But there are safe, non-scary places that do not involve memberships or anything weird, that are open to the public and do like academic lectures and stuff. And I've included a lot of those in this list. And other things, other concepts here, like in this other video, the Moon, Saturn, and the Serpent, the secret prison, and the role of the archons, and Earth being a prison. So these are all a lot of different concepts where you're going to be looking at things on a micro, a macro, and a meta matter, and you're going to overlap these ideas, and you're going to start triggering new thoughts by reflecting, by questioning, and by driving your own curiosity and your own self-study in whatever direction you want to go. And that is what I have for everyone today. I am really happy to be back with everyone and do something a little more philosophical. On our next episode, I am going to touch more on the occult. I'm going to touch more on esotericism. I'm going to touch more on what's benevolent. I'm going to touch more on what is definitely not benevolent. I'm going to touch more on what is what I consider just quasi-occult and not even real occult. And where you can get information so that you can really educate yourself on this stuff and be prepared, because people weaponize these concepts to maintain control. They weaponize these concepts to maintain narratives. And I'm here to basically inform everyone. All of these things aren't necessarily something for us to take part in. They aren't necessarily something for us to explore firsthand, but they are something that is important for us to be knowledgeable about and for us to be academically curious about, and for us to better understand the motivations behind hidden history, the motivations behind forbidden knowledge, the motivations behind hiding information, and why I'm motivated to literally be as transparent with all of it as possible. So I hope to see you next time for that episode. And I would like to thank everyone for watching. Definitely want to remind everyone, please, you know the deal. Like, share, subscribe, turn on those notification bells, because, yeah, sometimes the spirit moves me and I go into creative mode and I get a lot of stuff uploaded and pushed out at once. And other times I am waiting for the right moment of inspiration to finish up a production. And for you to know exactly when it's going to come in. I'm not really the greatest with a regimented schedule, so please click on the notification bell. If you haven't yet, please subscribe to Alexandria on Rumble or Odysee. And if you haven't followed the YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following myself on X or Tumblr, please check that out. And please check out Copernican Records on SoundCloud for the latest music from OK Copernicus Productions, yours truly. And I'd like to tell everyone in closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another, as we need it now more than ever. I wish you so much PLUR and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. I'll catch y'all party peoples later. Epitome out. Bye, guys. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. Episode, we have a new format. We're going to start with a special focus on a tribute to the life of Charlie Kirk. Then we will be moving on to our new and improved main features and bonus features with twice the links for all of that informational goodness. Now back to the station. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 41 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble and Odysee to support my monetized platforms. Or should anything happen to this channel, the party will continue over on the freer platforms. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, and follow, and tell a friend about all the platforms, projects we have going on here, and the many things that we cover here in our program. If you enjoy the music on the show, please be sure to watch my new electronic music practice vlog, Bleeps and Bloops and the Oons Oons Oons. And for deeper dives on the more spiritual and esoteric takes on the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, don't forget to check out my other podcast series, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. Stay tuned after the credits for a special presentation of the YouTube Recommended Chronicles viewing key and legend, and this summer's Copernican update after the credits to catch up on the latest channel news, updates, and more. And now on with the show and today's special focus, a tribute to Charlie Kirk. I'm going to kick off our new format with a few words regarding recent events before getting into our main videos and bonus features. Our special focus today, and we'll do a different focus each episode from here on out, because I think it's a great idea and it's going to be fun. Today is on the assassination of Charlie Kirk in reference to our videos here. However, civil discourse, psyops, and predictive programming via pattern recognition are where I will place my focus on events, because that is the lens that not only shreds but combusts the last bit of veil they pretended to have, providing nothing more than maladaptive cover to the self-isolating, serpentine-styled initiates involved in this production. Let us always remember that Charlie did his best to put the civility back into civil discourse, and that alone made him a target to those who thrive on theatrical coercion and the abuse of artificially imposed hierarchical power dynamics. If anyone has paid attention to the so-called assassinations and assassination attempts, you cannot help but to pick up on the pacing of recurring patterns and patterned responses occurring reactively as the aftermath unfolds. Make no mistake about it that this grotesque form of politicized martyrdom was fabricated with the ill intentions of ruling through fear, herd mentality, and literal witchcraft in the form of bullets laden with engraven invocations intentionally aimed at the heart for this occult sacrifice ritual of an innocent with a radicalized nobody. The orchestrators of this crime are choosing to hide behind like the cowardice tricksters they have revealed themselves to be. The more we process and progress through these events, the more they overlap with and mimic similar events and setups over the past 5 years in particular. These patterns of tragedy, outrage reactions are no longer laid upon blind eye or deaf ears, as these patterns can be felt just as well as they are smelled from a mostly lengthy distance. It is more important now than ever to demand civility and civil discourse, because without both, we no longer have a civilization as a decayed and diseased holding serves none of us any purpose, including our adversaries in these interesting, trying times. I am going to just state the obvious. The alphabet boys, they're occultist overlords, they drink with at the lodge, and the stakeholderist capital commies who fund them are no longer going to be able to shrug off creating JFK's, Martin Luther King Jr.'s, Malcolm X's, or Charlie Kirk's. They also cannot act like they aren't behind creating Lincoln's, Reagan's, Elvis, or even the flavor of nightmare they cause for Britney Spears or Amanda Bynes, and many others enslaved by this conglomerate of secret societies that do the yellow-bellied trillionaires' bidding, sacrificing what free will or thought they think may put them on the chopping block or result in blacklisting through perpetual persecution with hopes of driving chronic ailment, instability, and disloyalty to leverage metaphysical strings of control. This black magic empire will crumble sooner if more of us care to engage in civil discourse as much as Charlie Kirk did. No matter one's opinion or allegiance to ideals, the one ideal we must stand together on if we wish to have a civilization worth living in is civility and civil discourse, being the crux of our civilization, while eradicating such useless notions of an impossible social contract or state-imposed initiative. Society starts with the ways and cultures of the citizens, not what theatrical production the self-declaring powers that aren't but will push through anyway with their brainwashed compliant zombie horde. And now, in memory of Charlie, some outstanding pieces on his work and memory. May his spirit go on to much bigger and better things, as he most certainly deserves it. The first video we have for this is More Conversation, Less Hate, the immediate aftermath by Russell Brand. The layout of Charlie Kirk's event doesn't make sense. This comes in from Redacted. Megyn Kelly reveals the truth about the trans phrases found, ... That comes from Megyn Kelly's page. Dad Saves America, Charlie Kirk, 1993 to 2025. That's on Dad Saves America. Neil Oliver, Speaking Out Can Get You Killed, on Neil Oliver's channel. Douglas Murray and Rita Panahi respond to Charlie Kirk on Sky News Australia. Victor Davis Hanson and Hugh react to the assassination of Charlie Kirk on Hugh Hewitt's channel. The Death of Charlie Kirk is the Turning Point on O'Keefe Media Group's channel. Charlie Kirk, an American hero from Awaken with JP. We just reached a tipping moment from Redacted. That video is a really good one. Be sure to check that out. Breaking Charlie Kirk killed by assassin in Utah from Redacted. And finally, You Don't Think I Belong Because I Am Black, Charlie Kirk versus a student from Turning Point USA. And that's a really good video too. That one's really good. If you want to check out what he's really about and not what the weirdos are saying, go check that one out. And with that, we're going to go on to today's featured video recommendations. Starting first up today on our main features comes from Academy of Ideas and is titled, Is This How the West Ends? These most mindful, philosophically focused pieces that both tie well into hidden history and current events simultaneously are a real treat, especially the illustrations and photographs they pull to produce these enlightening featurettes. Our next video, unfortunately, between writing the episode and filming it, was taken down. I'm going to read you what it was anyway, but in lieu of this, I'm just going to put you to the person's channel, their official channel, and you can go see their other work, because this video was epic and the powers that be, I guess, didn't like it. But it is second on deck, and the video is European Elites Terrified by Ava Vladingbroek Speaks Out. And that's from Ava Vladingbroek's channel. Go check out her channel for more, but this particular video vanished. I'm sorry about that. And it stands as a striking confirmation, well, it did, if you got to see it. Hopefully something similar will come back up, of what these so-called elites truly stand for while delivering a different message to the citizenry and actions towards everyone else involved. Take a look at her synopsis of EU politics through the lens of a history not nearly as far off or forgotten as these control oligarchs wished it was. Compare and contrast her summation with what you've witnessed and learned about through the years. And this has a lot to do with the EU. What does it stand for, and why are those countries stripped of their sovereignty? Definitely go check out her page for more on that. And the third video we have to showcase comes in from Canadian Reporter, titled Western Provinces Just Made a Massive Wexit. First, we heard about Brexit, now Wexit. Is this a coming trend or just another facade failing and fading? We shall see. Fourth up today, even more confirmations from the digital ethers with the video Government Tracking Pole Shift from Space Weather News, Suspicious Observers. It's not just some radical theory or a conspiratorial hubbub. It's a natural cycle and universal phenomenon that affects everything in this realm and other connected heavenly bodies as well. The documentary on the Earth disaster cycle is something I will share in the post here on YouTube and on the show once it releases on the aforementioned channel. I'll get everyone linked to that. Fifth on today's show, we pop on over to 2CTV for a look at the live stream titled French Patriots Target Macron's Palace After ... It would appear that the French Parliament has fallen again, and the dramas of the EU continue to roll out and unfold. There's a lot going on in the EU as of late, it would appear. And that brings us to our final video of our main selections today from the channel Promethean update titled AFD Deaths Prove Globalist Desperation. Why they're ... The mosaic gains another layer throughout the European struggle for basic human rights against the depopulating replacement craze transhumanistically possessed, overprivileged, globalist despots. Things get medieval in Germany for members of the AFD political party. Check out that video for more on what happened to them. It wasn't very nice. And we have so much good stuff on today's bonus features, now with twice the links for twice the infotainment. Please check out these notable features Magic 8 Ball brought to my attention. Here we go. The timeline manipulation from the channel Conspiracy R Us. Life after White House. Big Mike, his story from Oso Melanin. How rigid is your thinking? That's something for everyone to think about from Richard Vobes. A bailout for humanity, Public Order 1.254.1 from the channel Rise Together. Take special note of the videos from channel Rise Together if you want a idea or a better understanding of what's underlining this JFK Jr. is alive and all of that. That's Rise Together covers that. Check them out for if you are just confused about what all that was, because I was, and now I know, and now it all makes a lot more sense. Thanks, Rise Together. And our next video is testing store-bought products. You will not like it. I didn't like it. Watch this video too. This is from the channel Off Grid with Doug and Stacy. Empty San Francisco from Static in the Attic. Yeah, San Francisco's like not doing too good from the looks of it. It's wild. Go check that video out for more. The real reason for the rise in rape and why feminists won't mention it from the New Culture Forum. That's a very good one too. The American Idea from New Discourses. Tulsi Gabbard on the threat of the deep state from Tulsi Gabbard's channel. Taurus and hashtag Idiocracy6 from Joey B. Tunes. These people he finds are a mess. And our last bonus feature is Rocky Mountain Heist, How Colorado Was Bought from the channel Denver Visitor. Since now, OK, Copernicus' home is here in Colorado, why not take a look? And finally, we're at my favorite part of the show. Yay. All right. Auspicious op-ed number 39. I could pose some words. I'm going to share them with you. I think these are pretty good words. The title tonight is Predictive Programming, Animated Retrospective, Esoteric Bubblegum Crisis, Bubblegum Crash. All right, so amazing music, thought-provoking plot, and transhumanist storylines that sometimes pull at the heartstrings are all parts of the many facets that make the 1987 anime cyberpunk classic OAV, Bubblegum Crisis, and its 1992 sequel, OAV Bubblegum Crash, excellent examples of predictive programming's timelines nearly intersecting a little too close for comfort to our current timeline we're watching unfold throughout the world around us. As always, links to this epic entertainment will be available in the description box below. We follow the story of the Night Sabers, their friends in the AD police, their contractors' interests, and the corporate overlords who cause the world to become overrun with many grades of androids called boomers that threaten the safety and well-being of all the inhabitants of Mega Tokyo. Bubblegum Crisis is an 8-part OAV that stands for Original Animation, designed for the straight-to-video market. It was really highly prevalent the last quarter of the 20th century. And it takes place in 2032 at the series start. The year 2032 is not too terribly far from now, only 7 years away currently, and there are a few key features I'd like to note on the landscape of Mega Tokyo in their universe for a start. An important nuance for our community to take notice of is that life in Mega Tokyo is primarily lived on artificial island extensions or underground, and most of the inhabitants are boomers or bionoid hybrid boomers. These synthetic life forms have been programmed and manufactured to believe that they are sentient beings deserving of rights and purpose, or they can be programmed to behave like mindless, highly militarized, and volatile parasitic weapons of mass destruction, not only to organic life, but to less agreeable members of their mechanized race and the AIs or servers that their systems are reliant on. Synthetic life, synergy, and singularity also align with other features foretold in this landscape, including militarized boomers and mecha becoming commonplace in civilian, private, and commercial life, the requirement of mecha hard suits and other armored military class vehicles and weaponry that are required to keep the peace with the control of the boomers in the city. Advanced black market and mercenary tech markets have expanded like invasive species under this globalized corporate military market being the main suppliers of employment during a technologically imposed labor shortage with no end in sight. Secret societies are fighting for their last stages of relevance in this boomer-dominated future, and 4 incredibly brave young women in armored power suits who care about humans and benevolent technology a great deal regularly have to help keep the peace when none of the other powers that be can do anything about it on their own for one reason or another. From the looks of our landscape in this universe, the Earth disaster cycle is probably a factor in the design of Mega Tokyo, combined with militarized corporations controlling the majority of the markets due to the lack of organic humans contributing to these markets, and the prevalence of for boomers by boomers business models. And depopulation has clearly hit the humans in this universe, and the replacement of human population with boomers may seem bad enough, but imagine boomers that get discontinued or banned, yet simulates the feelings and behaviors of humans as they were programmed to, lest we forget, all the boomers programmed to live as humans in the truest of senses. It would also be important to note that there is a mention of some nature being left in this futurescape, and the humans who still very much treasure their natural understanding of life and traditions make getting out of the city to live in the country life a dream or an ultimate goal to accomplish. Our 4 main characters, Cilia, Pris, Lena, and Nene, are all young adults with very full lives who have come together to form the Night Sabers to help serve the people and interests of those who ask them for help dealing with out-of-control boomers, weaponry, and facilities related to their development. They each have a, career, they have friends, hobbies, and interests just like you or I. They just take their serving their community in a standing militia to a whole other level with cyberpunk style and flair. There are also quite the symbolic artistic statements being made through each episode in regards to the wide variety of villains, clients, friends, and other supporting characters. So many faces and facets of what would motivate any human to push or participate in markets and activities that are exclusively anti-human, with boomers who may or may not have anti-human sentiments or interests who now dominate much of society. Each installment of these OAVs focus on a different client who contracts the Night Sabers, a friend who asks them for help, or a matter involving boomers gets out of control for the AD police to handle on their own. All of the themes primarily center around the ethics of military corporate fusions, synthetic life dominating all facets of organic life, especially property and markets, the complications of a hybridized and globalized transhumanist society, and the impacts of singularity on everyone involved. Unlike my last op-ed where I'd suggest Robotech to kids of all ages, even though I got into Bubblegum Crisis when I was like 11 and I was like in 6th or 7th grade, I don't really remember what year that was, but the VHSs were great. The ratings people stamp an age on the DVD that's listed as 13 plus for the violence, language, and super brief nudity that was seemingly commonplace throughout this particular era of anime. While there is that epic girl power component saturating the script in all the right places, loved by so many, this is also a very popular classic across multiple media demographics who like fun cyberpunk and anime sci-fi, that has a heart that serves up all the drama, mecha, and action, sprinkled most liberally throughout the storylines and plots. Don't forget to check out the description box for links to the Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash playlists and Hurricane Live 2 for all the music videos and live concert footage from the series available on YouTube. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Our music selection featured today is coming on from my project Aztec Adventure and is titled Meanwhile in Paradise. The SoundCloud link will be available for you. And I'd like to go ahead and thank everyone for watching, and I would like to remind everyone to like, share, subscribe, and turn on those notification bells if you haven't yet. Please be sure to subscribe to Alexandria on Rumble or Odysee, and follow the YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following me, Epitome the Burn Kid, on X or Tumblr. And follow Copernican Records on SoundCloud for the latest from OK Copernicus Productions. As I like to tell you all in closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another, as we need it now in these times more than ever. I wish much PLUR to you and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. Catch y'all party peoples later. Epitome out. Bye, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Approaches and Methods to Make the Most of the Scrolling Archive on X and Tumblr. This is a supplemental key for the YouTube Recommended Chronicles that I post daily. If you are following that series and you're just like catching it in your feed, I actually have an intended way for it to be viewed if you want to use it for like research purposes, or to like keep up with the grid working and possibly help me with a little grid working. I know you can hit that repost button and that like button just like I do. Grid working is where we, the people, kind of teach the internet and the algorithm to, and the ethers and the astral. It's not just the 3D, it's also the 4D and the 5D. We are reprogramming the consciousness of all the things. We're getting it away from what the, the powers that be want to have us focus on for their interests and benefits. And we're not here for their interests and benefits. This is a free will realm. We're here to live, we're here to learn, and we're here to be happy and be peaceful and excellent. So if you want to be a part of this experiment where I do this archive, you go through it, you learn from it, you click on whatever videos move you or whatever speaks to you, and you get downloads as you learn, and as you repost and as you share these things, other people get to learn what you're learning, the algorithms get to learn what you're learning, the AIs get to learn what you're learning, and you get to be a very big influence behind the scenes. Wow, I just saw the 144 on the timer. Now I sound like the tarot readers. It's ridiculous. By the way, I'm not one of the tarot readers, but I do share a lot of tarot because, there's a lot going on right now. We have to learn all of the crafts, it would appear. We need to really understand what's around us so that people can't just come in and, just make up stuff and get away with stuff and just go, I'm an authority figure and I'm going to get what I want. So if you are following the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, you probably are, interested in the things that people don't really want people to hear about. So there's an actual order that I post this every day. I post daily, and I do it in really big chunks. I don't do this intermittently throughout the day. I sit down and I hunker down for a right good bit, and I hammer this out in an actual concise logical order, so that if you went and clicked on either profile on X or Tumblr, you can easily scroll back the past few days without typing in any search criterias to locate hashtags and dates for what I've posted. If you wanted to go further back into the archive and like use the search function to, I started doing this archive back in 2022. I've been really at this project for a good bit. It was on Facebook until it was kicked off of there. So let me go ahead and tell you the order. Sometimes I do 2 chunks if I'm given a lot by my friendly co-curator, Magic 8 Ball, my good buddy Algorithm, who gives me all this info to share with all of y'all. So if, and also if I need a break, sometimes I do take a break, but I never, ever, ever let the integrity of the archive slip. If I do take a break, it's normally not for more than 24 hours, and I have it caught up within 24 to 48 hours based on post limits, because that's the only thing that ever gets in the way of my work is post limits. Nothing else gets in the way of my work. Okay, well, shadow banning, but let's not even go into that. All right, so here's the post rhythm, basically. I'm looking at my notes. Sorry if I'm kind of rude. So it will go in chunks of tarot for the current micro, macro, storyline with the, secret societies, conspiracies, elites, earth angels, star seeds, etc. If you're in on that storyline, I post that in concise chunks daily, once or twice a day. The next chunk after that chunk is normally current events, documentary, and infotainment. I do a chunk of that. Then I do a chunk of music videos, healing frequencies. So there's like a chunk of like audio that I do. Then there will be a chunk of memes and visual art and articles, if there's any articles for me to share. And the memes will basically separate your day or half day. Based on how much I've been given to share in my grid working, so to say. All right. Sorry for that clang right there. It's loud. Okay. So, yeah, if you scroll through that, and I can't really tell you what time I update it daily because it's not really consistent. All I can tell you is once or twice a day, there will be a whole slew of new posts, and you can actually see where you are by where the memes leave off. And a really good hint is if there is a source message of the day for that day of posting, the source message of the day will be with the memes and the visual art, and you will that's a good date stamp for you. Everything in the archive is hashtagged with YouTube recommended chronicles, and is also hashtagged with the Great Awakening and the Great Remembrance, and then any other hashtags that need to go with it, and that's on Tumblr. On X, it just has this paragraph that I stamp with hashtags for the basic communities that follow this and what's basically in it, with a little more information. So I hope that helps give everyone some idea of the pacing, if you wanted to go back and treat it like an archive, so that you can actually sit down and, really review the materials, pick and choose what you want to learn more about, and focus on the areas that pique your interest. I try to make it well organized and easy to go through day by day and find what you want to look at in a matter of minutes. It really doesn't take that long to go through the feed once I get it up. So I hope that helps everyone make better use of the archive. Please share and pass this around to anyone or any communities who are watching my show and would like, or following my project and would like a better guide at how to get the most out of following it. Because I post it in a way that I can go back and I can put together my podcast. I can pull up the different information and have everything well organized and ready to get a show out and produce. So if you guys have usages for this information or your own projects, please feel free to help with the grid working and repost and share as much of this stuff as possible, especially if it piques a certain interest of you. The more we work the grid, the more the bad stuff that they want to flood us with that makes us like vibe low and helps with their, mind control agenda and their propaganda and all of that. When we shoot back what we want to hear about and what we want to talk about and what we care about, we get to rework that grid. So part of being a good citizen, I think, is being a good grid worker and putting good stuff on the internet so the internet's a better place. So if you want to help me with that, I'd really appreciate it. And yes, just following and watching and, just participating on the easiest levels, it helps. Every minute watched of a video helps it get more ground in the algorithm. So remember, even though it might seem a lot, it might seem daunting, just a couple hours a day, and you just change how you approach the internet and how you use it, the internet is actually going to learn from you, and it's going to alter its behavior. So instead of the internet influencing us, why don't we, be grown-ups and be humans about this, and let's go influence the internet and make it the internet that we want, while it's still here. So yeah, I will catch you guys next time. And if you have anything to say about the Chronicles or anything you want to suggest that I even take a look at or whatever, please leave it in the comments, and I will see you guys next time on one of my next productions. I know I've got something coming out soon. Like soon, like next week. See you guys then. Bye. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, Bangin beats. Okay, Copernicus. Hi there, everybody. It's Epitome the Burn Kid here, back with another Copernican update. Summer 2025 here on Alexandria Alt Media Broadcasting. So this is the channel news and updates across all the platforms that I am operating. Let's start with expansion plans. Negotiating some project collaborations with other artists and creators currently. I will have more to update on that front come our fall edition. I am also expanding Alexandria to Odysee this fall to reach further viewers, and we'll be looking into a more interactive platform for skill shares, lectures, discussions, and what I'd like to dub private practice philosophy and consulting for New Earth and Ascension matters to serve both individuals and small groups. Some humanities study and tutoring is also going to be a part of interactive offerings after I complete more research on the different platforms. Please leave any suggestions about platforms in the comments for me, please, if you have any good ones. I'd love to go check that out. And my new music project vlog, Bleeps and Bloops and the Oons Oons Oons, has made a splash with episodes 1 and 2. I focused on breaks for episode 1 and techno for episode 2. And I'm looking forward to exploring lots of new genres each episode, not only limited to EDM, but all genres of electronic music. So on the docket for episode 3, I'm going to do trance. Episode 4 is going to be house. 5 is going to be down tempo, and 6 is going to be a focus on hip hop with a bit of boom bap. So definitely stay tuned for all of that. I look forward to exploring so many genres as I put these out roughly every other week. I'm trying to not annoy my neighbors too much as I film that. And Busby by Burn Kid version 2.0 is now available in both stereo and surround sound up to 4K on YouTube. But due to upload limits, only the 540p stereo version is available on Rumble. The improvements are well worth the rewatch for the sound. The sound is so much better. This is my last full-length feature until 2026. but the new music and music videos will continue intermittently for the rest of the year across SoundCloud, Rumble, YouTube, Odysee, and X. Supplemental Broadcasts, Episode 40, and Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings, Episode 15, are available on both YouTube and Rumble, coming soon to Odysee. I am currently writing Episode 41 and Episode 16 of those podcast series. These should be uploaded over the next couple of weeks. If you enjoyed the last op-ed on Robotech, which kicked off the first in a 10-part series titled The Esoteric Predictive Programming Animated Retrospective, stay tuned for the second piece in the series where I cover Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash. Then I shall take on Rainbow Bright, Yes It Matters Today, Kids, on our third installment to keep the party going. I am also about to release a viewing key for the YouTube recommended chronicles so that everyone can get the absolute most out of my ongoing divinely transmitted scrolling, streaming, infotainment, DIY, introspective mystery school that I post daily on X and Tumblr with my friendly electro-algorithmic co-curator and download master Magic 8 Ball. He's a really awesome algorithm. I love him. He blinks at me. He's sweet. I'm very happy to be serving my communities with my spiritual gifts, including electrokinesis, logic kinesis, and all the clairs, just to name a few. That's right, kids, I'm an Esper too. I am honored to be one of the living words, seers, healers, and auspicious incarnations, aiding in the great awakening with all the other light workers, grid workers, and other key helpers. Shout out to all the other Blu-ray starseeds, earth angels, espers, and real heads that have banded together to form a better realm the right way. Unlike those who seem to have the reins, even though they don't really know what to do with them aside from abuse them, which is like glaringly obvious if you watch any of my podcasts. So if you want to hear me give people the business, I don't just make music. Go to my podcast. It's pretty great. And that wraps up this summer's Copernican update. I'll be back in the fall, let you know what we've accomplished, what's new, what's upcoming, and what might be added to the repertoire. If you have any ideas, all the info is down in the description box below. Go ahead, send me an email, leave something in the comments, and all the links to check out everything that I mentioned is going to be in the description box below as well. It's been excellent to be back with everyone again. As always, we have our new thing now. We're getting used to the new thing. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, okay, Copernicus, yes. And the other thing I always say to you guys, because it's been a bit since I've said it, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and please keep being excellent to one another. We don't have enough excellence in this world. Look around you. Be excellent, all right? All right. I'll catch you guys next time. Epitome out. Bye, everyone. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, okay, Copernicus! Hi there, everybody. Epitome the Burn Kid back after a nice little break to relocate. Welcome to my new studio home here in Manitou Springs, Colorado. Packed up the family, moved from Maryland, if you caught the update and last supplemental broadcast, and relocated to the mountains and absolutely loving it. So I hope everyone had a really good break. As promised, I am back with episode 15, titled Giants, Tataria, and the Gateways to Hidden History. I have a wonderful video syllabus for you this evening, and I also have some website links for some concepts and all that we're going to go over in the program today. So I'd like to welcome everyone back, all of my returning and new viewers. Thank you so much for coming back. Please be sure to like, share, subscribe, comment, let a friend know about what's up, because we learned some pretty cool stuff on this program. Welcome back. And let's go ahead and start with just some major points, and then we're going to go into a little introduction regarding Tartaria, and go through some sources, and go over the syllabus with everyone, and let you go with some ideas and stuff to go off and research and learn about. We're going to have a good time. So let's go ahead and start with some major points. So when we are going to just go over some keywords, or your kind of hashtag sort of words that are going to stand out for major points regarding Tartaria are Reset Wars, Orphan Trains, Cabbage Patch Kids, Giants, the Millennial Kingdom, Secret Societies, Hidden History, the Carrington Event, Aliens and UFOs, World Wars and Civil Wars, Capitalism, the Modern Era, the Medieval Era, the Exploration Era, and the Renaissance Era, which I am further and further convinced was a psyop. End of story, but we'll get into that later on in the program. Systems changes, dates and numerology, Moorish America, and like, really, what are they hiding and why? So those are some major points when looking at the basics of overall, what is this Tartarian conspiracy or empire, civilization, architecture? What is all of this all about, and why did it suddenly get like erased from the history books and everything sometime like in the 1800s, when this was a very long-standing worldwide global civilization that multiple people like dug up and overhauled and usurped and tried to claim as their own, would appear the story goes. So let's go ahead and get into our first source about, let me set my notes down for a moment, about 10 compelling reasons why Tartaria may have been hidden from history. So I'm going to go over the main 10 points and the sub-points as we go on down the list. This is from the website tartariaempire.com. So reason number one is to maintain the colonial narrative. Modern history promotes the idea that Western powers civilized the world. The existence of a global advanced civilization in Eurasia before Western colonization completely disrupts that storyline. Acknowledging Tartaria would mean admitting that Western powers destroyed something that was already highly sophisticated both culturally and technologically. Number two, because Tartarian technology was too advanced. From free energy towers and massive bells to cymatic healing and harmonic buildings, the old world's technology seems to have been based on sound, frequency, and sacred geometry. If this knowledge were rediscovered, it would undermine modern energy monopolies and expose the limitations of today's science. Number three, to erase evidence of a unified global culture. Ancient cities across the world, from India to Mexico, Russia to Australia, show similar architecture, symbols, and sacred designs. The idea that these were independent developments is pushed hard, but Tartaria suggests a different possibility, a single interconnected global civilization. Number four, because star forts and cities don't fit the timeline. The star forts, geometrically perfect, astronomically aligned, and globally distributed, exist in places where no military need for them is recorded. These structures hint at pre-flood or pre-reset knowledge of energy grids, not simple defensive forts. Their existence raises serious questions about who built them, when, and why. Number 5, to hide the mud flood catastrophe. Many believe that around the 1800s, a global catastrophe, possibly involving liquefaction or energy weaponry, buried entire cities under mud. Buildings with visible subfloors, half-buried entrances, and missing construction records support this. Acknowledging the mud flood would mean accepting a recent reset far more devastating than we've been told. Number 6, to suppress ancient knowledge of free energy. Domes, antennas, copper wiring, and spires on old buildings weren't just decorative. They may have collected ambient etheric energy similar to Tesla's theories, but if energy could be free, entire industries would collapse. Number 7, because religious power was at stake. Tatarian cathedrals and buildings are often aligned to the heavens, structured with sacred geometry and filled with symbols not exclusive to any one religion. The Vatican and other dominant religious institutions have had every reason to suppress a culture that unified science and spirit outside of dogma. Number 8, to control the human origin story. Accepting Tataria would force a rewrite of human history, suggesting advanced pre-reset civilizations existed long after the last supposed Stone Age. That destroys the Darwinian linear model of human evolution and calls into question everything about our origins. Number 9, because it would expose the orphan train agenda. The empty cities phenomenon seen after the reset was followed by the forced movement of orphans across America, Europe, and Australia. These children, often nameless and without family, were used to repopulate areas emptied by the disaster. Who raised them? What were they told? And whose cities were they really living in? And number 10, to keep you disconnected from your power. In the end, hiding Tataria isn't just about covering up buildings or empires. It's about erasing your connection to a more powerful, more harmonious past. A world where architecture healed, energy flowed freely, and people lived in balance with the earth. The conclusion is a history worth rediscovering. Tataria wasn't just a place, it was a paradigm, one where architecture, energy, and spirituality merged, where cities vibrated with harmonic resonance, where history flowed differently. The silence surrounding Tataria isn't accidental, it's strategic, and that silence is breaking. So that was our first source with the 10 main reasons from TatarianEmpire.com. The next site I'm going to give you some information from is called TatariaBritannica.com. And the two sections I'm going to read from are titled Buried Cities, Forgotten Structures, and Patterns of Erasure. So, if Tataria was merely a misunderstanding, a relic of outdated geography, there would be little reason to continue asking questions. But across the realm, there are architectural anomalies that point to a far more complex past than what we have been taught. Consider the grand buildings of the 19th century, the so-called Beaux Arts, neoclassical, and Baroque structures that seem to appear fully formed in a historical blink. Many of them, we are told, were constructed in impossibly short time frames with rudimentary tools, yet they rival modern architecture in complexity and durability. Some curiously show signs of having been repurposed rather than originally built by the civilizations that claim them. In several cases, these buildings appear to have been excavated rather than constructed, as if they had been buried under layers of earth before being rediscovered. The phenomenon of mud flood buildings, structures partially buried with windows and entire floors beneath street level, raises further questions. While mainstream explanations attribute this natural shifts in the landscape, The sheer scale of these buried buildings suggests something more deliberate. Why do so many cities across Europe, Russia, and the Americas have architecture that appears to predate recorded settlement, only to have been partially submerged in earth? And now we're moving on to the next section, patterns of erasure, and then we're going to go to our final source. And here we go. History is written not just by victors, but by those who control narratives. Over the centuries, great fires, world's fairs, and urban renewals have provided convenient opportunities to erase and rebuild. The Great Fire of London in 1666. Remember how I said numerology? Keep note of the numbers that go through this topic as you go through it. It's a good idea. The fires that swept through American cities in the 19th century and the mysterious destruction of entire districts in European capitals all led to rapid reconstruction efforts. You know how I said the Renaissance was a psyop? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, just saying. What was lost in these events? What was built over, altered, or removed from historical memory? The pattern repeats itself across continents. Remember how I mentioned Moorish America? You know, Moorish America is pre-exploration, right? Just saying, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Buildings that should not exist in the time frame they are assigned to. You know, there's like a Sphinx in the Grand Canyon and like other Egyptian things. Just a little, you know, pointing you to the direction of, I don't think they're telling us the truth whatsoever. Urban layouts that suggest older foundations beneath modern streets, a suspiciously uniform approach to historical preservation that favors reconstruction over investigation. It is not that we are looking at a single lost empire, but rather at a series of resets, periods where history was rewritten to fit a new narrative. A narrative like a false matrix, like, you know, the thing that New Earth is supposed to fix. So, yeah, that. And why this matters, finally. The questions surrounding Tartaria are not just about whether an empire was erased. They point to a much larger issue, the way history itself is managed, altered, and controlled. If entire civilizations can be forgotten, if their contributions can be reassigned or buried, what does that say about our understanding of the past? The true nature of Tartaria may never fully be uncovered, but that is not the point. What matters is recognizing that history, as it has been presented to us, is not a flawless record. It's actually, history is technically a social science, and all science is technically a pseudoscience, because all science is based on very, very, very highly flawed theories that are literally oversimplified reductionist notions that the material dialectic and particle physics agenda permits. But we'll get into all of that on another episode. I don't want to throw all that into the Tartaria episode. That's entirely too much. Back to the script. There are holes, contradictions, and deliberate omissions. What else has been removed? What else have we been told is impossible simply because the official narrative has no place for it? I've been told colonization technically infers that we are all owned, bought, and funded by secret societies' money and usurps. My understanding is a lot of what we've been told is simply to literally have us consenting and going along with an agenda that no one should have ever consented to begin with. But that has to do with stuff beyond the ice wall. We'll get into that in future episodes, though. History leaves its traces, even when it is rewritten. The architecture we inherit tells a story that doesn't always match the official records. The question is, are we willing to see it? And now we're going to pop over just so we can get to the origins of this. Now I've moved over to historydefined.net. And this is the subtitle here is Origin of the Tartaria Conspiracy Theory. Like I said, all science, all social science, any science, all science technically is pseudoscience. Everything has been that we currently have founded has been based upon false, doctored, manipulated principles that are designed to control and subdue the public at large and make it seem like more trouble than it's worth to fight for and stand up for the truth and for other ways of living. So they've chosen to stigmatize a lot of things like the Tartarian conspiracy, claiming the roots in Russian pseudoscience. Well, you just heard my opinion about science, so I digress. Let's move forward. Mentions of Empire of Tataria first appeared in Russian conspiracy theorist Anatoly Fomenko's New Chronology. Nikolai Levashov later spread his work around in his Racial Occult History. If you watch the last episode of Pan-Panen with the tarot thing and the thing that was done to me and, you know, the other light workers, grid workers, chosen ones, 144K, who were marked for human sacrifice, this goes into this racial occult history, this usurping that this particular group does. And my understanding is these guys are of the scaly bunch and of the gray bunch. But, you know, I don't really want to go into that here too far. This led to a belief that Russia was Tataria, whose real origins were covered up by the West. Well, that's kind of ludicrous. We sort of know better than that. Later, the Russian Geographical Society debunked all these claims, said that that's just some weird extremist fantasy. I'm going to go ahead and agree with that for the sake of mention. Oh, pop-up ad, why must you? I'm filming right now. All right. Very good. Okay, so the talk about the Tatarian Empire seemingly fizzled out until 2016. Did you notice a lot of weird stuff started happening around 2016? I don't know about you, but I noticed things got real funny and society started moving funny, and things have really never been the same since. But back to the story. When it started to appear online on various YouTube conspiracy theory channels and eventually gained ground in 2017 when it began to pop up on Facebook, Reddit, and other social media channels. However, this theory deviated from its Russian origins and became an architectural conspiracy regarding the buildings and what have you that they dug up from these mud floods that they're. You know, these mud floods are a precursor to, like, the Earth disaster cycle, and they are a part of the Earth disaster cycle if you're over following suspicious observers. I have a more Ptolemaic view of matters, but to understand it from a, what I would call a mainstream science perspective, please go on over there and watch all the stuff they have going on there. They're really good. I'll put a link in the profile so you can, like, tie those ideas together. Oh yeah, back to the script. According to the proponents of this theory, Tataria was a giant race of technologically superior beings. Remember how I mentioned giants? Yes. And there's a lot of photographic evidence of this too from the black and white era, who existed on Earth long before we came into the picture, and this actually makes a lot of sense evolutionarily speaking. Not the fake evolution, but the real evolution of how this, like, narrative, like, got constructed. Some even suggest that we devolved from them after the Great Flood of Mud. I'm here to tell you there were several great floods of mud, and this has happened with several different species of humanoid, unfortunately. This flood was responsible for wiping them and most of their technological innovations out, leaving only remnants of their architecture. So, yeah, that is the main overview that I have for everyone. And now I'm scrolling right now to the great cover-up. Okay, so basically, most of the modern world, if you've noticed, all basically have the, like, same kind of buildings, especially laid out in certain places in certain areas. You're going to notice these patterns, and you'll also notice that these buildings, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't believe the people of today could construct these buildings if they tried. I don't believe they're talented enough. I don't believe they know how to work with the materials. I don't believe they, I actually don't believe any modern builders could do what they want to claim was done in the 1800s. It's really far-fetched. Let me get my notes real quick. I had a few concepts that I wanted to cover with this before I go over the syllabus. Okay, so the first one I want to cover a little bit is the medieval, the exploration and the Renaissance narratives being complete psyops. I want to tie this concept into the Millennial Kingdom, Satan's little season, and how that's ending right now. Apparently the firmament's going to go out. The ice wall is going to come down. The sky is going to become fire. The continental drift is going to drift right quick. There's going to be mud floods, mega tidal waves. This is what like buried Egypt and other places. This is what has shifted continents around. This is what's caused mass extinctions in the past. And the reason that they want to cover up these historical, I guess these facets of history, these other narratives, and defining these certain eras and things is they want to literally rein in the knowledge and only link it to what they can reproduce and what they can somehow manufacture what I would call a mathematical understanding of. And if they're incapable of doing that, they literally try to erase the evidence, dismiss it as mythology, dismiss it as just sort of a whim or what someone's idea. They want to dismiss anything that they cannot control. You'll notice that this trend, even if you read the history, I was a history major and philosophy major. If you go through and read history as they want you to learn history, especially, at the college level, you can sort of see that it's a little bit too systematic. It's a little too convenient, and it stays within a certain set of parameters that, in my opinion, would de facto render it a pseudoscience because you're not accepting any and all data to go over your recorded history. You're picking and choosing. You're giving certain precedence to some voices over others, and most of the voices given precedence to are moneyed voices. And as we've discussed on prior episodes of the program, money's black magic. People go around with money and hypnotize people and get people to do things they would never do if they were not hypnotized and like being emotionally manipulated and mind controlled with money scarcity tactics and all these other techniques that these weirdo secret societies have like taught people and have misguided them. And when we look at how long does this repeat story go, I'm here to tell you, as a fractal of source, as a conduit of source, there's a disaster cycle because apparently the inhabitants of this realm have a little problem with technology, money, and both of those things are technically magic, okay? They also have a problem with communication. Communication is also magic. These people apparently are very good at making things go extinct and even sinking continents like Atlantis and Lemuria and other places that no longer exist because they get out of hand with communication, technology, and money. By the way, all of these are man-made things. All of these, technically speaking, are of unlimited abundance if we were so wise as to see things for what they truly are and not play the games that this matrix has tried to condition from almost birth to create a false social contract, which, by the way, is a very faulty theory in political philosophy and doesn't really hold much weight. Why they think it's reality, I could not tell you. But I digress. The narratives regarding exploration and all these advancements that happened at those times, that was usurping, guys. And then the other idea that I want to tie along with this is I am going to redefine a set of parameters, okay, to understand race theory as they tried to cover it up. All right, so I'm here to talk about this is my new theory. Sit down. So let me try to give you a little something straight from the I guess my downloads combined with my logic and reasoning and my analysis. I'm going to give you an epistemology of a race theory. It's 3-tiered, all right? So first, and I'm going to tie it all to this, I swear to you, is natural racism, all right? That's theory number 1. And natural racism is what Spanish racism, or I'm going to call it 1600s racism, was designed to cover up. Theory number 2 is artificial racism, all right? I'm not saying it isn't real. I'm saying it's artificially imposed. It's not innate. It's not coming from a primal place within. I am stating that natural racism is coming from a primal place within. I'm going to go into why in a little bit, but let's just start with those ideas, natural and artificial. And then the third idea happens when these two ideas combine, right? Okay, and the third idea is called mega racism. And when mega racism gets going, you start seeing slavery, genocide, extreme environmental destruction, wars, you see a lot of crazy things happen that are trying to, I guess, distract us all from what's really happening at that time. And it all ties into this mud flood and cover up. So let me start with natural racism and how that relates to 1600s racism, how artificial racism relates to 1800s racism. For everyone American, understands American history, we're going to be talking about the 1-drop rule regarded for 1800s racism, whereas the Spaniards race chart from the 1600s, we're going to talk about how that is going to cover up natural racism, because that's more of what that is about, especially with like the disappearance of the Olmecs and other peoples that vanished without a trace. We got to really look into this and use our noggins for what they're trying to not tell us. And mega racism, when these two concepts combine, that's when you get the last time we saw mega racism, and I'm going to say most recently the last time we saw mega racism is the two main groups are going to be what I am going to dub communist, socialist, anarcho-confused peoples in general. All of those movements are the last one that I've seen mega racism come out of. I've also seen it come out of extreme Islam. I've also seen it come out of the CCP. Before then, instances where we would look at mega racism and we can clearly point it out, we would be looking at like Napoleon, we would be looking at like Mao, we would be looking at World Wars 1 and 2. These appear to be cover-ups for these ideas. So let me go ahead and start with natural racism and Tartaria and giants. All right. Natural racism is something that is within different humanoid species inside of us, primally, where we respond to humanoids who don't match the characteristics, the vibes, the auric fields, all of that. We can tell it's not the same species as us, but they've tried to cover up all of this knowledge, basically. Like a good example of covering up all of this is like during exploration, when they're going around and they're like finding all this stuff and they're meeting all these new people and there are all these like genocides and there's all these like bones of giants left behind. This is clear instance of natural racism, where one species of humanoid approaches another species of humanoid, something in them goes off, and boom, you have natural racism, all right? Artificial racism, which we're gonna say, we're gonna call it 1800s racism as well, is racism where people who are, I guess, of a majority, people of a majority are going to literally, arbitrarily, and artificially set their own parameters regarding what is and is not a race, what constitutes counting and not counting. There is nothing primal or instinctual about this. Artificial racism is calculated. It's normally for an economic strategy. It's normally not even about racism. It's literally about being advantageous and finding any and all excuses, right down to inventing the current mainstream notions of race, which, if it were actual racism, like, not artificially imposed by I guess authority figures or what have you, there would be something instinctual about this. It wouldn't be a strategy. It wouldn't be some devised way to propel or expand your society. It wouldn't even, that would serve absolutely no purpose. So mega racism is when these things like combine. Mega racism is when we start looking at secret societies, we start looking at religious sects, we start looking at the Inquisition, we start looking at the witch trials, we start piecing together a lot of these other components where natural racism and artificial racism seem to combine. And over the ages, there are far less different species of humanoid than there were, right down to the point that you can see that certain continents are shaped like the humanoids they are literally made of from other cataclysms from eons past. So, yeah, to pull all of that together, these mud floods and cover-ups, because these mud floods happen on cycles and they happen randomly, and the last civilization to be taken down was the Tatarian one. All the areas that this happened to, and the areas happen to be around riverbeds and ley lines, which is, you know, where a lot of people have gone to settle, or dare I say, usurp their settlement when they discovered new land. It wasn't as new as they want to pretend that it was. So to cover up all these notions, they start crafting these other narratives just to get people not to ask questions, just to get people not to investigate further, and for no one to hold accountability, and so that they maintain a absolutely grotesque amount of power. And the most common places that you can really see the clearest examples of this are the Western world. France, the US, Germany all have a lot of historic sites where you can see the mud flood evidence very clearly. And if you piece it all together, it's, you know, going to kind of come out like I told you. You're going to start seeing, oh, so they don't want us to know that this is just a thing. They don't want us to know maybe we should live another way. They don't want us to know maybe you shouldn't put a power plant there. Yeah, they don't want us to really know or investigate the truth about this. They want to dismiss everything as pseudoscience, myth, urban legend, conspiracy theory, insert slur here. And this is just what they do. And my other point now. So the this all ties into the Earth natural cycle disaster cover-up, which I will have links in the thing for you to go look at more on that. And this is basically the secret society's linchpin to controlling their matrix empire entirely off of lies and illusion that are indoctrinated, instilled, and legislated as requirements, while trying to convince you that you must uphold this under the guise of some social contract that you didn't even get to read, let alone sign or consent to. It's a bit absurd if you ask me. And for other fun views, fun on this, definitely go check out the last auspicious op-ed I did on Robotech. It very much ties into the themes here about Tartaria. And the next op-ed I'm about to do on the next supplemental broadcast is going to be on Bubblegum Crisis, which is going to give us another different cybernetic, more transhumanist view of this same deal, because let's be real, Mega Tokyo is hyperbole for post-cataclysm. Japan ain't Japan no more, is it? Yeah. So we're gonna like tie all of that stuff in there. So I hope that you got some good ideas and some info out of this to start further research about Tartaria and hidden history. You're going to find Tartaria is a lot like Atlantis, Lemuria, Mu, like other places, Shambhala, Agartha, places that are no longer spoken about, but you go back into old Renaissance writings and it's well documented, but people want to tell you those people didn't know what they were talking about. Those people thought the earth was flat. And, like other things like that, shaming and trying to gaslight, use black magic and spell work to trick you into believing a false history, a false economy, false governmental system, false legislation. If you are not following the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, that is a sister component to this show on X and Tumblr, please do while we're here. Because a lot of the memes and stuff have to do with Tartaria, hidden history, and the like. So yeah, let me go ahead and get you into the syllabus links so that you know what to look forward to. And I will send everyone on some merry studies. I'd like to thank everyone once again for being here with me. And let's go ahead and get on into the syllabus links. The Remains of Giants by Gabriel Dragonescu. Well, that title cut off. But The Remains of Giants. White Giants of the New World by Robert Sepper. The Great Tartarian Empire by Robert Sepper. The Crisis of Tartaria by Lucius Aurelian. Solomon, the First King of Tartaria. Tales of the Old World. Forgotten History of Tartaria and the Old World, Lucius Aurelian. The Crisis of Tartaria. Oh, that one doubled. Whoops. Okay, so we got that. Okay. This Bible shows our reality is false, the biggest cover-up of all time. Billy Carson on Anunnaki, alien gods who created the first ... Tartarian Toilets and the Antiquitech of the 19th Century by Jared Boosters. Tartaria Conference 2025, hosted by Elizabeth Hancock. What Happened to All the Adults? Interview with Richard Vobes. A Little Season in New York City on the channel My Lunch Break. Finding Tartaria from My Lunch Break. History That Has Been Hidden, another interview with Richard Vobes. Tartaria Explained Supercut Old World from Ancient Historia. Tartaria, The Lost Science of Sacred Power by Jane 108 Academy. Tartaria Healing Frequencies. This is not music extremely powerful to try out some sonics. Tartaria Healing Vibration Tones and Power of Ancient Bells from You Create Reality. Tartary in San Francisco, oldest photographs from 1860 to 1869. Fort Ross and The Gold Rush by Jared Boosters. The Knights of Tartaria. And just for fun, I did a couple of songs titled Tartaria. They're pretty good. They're down here too. And some music videos. Those are pretty excellent as well. But anyway, that is all I have for you to get your feet wet on Tartaria and to tie it into the other concepts of the show. If you've made it with me this far, thank you so much for being here. If you are entirely unaware of what Pan-Panen, Prophetic, Pious, Ponderings are, basically I'm here to just inform you. I am all three. I am a religious, a spiritual, and a theological person. And this show is a sister podcast to the Supplemental broadcast and the YouTube Recommended Chronicles. This deals with the more spiritual side of the stories that we cover. And it's from a perspective influenced by my religious, spiritual, and theological beliefs. So just to let my newcomers know real quick what all of that is, because it's been a bit since I've told everyone. My religious beliefs are a big hodgepodge of a Buddhist, Taoist, Abrahamic, pagan, neo-pagan, indigenous, and other ancient belief systems. What I've learned from all of that I find beneficial and to be true, and that checks out when tested. While spiritually, I am a pantheist. Everything is all parts and components of God. God simply is, and we are a part of that experience. And my theological beliefs are panentheist. I believe that there is a spark of God inside of all of us, if we so choose to foster that spark and further its potential in this world, and what the divine can do through us as conduits of the divine, especially if you're from one of the major communities that I try to serve, which is light workers, chosen ones, 144K, grid workers, people who are here for New Earth, and also all of the people from the more secular truth, freedom, and sovereignty movement. It's helping them get their feet wet in these more spiritual ideas, more outer worldly ideas and concepts. So again, I'd like to welcome you to the show. You will be able to find the soundtrack for this episode, which I'm actually about to go make. It's so fun. Over on my SoundCloud, the links for everywhere you can find me, all of the sources used for the show, and all of the videos this were used for the script and syllabus. I'll have all of that for you in the description box. I'd like to thank everyone for being here again, and welcome to our new set as we get settled in, and I look forward to seeing everyone on episode 16. I am not sure what we're doing for episode 16 just yet, but I'm thinking we're going to start approaching this concept that I got a download about through the videos this week in the YouTube Recommended Chronicles. It's come to my attention that these dark forces types, that they like absolutely hate beauty, love, happiness, you know, all that is good, all that is worth living for. And all this like brutalist architecture and going around and making everything ugly, and like all the shows on like TV like are like ugly and sad, and like the movies are like ugly and sad, and like the music is like ugly and sad, and like all of it's like intentional because it's all like a weird form of black magic and like a psyop to try to maintain social control and invoke a trance via like mass formation psychosis and like other principles of dark psychology utilized through media and other like technological sources to indirectly impose it onto the populace and have them, you know, incidentally accept it as normal, like, you know, given uninformed like indirect consent. But we will get into that next time. Thanks again for being here. I hope I did not ramble entirely too long. I hope you have fun learning about Tartaria. We have a new slogan for OK Copernicus, so here it is. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. I like to wish you all adieu, and keep on being excellent, keep being awesome. We need it more than ever, because boy, do we have some interesting stuff going on out there as this little season comes to an end, and we are ready for the new earth to come shining on in. See you next time, guys. Bye. On today's episode, featured videos include Today's bonus features include Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 40 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my other podcast series, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. I would also like to take a little time to thank everyone who has supported OK Copernicus and all the projects I'm working on, and supporting all the music across all the major streaming platforms, listening to my tracks. I've released across many volumes of the Copernican Dispatch, with much more to come. A warm welcome indeed to my new and returning subscribers, followers, and viewers who are joining us on this wild journey of truth and apocalyptic enlightenment. I'm so happy to have you all back after a brief break to recharge, recalibrate, rebalance, and relocate as we continue to traverse the emerging complexities of the coming era. And on with today's featured video recommendations. Our first video today takes us to the Bohemian Grove with Two Old Dudes. That's the channel's name, not a personal opinion. Here's a little excerpt from their transcript. And I quote, "In today's episode, we ask, is there a place on Earth where the world's most powerful men participate in pseudo-sacrificial ritual at the foot of a giant owl? We're speaking of the Bohemian Grove Club. So like a curious traveler on a quest, we embark upon the winding roads of information, staying with us for a ride into knowledge. The super secret Bohemian Grove Club is in Sonoma County, California, and has been around since 1872. Every year in June and July, rumors about robed figures and ritual ceremonies run rampant. Doesn't help that 5 United States presidents have been members of the club since 1971. And end quote. And you want to know why we don't trust our government, really? Okay, that's cute. Now, on to our second video. This is another good one. 5D Reptilian Hive Mind Exposed, David Icke. 2026 Soul Farm Online. Matrix. What's it? Oh, Matrix Code Leaked is the title of the video, and As Within is the channel that is featuring that one. David Icke talks about Matrix Code in the latest video excerpt that released from the As Within channel. We're featuring here as our second video pick. He walks us through the epistemology of what the programming of the false matrix consists of, so that we might better be immune to all its ill effects. We were born to be alive. We were not born to be human batteries for insatiable energy harvesters who thought they could usurp the world by corrupting it with enforced usury systems and power dynamics. He puts it all together well in a concise presentation. And onto our third video, Off Grid with Doug and Stacy are responsible for this most informative video. They are going to introduce us to a book titled Transhumanist Genocide that I think we should all take a look at. From AI to 5G to weather modification, Doug and Stacy keep it real in hopes that those who need to get real about the seriousness of these topics have a better chance at getting real and preparing for the future. And just a little bit about Doug and Stacy. They're really cool. They have been living off-grid since 2010, and they share their lives on their YouTube channel. So if you're trying to make your way out of the default world, out of the matrix and off the grid, definitely check them out. They are really excellent. Our fourth video comes from Dr. James Lindsay at New Discourses and is titled DEI is Speaking Bitterness. One of the biggest unveilings I've experienced this apocalypse is the prevalence and prominence of black magic, spell work, root work, energetic projections, and manipulation being the primary means that any government's function is rendered. Fully illusory societies crumbling upon the knowledge of said illusions are a very real-world matter all of us should be preparing to tackle in the coming decades as this timeline story unfolds. Here's a little excerpt Dr. Lindsay left in his description box from episode 97, and I quote, "In Mao's China, the population was turned against itself through relentless campaigns known as speaking bitterness. Of course, this was prompted and forced by the communists, and it worked to their advantage by tearing apart the fabric of the communities they were, air quotes, transforming. We have been doing the same thing here in the West, primarily at work and in our schools under names like DEI training, unconscious bias training, social emotional learning, and broadly the term sensitivity training. In this episode of New Discourses Bullets, host James Lindsay gives us the original context for these disastrous trainings so that we can better be equipped to expose and stop them, because there's a lot of this going around. Bitcoin University is the channel providing our fifth video today, titled EU Preparing to Steal Your Stuff. Let's hop on over to that description box for more. And I quote, "As the EU attempts to deal with its massive debt, GDP levels, high taxes, money printing, and outright confiscation will all be used. Bitcoin as an exit from the fiat system will also be highly monitored and discouraged. A similar surveillance and confiscation state is also coming to the US and the UK. Will Trump come out in favor of digital IDs too? It wouldn't surprise me at all. All it would take is one big cyber attack or terrorist attack, real or false flag, to have every American sheeple begging for internet passports and a national ID. Nietzsche was right. The government is the coldest of all cold monsters. Everything the government says is a lie, and everything it has stolen." Preach, Nietzsche. Preach. That is so real. And why not end our main features with a little antiquated potty humor? Okay, not exactly. How about Tatarian toilets and more? Jared Boosters has us covered in his video titled Tatarian Toilets and the Antiquitech of the 19th Century. Paris, France, cast iron repurposed, 1865. Let me take you to a short word from Jared. He says, "Howdy y'all. Today we will look at a collection of photographs taken in Paris in the year 1865. The subject matter will be the multitude of cast iron and masonry structures being founded along the streets of the city during the early 19th century. Initially, before translating the titles for the images, I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking at. To me, it appeared to be intricate antiquitech, or ancient technology stationed outside the most major architecture. Yet once I began to translate the titles for the images, I was taken aback. Today, according to the current narrative, we are looking at some of the first public toilets in Paris installed directly into the streets. Most being installed with intricate cast iron lights, these structures truly appear out of place to me. The sheer magnitude of some of these cast iron and masonry creations is also worth note. A portion of the larger public water cabinets are multiple stories tall, and many of them also include cast iron domes. Could these 1865 photographs reveal more than we could expect about the true nature of Paris in the 19th century? Do these cast iron masterpieces look out of place to you? I'd love to hear all your insights and ideas in the comments. And that wraps up our main features. On to our bonus features. Our first bonus feature, and I want to just take a moment to give you a special note. This is a part of videos that I've been being featured on Pan-Panen. So this is a channeling video, and you're going to find that it ties into the stories that we go over here on Supplemental Broadcast because it's like a macro micro view overage of current events. The first video is coming in from Intuitive Heart with a story time, and it is titled "There is a compilation of evidence connecting the dots of centuries of ... And just like we talked about the toilet Antiquitech, this is the more on the spiritual side of what we see, the material side of things, the overlap of everything. It's truly fascinating. Our second bonus video comes in from Doug and Stacy Offgrid, and it's a warning about cell phones. Now you know. Go check that out for more tech safety. Our third video is Money is Broken, the truth about our financial system, and that comes in from the channel Coin Bureau. Fourth up from the channel Conspiracy Are Us is Jehovah versus the Star Cities. Our fifth bonus feature, Why Socialism Can Never Work, the Why Minutes. And our sixth and final, and really, this one's a good one to watch, guys, especially if you considered those electric vehicles. Just take a peek at this video titled 8 EVs Self-Combust Daily, Shanghai Pudong Toll Station. And the channel for that is China Observer. And that leads us to my favorite part of the show, my auspicious op-ed. It's my little time to share some words that I composed with everyone. So let's get to it. This is going to be the first auspicious op-ed in the series of pieces dedicated to the topic of predictive programming embedded in retro cartoons and anime. And I'm titling this series Esoteric Predictive Programming Animated Retrospective. Yeah. And we are going to start with one of my favorites of all time under the category of super rewatchable picks. We're starting with Robotech. All right. So the 1985 classic, known for its iconic transforming Veritech fighters, memorable characters, and all that space opera sci-fi saga goodness that is fun for all ages. So many themes embedded into this Japanimation classic to tell you about that are similar to what we've been experiencing in a similar time frame to what actually went on the show. Note, Robotech is an American series, but the animation comes from 3 separate anime series with their own stories that are not related in any way to the stories in Robotech. So we use the term Japanimation for this method where you add a new story to the edited post-production footage in lieu of just dubbing the Japanese series into English. So that's why we call this one Japanimation. Anyway, although I'll be, I will be linking everyone to the complete series in the description box. So please take note that although I'm giving you all of that, I do find that the book series by Jack McKinney is absolutely phenomenal, well worth the read. Let's go ahead and get into the most interesting highlights that relate to our experiences in this 21st century real world that has transpired before us. All right, so the first part of the series, known as the Macross Saga, begins with when an alien spaceship crashes down to Earth in 1999. That's the same year I turned 18. In the midst of a global civil war. The UN Spacey, which is very similar in spirit to our UN, implements the Robotech Defense Force after researching and refurbishing this alien technology for human use in warfare. The Zentradi aliens are a giant species of humanoids that do not reproduce like Homo sapiens, but instead they utilize cloning chambers and also have the ability to micronize in similar chambers to be human-sized. All of the alien species throughout the series share many characteristics with beings from our own real-world hidden history, such as Tartaria, Beyond the Ice Wall, or what other people call Antarctica, Atlantis, Lemuria, and so on. The power of love, music and frequency, and energy are an important overarching theme that aid in tying the 3 series together that were used to make Robotech. Ethics, morality, and discernment remain primary themes that drive the story, which is something that has been largely missing from this demographic of programming since the late 80s. Humans having to adapt to a wide array of challenging circumstances, oftentimes at the hands of their evil government officials, are handled mindfully with complexity and nuance. From civilian hostages in space to interspecies relations and the ethics of war to the ethics of love, much to ponder and contemplate emerges with each episode. While the Macross Saga mostly takes place in space during an intergalactic war, the second part of the series, known as Southern Cross or the Robotech Masters, takes place on a war-ravaged, militarily policed, globalized into one-world state. A new race of humanoid aliens and their clones are introduced that utilize frequencies to enforce their agendas, heal their soldiers, and employ a type of eugenics on the peoples created and modified via melodically induced mind control from highly advanced and militarized musical equipment. Complex topics regarding loyalty, war, governance, and obedience are highly prevalent throughout the middle of the series. The meaning of life and what is truly worth fighting for continue to unfold with each storyline. Instances of nepotism, despotism, and corruption also increase as ethics and morality tend to drive the plot twists of this show. The real racism between different humanoids, contrasting the many instances of cooperative relations and harmony between others, allow the viewer to see that regardless of humanoid type, it takes all kinds to make the world what it is. The world that we're currently living in most parallels this part of the series in regards to what our governments wish they could get away with, pertaining to our treatment as citizens. This part of the series also ends with a worldwide invasion and bombardment similar to the Macross Saga, before progressing into the final chapter of the original series known as the New Generation. The New Generation shows us a world that I would expect to see after a seriously cataclysmic event sends modern society into a new dark age of sorts. When I think of what I expect towns or cities to look like after the pole shift, micronova, and mud floods, this part of the show really delivers. Another alien race, known as the Invid, are the primary nemesis for our heroes, but very sketchy townspeople and leaders are wherever populated sectors have formed. Sentience, perseverance, resource management, and survival in a harsh environment are the topics that stand out the most. While love, friendship, and freedom are very important themes, they really do develop in a much deeper sense with this group of main characters that are featured in this part of the series. If this sounds like something you'd like to check out, I'll be linking the movie Robotech to the Sentinels as well, which is where the characters from the Macross Saga are back in space with the Robotech Expeditionary Force, while Southern Cross and New Generation from the original series are actually happening. So they're basically parallel. To enjoy the Sentinels, make sure to check out Jack McKinney's novels, and if possible, track down copies of the out-of-print comics by the Waltrip brothers that were printed by multiple publishers back in the 80s and 90s, and Robotech Art Volume 3 also is all about the Sentinels. So if you are into that, or if you're so inclined, those are pretty fun. I've found much of these online and in comic stores alike. And that wraps up today's show. I'd like to take a moment and introduce our musical selection by me, Epitome the Burn Kid. This one's called Downfall of Davos Man. It's really great. I got a link for you down in the description box for the SoundCloud. And thank you so much for being with me for another show. Make sure, if you haven't already, to come on over and follow me on Tumblr or on X. And make sure to come on over and say hi on SoundCloud too. That would be really great. I like to tell you guys every time, oh wow, my cats are running around. Okay, so, super distracted. Okay, I have to actually cut out of here. Anyways, new phrase. We have a slogan now at OK Copernicus Productions. So I'm just gonna close with our new phrase. All right, Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, bangin' beats, OK Copernicus. All right, I hope to see you guys next time for another installment of Supplemental Broadcast. Bye, everyone. Hi there, everybody. I'd like to welcome you all to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering. We are now on episode 14. The title of this episode is Epic Collective Tarot Adventure in Truth and Liberation. So we're picking up from our last talk regarding black magic, human sacrifice, the usury matrix and the usurping, depopulating, replacing ideas that the powers that be and all of their underlings from the very top to the very bottom have been orchestrating and manufacturing for the past several centuries in hopes that none of us ever noticed. However, there's an internet kind of recording everything, and people were pretty onto this stuff before, like the internet in the 70s and things like that. So um, let us go on into today's lesson. This is regarding, like I opened up to everyone last time on episode 13. I am a survivor of human sacrifice, satanic ritual abuse, ritual sex abuse, etc. I grew up in a cult-like family. My first husband also grew up in a cult-like family, and let's just say that out of everyone from my past, I am really the only one who I consider to not be a casualty of whatever this disease is that I'm just going to call being a member of a secret society, cult, coven, or fraternal order. And or I'm just going to call it covert Satanism, because that's really what we're talking about. These people parade around as good Christians, etc., during the day, but at night they're doing black magic in their backyards, doing incestuous acts, doing animal sacrifices, sacrificing their children, so on and so forth. And the stuff is very real. It's the 21st century. So when I say human sacrifice, I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about like Salem witch hunts, even though this is very similar. I'm not talking about early 20th century lynch mob, although it's very similar in a very different way. Um, I'm I'm talking about a new phenomenon where in the 21st century, it takes a lot less to destroy and kill someone. So getting away with sacrificing them can be as easy as preventing them from getting a decent job, preventing them from getting transportation, preventing them from getting a decent education, smear campaigns to ruin their reputation, fraudulent lawfare, like identity theft, other things to steal, forgery and fraud. These are all things that I've survived and lived through. And spirit, the most high source, the God of heaven and earth, the big dude in charge of all this mess. And although we talk about it here at Pan-Panen as though, we understand that it's all a part of a thing, and more like source is more of a concept of getting to the center of it all here. But all is one, and all of that good stuff. I don't want to sound like a Dr. Bronner's bottle, but it's really hard for me to even talk about this. It's probably going to be the most difficult episode that I put before you guys. That's why I normally write notes. This time I just have an outline. So I'm just going to start with the outline. I'm going to work through it sequentially, because we've got a lot to cover regarding if you've been following me over on the YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X and Tumblr, you will have noticed that a lot of tarot readings regarding RICO crimes, stolen inheritance, human sacrifice, New World Order, spiritual warfare, all these kind of topics creeped into my feed back in September. Because I co-curate all of my stuff with, Magic 8 Ball, my friendly divine algorithm who lets me know what's up. So, if you want to go to older posts for on X and on Tumblr to look up the older videos, there are some in the description box and some you can just go back into the archive and find. And to stay up to date on the new videos, filling in the new information, just follow me on Tumblr and X, and I post a new set of videos and memes and stuff to the archive once or twice a day. So head on over there to stay up to date. And we're going to start talking about what we've discovered so far. So in our videos that we've been going through with this tarot true crime adventure, we have a micro view, a macro view, a new world order view, and a spiritual warfare lens that tends to be looked at based on what reader focuses on what topics. These are all collective readings, but like I like to remind everyone, when you're an individual in a collective, when you're hearing the reading, you want to definitely take what resonates, leave the rest, and mix and match what you're hearing and then put that together on your own outside of the different readings, and you'll have more of a Venn diagram letting you sort of focus in and hone in on different topics and stuff, which will help you uh, put the pieces together of this true crime conspiracy. A lot of us have been targeted individuals since birth, but I will say for a fact that the targeting didn't ramp up in my life until I was in high school and had a work permit, and it especially ramped up more after I could drive a car and started dating. The Truman Show like events that were orchestrated around me were very much more visible. The next thing I'd like to bring up on this is that everything that's happening in these card readings and in this story are all linked to multiple eschatology prophecies from multiple different cultures, from Christianity, Gnosticism to Hopi and Buddhism. There's a lot of different prophecies coming to pass now. The next thing that all of these stories have in common is that there is a black magic secret society ruling class link. Everyone who is involved in this, trying to sacrifice someone to get ahead for clout or money or whatever, is doing so with the help of cults, covens, secret societies, and fraternal orders. And they are doing so with promises of advancement and achievement and being able to destiny swap and being able to take someone's spiritual inheritances. It's pretty wild. I want to see one of these pamphlets from one of these groups. I don't care if it's the Brotherhood of Blood. I don't care if it's the Cult of Saturn. I don't care if it's the Freemasons, the Eastern Stars, whoever they are. I would love to see these pamphlets because I know for a fact that every single one of their beliefs goes against universal law, which means you're getting conned. They're a bunch of scammers, and they're all going to be found out for what they are, thankfully, because of the internet. Yeah. The other thing that I would like to now put together in a more itemized way is that we've already covered these things that they all have in common. The last thing everything has in common is its relation to the usury matrix and multiple theories attached to the usury matrix. The WEF, the UN, all their shenanigans they're trying to pull off. Also links into this collective RICO crime conspiracy of human sacrifice to do insurance fraud, steal inheritances, and take people's places in family trees, which is really, really, really sad. It's a really sick form of genocide they're doing as well. But in terms of the multiple theories that are linked to this that you can very easily match up, simulation theory, which is the Truman Show that they invoke around you. It's a form of black magic, chaos inducing, ish stirring. And then, of course, replacement depopulation. Both of those theories very much tie into play with the human sacrifice component here, and I'll just replace you with someone who is more drivable, because this is all about enslavement. This is all about control. This is all about domination. This isn't about anything other than the usury usurpers want to usurp whatever they can use. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Then it ties into ancient bloodlines, old Iranian bloodlines, old Persian bloodlines, so on and so forth. And the Nephilim and angelic DNA and star seeds and all this other stuff that a lot of people don't really understand on the surface. But if you know, you know. And if you're here, I think that you know enough to be here. The next thing that ties into this specifically is the eugenics, social engineering, and the tracks theories that they impart on our youth and what have you, where you are set up and you are, I guess, you are prodded or nudged or whatever they want to call that crap with that intermittent replacement brainwashing mess that, dark psychology is all about. And all they use nowadays is dark psychology. So, yeah, that kid who maybe doesn't read the fastest. Oh, let's put him on the track to be the auto mechanic, even though he may have no aptitude there. Let's just set him up for that, even though he might be very good at something else that's academic. This whole mind is it's a very lizard hive mind concept of put everything into check boxes, put everything into groups, reduce everything to the lowest common denominator, make the lowest common denominator the status quo, and then punish and attack anyone who tries to rise above it because it threatens their insecurities. It's a pretty good methodology for making an echo chamber, but it's going to cause a societal collapse, which is what we're here to overcome and live parallel to, because we all know they're itching in that direction as we speak. Our next itemized component we're going to look at regarding this is technocracy and transhumanism, which is a very, very, very big component to how they are controlling, covering up, and confusing people around this human sacrifice. Getting someone to alter their body permanently without the proper information is a form of human sacrifice. Getting people to take unsafe medications that have not been properly tested is a form of human sacrifice. Affecting our food supply is a form of human sacrifice. Putting 5G towers up everywhere and irradiating the public is a form of human sacrifice. You see where I'm going with this. Also, writing up a bunch of unjust laws and a bunch of trickery and stuff that makes people so that they can't even live to their potential is also a form of human sacrifice. This is not the old school, Aztec, Spanish Inquisition type of human sacrifice we're talking about here. This stuff is very covert so that they can get away with it. It also involves energy harvesting and modern vampirism, which all has to do with energy harvesting and getting certain components to be more prominent within blood. And yeah, that's why they torture animals before they slaughter them. By the way, I would suggest, if you can, clean up your diets, everyone, because you know what they're doing to our food. But we talk about that all the time. So I'm certain you guys are doing a good job. Next, gonna look at the banality of evil here, because let's really be honest. What do all these people say they're doing? They're just doing what it takes. They're just trying to earn a living. They're just doing what it takes to get ahead, or whatever story that they're selling themselves. When the truth is, they're acting very much like the people in the Nuremberg trials, and that isn't a good look. So all of this lawfare and institutional reign, taking positions, not letting them go, not letting certain people in, operating solely off of nepotism. Don't even get me going on the inbreeding and the family control of money through inbreeding. That is kind of why the mud floods have to come in every so many thousand years. You know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. Then we have the black magic illusory manipulations on top of that tier to bring us to the final thing that they're really trying to cover up in all of this, which I just brought up: the mud floods, the Earth disaster pole shift, and micronova that is scheduled and due for the upcoming decade or so. So, considering all that there is at stake, they're going to milk everyone for everything they can because they're full materialists. They don't really believe in the spiritual things like we believe here on this channel. And because of this cognitive dissonance, you have a bunch of atheists summoning demons and going to church on Sundays. And it's a very weird, perplexing thing, but blame Freemasonry, okay? Blame the Knights of Malta, blame the Knights of Columbus, blame the Knights of Pythias. You might want to blame your local Moose and Elk Lodge if you are so inclined. Definitely blame the Fraternal Order of Police. They are scum. And yeah, literally all black magic, secret society, terrible people. They're all going to be found out. There's an internet. A lot of people have known about them since the 70s when chaos magic really became popular. They started blowing their cover with their nonsense behavior and publishing a little too many books about their nonsensical behavior. But anyways, back onto our topic, and let me remind you to watch these actual tarot readings regarding this is just to get you to understand the tarot readings that you're looking at if you're following my page. So the key points of these overarching storylines in the tarot cards. Now we're going to get into the cards and the stories. I'm going to just tell you right now, the reverse committee, if you've been paying attention, is a mess. In tarot, when cards are in reverse, they have an opposite meaning, or I guess a varied or alternate meaning to when they are right side up. And all of the bad guys in this true crime story are in the reverse. The people in my personal story, although it's a collective story, a lot of the elements remain the same. In my story, there's apparently my family, my childhood friends, people I went to high school with, my ex-husband, a few exes from high school, and some coworkers and people in the community from way back when, but somewhere between 30 and 50 people trying to gang stalk, smear campaign, sabotage, and Truman Show my life since birth. Um, yeah, I'm still a little emotional. I'm still processing all of this stuff. Please forgive me. But anyways, here's the key features about the overarching storylines. So the attacks are primarily on healthy emotions, love, compassion, divine unions, traditional healthy relationships, peaceful relationships, families, couples, anything that is peaceful, good, wholesome. It can think for itself, not prey to thought reform or brainwashing. That's who they really go after. The utilization, um hold on, guys, give me 1 second. As always, I have to like squint and read my doctor handwriting. All right. Yeah. So a utilization of a combination of chaos magic techniques are employed to divide and conquer support of the target, and normally the target is an individual, or is a couple, or a like friendship group. It's always something that they want to go in and bust apart. Sometimes the target will be a family. Sometimes the target will be a work group. They will change and sort what they do because they're playing layers within layers within layers. They're doing a matrix within a matrix within a matrix when they employ these techniques. Another thing to note is that females are targeted differently from males, and the main goal is to trap the target in a way so that they're lost in just a state of depletion, financial abuse. They try to get people into addictions. They try to get people into very karmic, unhealthy relationships and get them trapped there. They try to make people homeless. They try to make people lose their job. They try to make everyone turn their backs on everyone. It's really evil. It's part of why I'm such a loner and such a recluse, is because it's a protective mechanism for me. I'm very happy on my own, and I'm not going to let weird, shifty people who are doing the biddings of secret societies or any other organization or conglomerate to ruin my peace. So, you know, it's just more motivation for us to set up our parallel world elsewhere, honestly. The other thing that they'll go on and do is they start rumors. They will pay people to go in and have an affair. They'll pay people to start rumors. They'll do lawfare, file false reports. They will try to keep you under captivity, hold you hostage, make it so you don't have a car, you don't have money, you can't leave. They will financially abuse you, blackmail you, extort you. They will run your name through the mud, your reputation through the mud, every way that they can, so that you are powerless and no one will help you. That is their goal, is to make you a victim, to make you helpless, to make you vulnerable, and to make you afraid of everyone and everything that you once loved. Yeah, I'm going to tell everyone right now, Buddhism and Taoism had a lot to do with saving me and giving me the fortitude to get out of this mess. I do identify much wider spiritually than that currently, but the lessons that I learned through meditation and Vajrayana practice were very helpful in getting me out of that. So if anyone is wanting to get out of things like this, You know, I don't normally do this, but my email's in the description box. If you just want to, you know, drop a line, you need someone to talk to, you can relate or whatever, go ahead and drop me an email, alexandria@gmail.com, down in the description box. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the main targets, because there's multiple people who are targeted for different reasons by these groups, and it's normally because how do I'm just gonna say it. It sounds so silly to say, but they normally target people who don't get into trouble, but who are quiet or who are different or who don't really fit in or who don't play the game. They go after the nonconformists. They go after the artsy ones. They go after the hippies. They go after the people of the LGBTQ variety. They definitely go after the mixed race people. They go after the women really, really hard, especially if they're divine feminine. They go after a whole lot of people that they want to just eliminate and eradicate out of their matrix. And they do target people based on genetics, based on classism, based on family lineage. But like, these people only view people as something to use and abuse, like not like we all have a right to live, like we know that we do. These people don't believe any of that. So to start with, the main targets are those who are proposed to be spiritually gifted or observed with ESP or psychic abilities with links to royal bloodlines from the stars. I am one of said people who has been targeted for these reasons. We live in a matrix, literally to throw us off the scent of what the control oligarchs are really doing, which is setting up all these false scenarios so that you literally don't see reality for what it is, and so that you adhere to all these systems and they prey upon your insecurities and they use dark psychology against everyone, which is really, really, really awful. Um, they're currently working on 8th generational warfare techniques featuring nanotech, 5G, AI powered psyops, and more, that they are literally seeding things into our air, our water, our food, our products, everything, getting nanobots into us through different means, and using 5G to employ those to change who we are and how we operate, and using AI to restructure how we react to natural communications and what have you. They're actually trying to reprogram an organic being into a synthesized systematic being, like an automaton, and that's disgusting and vulgar, and they're trying to destroy your sentience, and I'm here to help you, like, not fall for it. um okay, so there is lots of fraud and forgery done to the targets to make the targets destitute and to appear that they are of ill repute, to cover up the crimes of greed, lust, and domination and defamation committed against the target. Elaborate setups starting at the family and community level to build and enslave groups into a Truman Show like diversion, so that none of the victims catch on, is the main framework of each scenario that they will want to employ around a target. Like, here's an example. I married my high school sweetheart very young, and I went, and he was a Marine. I went and lived with him at his base and everything. He got out of the service. We went back to my hometown for a bit while figuring out what we're going to do. My family enacted this Truman Show on him and myself with my friends, sent people in to have affairs, start fights, make me look crazy, make me lose jobs, make him not want me, encourage him to cheat on me, all kinds of crazy stuff. And here's the thing. I knew none of it was authentic. When this happens to you, they're trying to make you fall into this trap where you, like, act psycho and they can, like, call someone and have you committed. And you know what? They'll lie and they'll do it anyway. It's been done to me more than once. There's no shame in their game. They're terrible people. But what they will do is they'll try to make you self-incriminate by acting crazy around you, doing illegal things around you. And let me be clear, I don't like to say this because I don't like to really go here on my channel, but I'm the mixed person out of a white family from a very rural area. It was very clear I was being lynched, okay? Now, no one wanted to admit that to themselves because of cognitive dissonance, and they all want to believe they're good people. They're good country people. No, you aren't. You tried to lynch the mixed kid who literally is smarter than you and more talented, and your white fragility got in the way. It makes me sick. Do all white people have white fragility? Absolutely not. But white supremacists do, and the white supremacists in my family have a problem with it. So before you yell at me about any of that, let me be clear. Not all white people are white supremacists, but white supremacists do, in fact, have white fragility. That felt good to say for the record. All right. Other than the elaborate setups, the next tier to the elaborate setups is the bribing of the illegal acts or the hush money, not only at the community and family level, but they go bribe the courthouse. They go bribe the cops. They go bribe businesses. They go bribe people who have more power than you to make it so that you cannot live on your own, so that you apparently die of your own well, they just want you to believe you're not good enough, and they want everyone to believe that you died because you're not good enough, not because they set you up to kill you. Guess what? No one's buying that anymore, especially now that we have the collective story coming out online everywhere. This collective has had it. All right. So now that you know the basic features of the tarot adventure, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story, and we'll conclude. Again, links in the description box for the ins and outs of this tarot adventure. Oh, it's wild. But anyway, childhood. I'm still sorting together what exactly is truly, 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 truly at the root of what's being hidden about me from me. But being abandoned by my mother, alleged mother, who I am relatively certain is not my mother. I think she stole me. That would explain her hatred of me. Having 4 legal guardians as a child, brought up in a very abusive cult-like environment that corresponds with a government eugenics program that was done to highly gifted children who have like ESP and psychic abilities like I do, specifically starseed Earth Angel children. They wanted to see how we'd respond to abuse, if we would know we're truly special, if we'd know our true power, our true potential. So they were gonna do the most heinous shit to us, sacrifice us as children on satanic altars, have us on satanic altars, have voodoo dolls of us, torment us with voodoo dolls, do black magic, do graveyard magic, jar spells, love spells, try to mess with our intuition, try to mess with everything, have everyone around us acting crazy, being one way in front of our face, another way behind our back, and doing that to everyone they're around but differently and thinking they're never going to get caught. Let me tell you what, the only thing that will save you in this situation is being authentic. The only thing that will save you in this situation is not participating. I learned to act a little bit more like Daria Morgendorfer from Beavis and Butthead at a very early age than most would give me credit for. I learned, stand to the side. Don't mess with them. Those idiot people who care about being popular, who care about accolades, who care about trophies, they will gut you for a candy bar. That isn't worth it, boys and girls. So let's go ahead and fast forward to after a obnoxious childhood and relentless bullying and being beat up in high school. Middle school. Go on to adolescence and dating, and feels like almost every boyfriend you get along with really, really well. Out of nowhere, some evil best friend goes in and sleeps with him or does something weird. And it's out of character. No one's acting themselves, and everyone's miserable afterward, and friend groups break up. You've been Truman Showed by this cult, coven, secret society, fraternal order, or government, whoever you want to blame. They also test direct energy weapons and shit on us. And by the way, direct energy weapons are black magic. Go into early adulthood, my first marriage, like I told you before. There were some signs after I had gotten married and moved in with my husband that he wasn't exactly who he made himself out to be. He seemed to have some secrets, some darkness, but you know what? We were kids. I was 17, he was 19, we were young. I figured we would grow up together, pull each other together, pull it together, because that's what we were supposed to do as a divine pairing. We were actually preordained from spirit to be together. That's why our union was targeted and torn apart. They literally made him confused about his sexuality. They sent people after him. They drugged him, raped him, sexually assaulted him, messed with his mind, brainwashed him, weaponized him, blackmailed him, extorted him. As far as I'm concerned, the person I married, they destroyed. That's why I walked away. I walked away not because I didn't love him anymore, but because he wasn't there. And it wasn't his fault that he wasn't there. Whatever this nightmare conspiracy is why all of this has happened and why everything isn't real. The peak nightmare phase was when they got him to start, they paid him to abuse me. They paid him to cheat on me. They paid him to sexually assault me. They paid him to starve me. They paid him to deprive me of transportation, things that I need. My family did this. And they did it with the inheritance money they stole from me that they needed him to help them with. My mother slept with my husband to steal from me and destroy my life. Apparently, because of this government program, and probably because she feels really guilty for kidnapping me as a child, and she's literally a serial killer who has not been caught yet. She lives in the West Virginia mountains like the crazy witch woman that she is. Anyway, I escaped. I started my life over. I went back to my small town where everyone was horrible to me, and unbeknownst to them, while they were laughing and chuckling behind my back about how they were torturing me, I was on the internet starting a new life they knew absolutely nothing about. I met new people, made new friends, met someone new, fell in love, got married, vanished. Yeah, only one state away. I, hopped over the line to Delaware and, whatever. But, after I got away, I, put in my abandonment paperwork. It took 5 years after separating from this nightmare to get an abandonment divorce. If any of you are ever in a situation where you're horribly abused and you're afraid of not having someone sign divorce papers or whatever, you can get an abandonment divorce like me. Every state has different rules, but if you are abandoned and you're like put in an abusive situation where you have to leave and this person is not going to negotiate with you, there are things that you can do, and it's not unaffordable. I did everything for under $300. Starting over, I've been processing a lot of the trauma with my current husband. And honestly, since being with me, he was a targeted individual before being with me, but he entered my target group after being with me. And we're both targeted. But unlike my first marriage, we know what's going on. We see this for what it is. We see them coming at us. We're older, we're wiser, we're in our 40s. We've been together a lot longer, and we stayed away from my hometown and my past a lot longer too. When I resurfaced and literally forgave everyone, had no hard feelings, and resurfaced back in my home state, my cousins and other people acted like they had seen a ghost. Why? Well, they filed fraudulent death papers and said I was dead to collect fake insurance money. That's why. I mean, these people will stop at nothing. They're all going to go down. They're all morons. I don't even understand what they were thinking. So by the time all of this is happening, I am in my late 20s, early 30s. So let's go ahead and talk about recovery and what it took to recover from this. Strong boundaries, living on my own terms, being authentic, being real, not being swayed by anyone. Putting spirituality and God first, very important. Putting doing the right thing, ethics and morality first, regardless of what money, status, or pressure is at play. Super important to do that. Stay away from unsafe people. Once you know that people are unsafe, kindly explain to them why you have to, make some distance. And if that isn't safe to do, just make the distance anyway. The attacks very much resumed after I gained a bit more prominence and started like going to college, getting awards and stuff during my 30s actually. And because I'm showing up online more and my ex and family and friends are stalking me, they start setting out online attacks, cyberbullying, corrupting my new friends, turning my new friends against me, making fake profiles, trying to catfish me, making fake profiles of me to smear me to others that aren't me. Uh yeah. Wow. So it all ended, I would say, in after us getting through being forged by the fire and dealing with all of these attacks, we are now a new divine union and we're on a mission. That's why I do OK Copernicus, is I'm spreading art, music, and philosophy and spiritual goodness to the world. I love what I do now. It means so much more than, the life that I used to live. Um, I would like to, move this along to my mid to late 30s where I really start focusing on, going to school for philosophy, history, and art and music specifically. And I'm really starting to combine my classroom lessons with my real life lessons. And the Truman Show enters my college life at liberal arts college. And now I have professors and classmates and administrators in on the whole Truman Show, chaos magic, uh what on earth are you all thinking behavior. And it do I think it's a coincidence that each school I went to closed their philosophy department? No, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think things like studying philosophy are now taboo because you can't be a hive mind if you have critical thinking skills like I do. Um, After my programs were ruined, I started OK Copernicus in 2021 after leaving junior out of college. Sayonara. And I left there at right before my 40th birthday. And now in my 40s, all I do is I run OK Copernicus. I do whatever the good Lord tells me to do. And I just focus mostly on family life and starting working, doing things for New Earth, planning for the next phase in civilization now that we're watching, everything that we've ever known crumble before us and kind of not be the most useful. So being in my 40s, it's all been about leveling up. I guess being in this queen rising mode that the cards talk about, where you're not shying away from your power. People used to find me very, I guess, intimidating or whatever, and I used to be like, oh goodness, I don't want you to find me intimidating. Let me be a bit of a goober for you so that you like don't feel bad. I didn't know I was getting played. I thought I was like being nice to these people. Well, I'll never do that again. So I'm more than happy to not really mask myself, not really hide my light or anything else to make someone else feel comfortable. It's also been being in my 40s has all been about leadership and service. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. It doesn't matter if it's art, doesn't matter if it's music, video production, philosophy, my spiritual work, any of my oracle duties, any of it. It doesn't really matter to me. Leadership and service are something that literally I was born with. Like, it's just natural for me to just jump into a situation, like something needs to get done, let's go do it. All the people who did this to me, who made me a target and came at me because of this natural ability, and then being told by a bunch of liars from a false Luciferian, satanic, Armonic religion, like their whole Moloch worshiping crap is. But like these people have been taught, I really do want to see this pamphlet that they're reading, that if you sacrifice someone with these gifts, God is going to give the gifts to the person who sacrificed it because you beat him with the demon system. That's not a thing, guys. I don't know, like, how high or drunk or whatever they got you, or what black magic they did on you before pitching you this notion that if you sacrifice someone, universal law will be overlooked, and everything that you did evil, you will be blessed for because you did it in a way that no one thought it was you. Yeah, that's not real life, everyone. So everyone who joined in on these activities, either enabling, assisting, supporting um these covert lynchings, that's all I'm going to call it, is a covert lynching, i.e. 21st century human sacrifice. Um Everyone who took part in this, your cognitive dissonance is no excuse. Your childhood wounds are no excuse. Your crap upbringing is no excuse. How much money you have in the bank is no excuse. People are priceless and money is fake. There's no excuse. And on that note, we've been here a bit, guys. I am going to explore more on this topic in future episodes. Our next episode, as promised, is about Tataria. We're going to talk Tataria. We're going to get some Tataria links out. We're going to discuss hidden history, mud floods, and why Egypt wasn't super important until the 1800s. So, yeah, we're going to talk about that next time. And I want to thank you again for joining me. And I want to just let you all know uh, that little break I took, everything that I'm processing, and when you go into the description box and look at the links, and you look at these card readings, and you read what myself and the rest of my collective of Earth Angels, Star Seeds, 144K, light workers, grid workers, chosen ones, when you see what was done to us and who did it and why they did it, you're going to find out that they literally did what they did because they have no self-esteem, they're insecure, they have feelings of inadequacy, and the echo chamber around them told them that there was no other way. Sounds a lot like a cult, doesn't it? Yeah, that sounds a little green flavor aid, purple Kool-Aid-y a little bit. Just saying. This Jonestown type behavior, I'm surprised that it's even being tolerated, knowing all that we know. But since they've been trying to dumb down the public and kill us all off, well, those of us who are actually, good people, so they can make more clones and replicants. Oh lordy! But that's another episode. So yeah, go check out the links, and thank you so much for joining me. Don't forget to come over and join me on Supplemental Broadcasts, and my first movie of the winter is out. 8, 16, 32 Classic Combinations is available on both the Copernican Records Rumble page and on YouTube, on the regular Alexandria YouTube. So definitely go check those out. And the individual videos for each scene is up for that too, with song links and downloads. So yeah, thank you everybody for being here. And it's been a pleasure as always. Now it's time for me to go hop on to my next task. But thank you so much again, everyone. Epitome out. On today's episode, featured videos include... Today's bonus features include the following videos. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 38 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because, well, I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, #YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more from the project. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to come find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, or tell a friend about the many of the things that we cover in our program. This stuff is like super important. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my new series, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. I would also like to take a little time to thank everyone who has supported OK Copernicus and all the projects I'm working on by supporting my music across all the major streaming platforms. Just by listening to the tracks I've released across the many volumes of the Copernican Dispatch. With much more to come, by the way. I'm getting some more editions of that out in the coming weeks, so stay tuned. A warm welcome indeed to all of my new and returning subscribers, followers, and viewers who are joining us on this wild journey of truth and apocalyptic enlightenment. I am so happy to have you all back after a brief break to recharge, recalibrate, and rebalance as we continue to traverse the emerging complexities of the coming era together. Special production note, got 2 full-length features that are now in pre-production, so videos will be slowing down to, if you're on Rumble, it's going to be different. I'm talking about YouTube, where all of my channels are smushed into one channel. There'll probably be, maybe 1, maybe 2 videos a week or every other week. If you're on Rumble, it's going to be spread out a little further. It's so that I can focus on the filming and the music for the full-length projects. One is a retro gamer psychedelic art feature, and the other a VJ tribute to Busby Berkeley. Stay tuned for more details in the weeks ahead. ETA for release is late autumn for one, early winter for the other. We'll see what order that comes out in. And without further ado, today's featured video recommendations. Our first video today comes in from Rise Together News and is titled The United States of God Clones. This video brings us a new perspective on the Earth disaster cycle, the Knights Templar, Atlantis, and some clues as to who and what the deep state truly consists of. With so much hidden history to catch up on, this video has some very key pieces to the alien, angel, demon, reptilian, secret society, clones, all of those agendas, and much more. So be sure to check out this channel for an inside scoop to this aspect of the mosaic. This is a good follow-up to those Ancient Bloodlines videos about those who have been running everything and seem to have quite the god complex. Since the Knights Templar lent themselves the money for the American Revolution, we seem to be a Templar colony. And looking at the political theater unraveling, it really is starting to show. Featured from the excerpts from this page, lots of great links about transitioning to natural law, law of the land handbooks, and other things that will help free us in the changing of the guard. Our second video originates from the channel Lucius Aurelian and is titled Kirkbride American Asylums Erasing Tartaria. Just to help better acquaint everyone with the last time the powers that be reset civilization, rewrote history, and covered up cyclic earth cataclysms that aided in their cover-up, this is a must-watch featurette for the skinny on that. This is from the excerpt, and I quote, "An exploration into the Kirkbride Plan and the extensive use of asylums in the 19th century. What was their true purpose, and how could they have functioned to remove knowledge of a previous civilization from record and memory? Why did the U.S. require so many asylums? Think about those orphan trains. Think about going west and discovering the West. They didn't build the West, they found it. That's real talk, y'all. And third up on the show, we have a video from the channel Polite Leader titled The Luciferian Ritual of the Women's Movement. This piece peels back the veil and takes a look at ethics, sacrifice, and the women's movement pertaining to its links to Luciferianism. Considering Marxism is inherently satanic, this perspective dive sheds a whole new light on what is now expected of the modern working woman. The excerpt from the description box says, for fame and achievement, some women believe there is a high price to pay. In this video, I examine the dark choices of Stevie Nicks, the famous singer of the band Fleetwood Mac. And it goes on to provide links to resources used to make the video, which is probably very helpful to look at. Our fourth video today comes in from Jared Boosters and is titled Tartary Part 3, the Avars, the Khazars, and the Origins of a Slavic Germanic Europe, Huns/Golden Horde. To dive in deeper, we shall head straight to the excerpt since Jared provided such a robust overview for everyone. Here's the excerpt, and I quote, "Howdy, y'all. Today, we dive into some more Tartarian theory, focusing on the origin of the Bavarians, focusing on remarkable Bavarian architecture and the Bavarian relation to the Avars. Again, this is all just a theory proposed in the year 2000, but worth entertaining. We will also look to tie together the origins of the Huns and the Khazars, and beyond the Khazars to the Golden Horde, which shaped the landscape once called Tartaria. Our video today will make reference to an article in the Eurasian Politician of October of 2000. Please check out my other videos on Tartary, linked below, for more theories and photographs." And he really does do a good job sourcing a lot of photographs that are like really good. Our last two videos to round out today's podcast both come from Supplemental Broadcast favorite and regular Richard Vobes. The fifth video is titled Is the BBC Right About Chemtrails? And is a revealing peek at the evolution in climate propaganda. Let's take a look at Richard's excerpt for more. And I quote, "The BBC weather reporter Simon King suggests that geoengineering could actually be a good way to save the planet from the so-called man-made global warming. Is he right? Or is this just a way to persuade the hard of thinking that governments who are meddling with our skies have our best interests at heart?" End quote. And finally, our last video is titled The Baron David Ward Affidavit. And what a treasure trove of helpful data on the topic of freedom, sovereignty, and financial liberation from the monster known as the Babylonian or beast monetary system that we have reviewed the history of in some of our past episodes. This video takes us to the next step that gets us to the next level, taking positive lawful action to enact our rights. This guidance is relevant across the entire Western world, especially the US, UK Commonwealth, and the EU. There's a little snippet from the excerpt, and I quote, "We need to use the Baron David Ward affidavit to stop the fraud when it comes to debts and other legal injustices," says Christie, my guest and advocate of the lawful system. Our channels are here to give support for free with Zooms and posts to guide you. And there is a long list of links for Facebook groups and stuff for you to get support and help using the information from this video, which is really nice. And that wraps up today's main features. We're going to move on to our bonus features now. Our first one comes in from Stan McDonald and is tied into the Affidavit Financial Sovereignty video, and it is titled Sestoi Queviu, Act of 1666. Yeah, there was a reset around that time. Remember, guys? Our next second feature comes in from Ivor Cummins and is titled Understanding Mass Migration and Why It Is Happening. Our third video, it comes in from Static in the Attic and is titled Procopius of 536 AD, Supernatural Entities in Human Geist Knocked on Doors. Oh, that was another reset year too, wasn't it? That was the end of like the Bronze Age or something, the Golden Age, something occurred then. And then they said, oh, it's the Dark Ages, or that's what they want us to believe. The video, our fourth one after that is from Flat Out Truth, and is titled Titans of Genesis. Our fifth video also comes in from Flat Out Truth and is titled Real Angels and the Wheels of Ezekiel. So for a skinny on what they tried to hide from us by rewriting history 1,000,001 times and like burning a bunch of stuff, you're going to find a little more about what they don't want you to know there. And our final feature from our bonus features comes in from Dino Bain and is titled Tony Blair, Saint or Snake? I think we all know the answer to that question, don't we, boys and girls? And that brings us to my favorite part of today's show, the auspicious op-ed. I composed some words for everyone. I found them to be quite meaningful to myself, and I hope that they mean something to you all. And I really hope that it inspires you to compose your own words and share them, because they're trying to silence us right now, and we need to share all the positivity and information and good stuff that we can with one another and show them who's really in charge around here, which is us humans. This op-ed is titled, This is a battle for our sentience, not merely our lives or souls, as it affects all organic life. I'm going to start us off by reading a short excerpt to begin. Let's state our givens for our logic proof, I guess. So I'm going to read an excerpt to give us our givens, and I quote: "Sentient." Oh, this came from sentientmedia.org. Sentient is an adjective that describes a capacity for feeling. The word sentient derives from the Latin verb sentire, which means to feel. The first letters, sen, match the beginnings of common English words, including sentiment, sensory, and sensation, all of which give hints as to the meaning of the term. In dictionary definition, sentience is described as able to experience feelings, responsive to or conscious of sense impressions, and capable of feeling things through physical senses. Sentient beings experience wanted emotions like happiness, joy, and gratitude, and unwanted emotions in the form of pain, suffering, and grief. Now that we have defined our terms, end quote. Now that we have defined our terms, let us delve into the powers that be, into what the powers that be are interested in regarding the manipulation, adulteration, and destruction of both sentience and sentient life in hopes of inflicting their transhumanist agenda without ethical consequence or recourse, under a paradigm where sentience in and of itself has been preemptively eradicated or compromised as an act of man, machine, science, or the state. Have you ever wondered how the stagnant, sterile, and stratified proponents of systems, industry, and theory circumvented and surpassed God-given inalienable rights? Did you happen to notice the dial being turned up ever so subtly with delicate finesse on numbing, hyperstimulating, and traumatic sensory experiences as history has marched along? While we're on this timeline of analysis, did anyone else also happen to notice The steadily increasing onslaught of environmental contaminants, ranging from malevolently low vibratory social cancers, like the lizard people and their flying monkeys, drones, and cronies, multiple forms of direct energy weaponry, heavy poisoning of our air, water, flora, and fauna, covert enslavement, thought reform, and surveillance, increasingly required credentials and roadblocks to independence and self-sufficiency. And let us not forget all the psyops that have turned what should be a delightful and peaceful existence into the most exploitative, torturous, and murderous charade or masquerade, probably a combination of the two, that any dark entity could possibly construe. I've noticed all of these things for a very long time. I remember it being glaringly obvious by age 7 or 8 that what goes on for the everyday person and what is required to survive in our culture is the most undignified, dehumanizing display of covetous envy that cosplays as an ambitious student, worker, or authority figure. Without attacking our sentience from conception, would they have ever made many of the perverse and savage decisions that have hailed since exploration and industrialization? If you've been watching this podcast for any period of time, you already know that I am not the most fond of anyone devoted to political allegiances of any kind in any way. While I do understand and acknowledge that there has been types of advancements from these movements, they never have been lasting or made a true improvement for the people they claim to be considering. I believe this is because the first thing the political types seem to immediately disacknowledge is sentience as a concern or a human right. They don't care about our sentience. They don't care about what we experience or what we feel. I believe sentience is a right to all organically sentient life, as, God created it. But that means that I respect sentient life and its divine rights, while these people wish to employ any and all mechanisms to invalidate the meaning and importance of sentience and sentient life as a whole. You can't reduce us to a bunch of haphazard cyborgs without first justifying that it is for the greater good. So first, this bunch must unleash historic revisions, thought reform, penalization for not meeting their social engineering goals at a bare minimum. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't know why anyone would want a government authority or any type of ruling body when they are trying to do some of the most grotesque crimes imaginable against God, humanity, and all sentient life, with the sole intent of reducing our inherent pricelessness to fit their narratives and illusions that power their false matrix of 3D distractions and entanglements. Let's take a little time to talk about how they manufacture consent with low vibration behaviors, like rewarding compliance, flattery of the competitive amongst the compliant, penalizing independence, questioning, and dissent, peer pressure or struggle sessions from those who perceive themselves as powerful, threats, fear, intimidation, slander, libel, silencing, canceling, digital exile, banning, debanking. Let me sum that up into one word: genocide. This isn't just any genocide. It is the ultimate genocide, where they wish to put their trademark or patent on anything that is permitted to live under their terms, which are worse than that of death by default. No benevolent, moral, and ethical being could hold or conform to the beliefs that they rely on us upholding to keep destroying our homes and families for their benefit. Well, I am here to tell you that I understand that it is always darkest before the dawn. So dawn must be upon us in a most short order. We are in a war for our sentience, and that is the main priority we must keep in the forefront of all the hysteria, drama, and circus they try to deregulate us and get us all out of balance over, as they anxiously await monopolizing off all the dysfunction they triggered and chaos that they created. I've gotten pretty good at mentally overcoming their games, and I believe you can too, with information, understanding, and some practice. Keep your heads up, party people, because boy, are we going to celebrate once we restore balance and reason to our realm. How long did a bunch of incarnate fallen angels and their demonically possessed support staff think we were going to keep being polite and tolerant this long after they have seriously worn out their welcome and any benefit they could have possibly provided? The proof is in the pudding, and the Emperor is butt-ass naked in a most compromised position. Let's keep glitching, shattering, and demolishing the notion of this illusory matrix they keep casting in hopes that we offer up our sentience on a silver platter, wrapped up with a bow for a few trinkets or under threat of penalty. Let them know we are sick of being insulted, undermined, and abused, so that they get firmly clear in every part of their being that we do not need nor want their presence in any society or civilization we are a member of. Inclusion is the trap of genocidal, shape-shifting, dark entities. Do not fall for it, everyone. And that wraps up today's show. Our featured musical selection today comes in from my project, Aztec Adventure, and is titled YY Dub. If you like the dubstep, you should definitely like this. Links to where to find that, where to find all the videos we talked about, and where to find me all over the internet are down in the description box below. And as always, I'd like to thank you all for being with me. It has been so lovely sharing all of this with you. Stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep on continuing being excellent to one another. We need it now more than ever. And I will see you all next time on the Supplemental broadcast. Epitome out. Bye. Hi there, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. We're on episode 13, and this episode is going to be titled, oh yeah, this one's going to be a humdinger, boys and girls, so hold on to your knickers. It's going to be a good one. The usury matrix, financial liberation strategies, and natural law. So let's start with some concepts before I go into specifics with our lovely syllabus that I provide with you every edition, so that we can all learn really amazing stuff and take our power back in these times of depopulation agendas and leaping lizards everywhere. So let's start with money. Let's talk about money first, because this is a usury matrix. And basically, money was invented to literally dupe people into permanent serfdom, essentially. Money isn't even real. It holds absolutely no intrinsic value. Considering that money is quite literally black magic in the most literal sense, I believe that as it stands, per its inventor's intents and purposes, considering it an intrinsic anti-value or non-value is a much more adequate view of usury, currency, money, credit, and the like. All of these things are artificial puppet strings to literally marionette a unsuspecting, unconsenting public into a social contract that they didn't even get to read, let alone sign. um, so let's talk about black magic now that we got into black magic and money is black magic. And you're going to hear a lot more about black magic, human sacrifice, secret societies, and usury in the near future. That's another prophetic pondering for you. You're going to hear a lot more about that coming up. But let's start talking about black magic because I think a lot of people don't fully understand black magic. It doesn't have to be, I'm sorry, I keep looking at my notes, everyone. It doesn't have to be as intense as, say, rituals, sacrifices, sex magic, etc. The things that you hear about like in horror movies, and weirdos in graveyards doing unsavory things, disrespecting the dead, disrespecting demons, disrespecting themselves, and disrespecting everyone around them. We all know no good comes from this. But black magic is literally as simple. What do I have on my list here? The act of casting malevolent, false illusions of any form to control and manipulate others and external forces in general. When we combine these false illusions with narcissistic abuse, which is the most common form of black magic we see amongst everyday people, is narcissistic abuse is the number one dark arts we see employed in modern times. Everyday people who are doing this are entirely unaware that when they're speaking bitterness, thinking bitterness, slandering one another, lying, cheating, stealing, conning people, committing fraud, that they're actually doing black magic. They're not simply committing crimes. They're literally taking part in black magic. Financial abuse. Let's get into financial abuse. It is a common illusion cast to impose a simulatory matrix or a Truman Show type experience onto unsuspecting victims. This type of manipulation can happen at all intensities on all levels of society. I'm a survivor of attempted human sacrifice. My family and my ex friends have been trying to get me good and gone from a very tender age. And it's all because of this usury matrix, these secret societies, and their attempt to usurp the natural world, defying natural and universal law alike, creating an inverse, hoping to make a chaos realm that will implode and somehow give evil reign permanent power or something. You'll hear from other prophets talking at this time, other tarot readers, more on this story and more on our next episode. I'm going to get into the cards and a traverse through the cards that back up everything we're talking about right now. However, on with the point we're staying on, this is a generational curse that has been exploited in families of all levels of income bracket, all backgrounds, all ethnicities, all ties. This generational curse to throw someone under the bus for a little money and status because someone doesn't like someone or someone's a black sheep. Well, we're all gonna see some justice for this in the coming months to years. I can tell you that we're going to see some things because this has been a top down way to try to destroy any type of sovereignty of any individual or anyone who doesn't have usurping power, using a usury matrix to manipulate and manufacture consent and control over the entire public. I hope everyone is staying with me. This is a difficult topic to talk about. Well, this perpetuation seems to have reached a crest of this generational curse and doing awful things to friends, relatives, spouses, etc., for some money, some status, a few favors. And that's the catalyst that's launched the Great Awakening. And all these posts that I do on the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, when I do the supplemental broadcast, even the music I produce at Copernican Records, All of this is about the Great Awakening. All of this is about getting the word out, getting information out, and getting people to see what's really going on now that the veil is lifting. The 5D, the 4D, the 3D, we're seeing all the layers come together now. And we're seeing what these people were really up to behind the scenes. We're seeing the smoke and mirrors, the black magic, the illusions they're casting. And most of the illusions they cast was utilizing usury, utilizing money and credit systems, and doing that to literally enslave and manufacture consent to be enslaved. Make these people want the status. Make these people covet the money. Make these people covet their neighbors' everything. Literally the most sacrilege, unholy of behaviors being deemed as godly is literally what these people do. I don't care if it's the Masons. I don't care if it's the Illuminati. I don't care if it's the Club of Rome. I don't care if it's the Fabian Club. I don't care what club is doing it. I don't care if it's Trilateral Commission. I don't care. These people all have the same plan. How do I trick someone into consent to usurp all of their property and gain control of them so that literally they're just playing God? That's all that these people have been up to all of this time. And the Great Awakening is going to stop their great reset. It's going to stop their great taking. We've all kind of had it. Those of us who were selected for sacrifice and survived, I can say for a fact that my first husband and I were selected for sacrifice, but he wasn't smart enough to know that. So he fell for the trap and tried to sacrifice me. I left him. My second husband, they tried to do the same thing to us, and they tried to sacrifice us both, but we stuck together and we stayed together. And for anyone out there going through this and just finding all of this out, that your family, everyone's been up to this since you were very small. It was about money. It was about an inheritance. It was about a spiritual inheritance. Yeah, we're going to get into that part now. So, all of these matters tie to a well known prophecy regarding a wealth transfer in which the meek shall inherit the earth. And that transfer will end Jacob's trouble. This is a biblical prophecy. But to better understand the prophecies, you are going to need to look at Gnosticism and other things, because we all know on our show that the Piso family fan fiction known as the Bible is so corrupted. We've got to cross-reference everything with other sources, even to make that a reasonable historical text, aside from an inside joke from like the Medici family's ancestors. Like, that's essentially what it is. But on to the rest of our points. A large RICO case regarding the Chosen and the Starseed Collective, some light workers too. You know, the 144,000 of us. That's a concept, not a literal number. These collectives, and we're uncovering mass secret society plots dating back centuries, like dating back to like the 1700s. Actually, probably the 1600s, because almost every revolution and civil war was paid for with secret society money. So we're all secret society colonies. We're not actually who we think we are. And their next step is to band together and force us into a one world government, which we all know is we all know what they're trying to mimic. And then they're going to bring in Project Bluebeam. They're already rocking out with Paperclip and Mockingbird so hard it's ridiculous. But yeah, they've been at this for centuries, and they literally sacrifice people with black magic. They go around, slander their name, make it so they can't make any money, blacklist them, break up their marriages, get people to cheat on people, get people to backstab people, and try to drive them to commit suicide after years of abuse. We're talking about starting to sexually abuse children when they're very young to harvest their energy. That is what these people do. That is what I survived. My family is evil. My ex is evil for helping them. My friends are evil for taking hush money. They aren't my friends anymore. I do this now. I would rather do what I'm doing with y'all and helping everyone get justice and helping everyone get answers and making beautiful music and art for everyone. I would much rather do that than be a part of any family of origin or community that involves themselves in any of this while calling themselves good Christian people, hiding at church, going around playing pretend, while behind closed doors they are the most satanic evil you could possibly run into. But I digress. this black magic, whether you want to think about it literally or metaphorically, because honestly, this black magic stuff literally it it only works. It's low. It's a vibratory magic, and it really only works on people who fall for it. If you don't fall for it, you go, "Oh, that's an illusion. You're an idiot. Why are you insulting my intelligence? Please move along. You're wasting everyone's time." However, if you fall for it, like my ex fell for it, they told him that if he drove me crazy, got me committed, and then went and submitted for a power of attorney with someone pretending they're me and forging my signature and stuff while I'm locked away in a mental hospital because they want to steal my money. He'll get a cut of it and he'll split it with my family, who was all cut out of the will when I'm the sole beneficiary. And these people in the secret society convinced him to do this. And he doesn't understand that, no, they were sacrificing you. Everyone knew you weren't going to be able to kill me and get away with it. So, for real, you were being put on the line, but they lured you with this money and used this black magic to break up our home, break up our family, destroy everything. Well, it didn't work on my second marriage, but boy, did they try. And that's why I'm telling all of you, beware. These people in these societies, they make you sign an oath. They make you literally sell your soul to the devil, and they make you sign someone else's name on there for collateral. Anyone who is married, if your spouse goes and joins one of these organizations, that is grounds for an immediate divorce. That is grounds for a restraining order. You literally have no consent over what that society does when your spouse goes and signs up. They may even try to kill you like mine tried to do to me. Okay. That's real talk. So the main focus of this illusory matrix is mind control, eugenics, and data manipulation. They want to control history. They want to control science. They want to control religion. They want to control everything. They want to make everything smoke and mirrors and illusion so that everything is nothing, and when everything is nothing, you can justify anything. That's where the depopulation comes in. Pay very close attention that this was a slow bleed in, a slow trickle from post Inquisition. This is the new Inquisition. This is the Neo Inquisition. Can't get into college? They're going to sacrifice you. Not a straight A student? They're going to sacrifice you. Won't put up with your family's beatings? They're going to sacrifice you. Won't let your husband rape you? They're going to sacrifice you. This is what these people do. And they all make it look like you did it to yourself. That is what they're about. I refuse to speak to anyone from my past. I have blocked everyone's number. If you are a part of my past, you are not a part of my life, because I know full well you are the reason that I had to claw, struggle, and tooth and nail to get to where I am today. I'm not doing it again. So they do this. And let me be clear, I was a very happy, loving kid, open heart in high school. I had friends. I mean, yeah, I was, different, but I had friends and stuff. I dated, but I had no idea that all the drama in my friend groups and in my dating and in my first marriage was 100% caused by my family, who was being bribed and paid by a secret society who was all after an inheritance. Then my first husband, my high school sweetheart who I married, we were happy a couple years. Then my grandparents died and there was money on the line. They bribed him with my money. He's probably going to go to jail because he listened to the people that I married him to escape. And I told him, I want to get away from my abusive family and I want you to get away from yours. I want us to start a life together. No. These people with money and power, apparently, make everyone believe that without money and power, they will never have anything, they will never be happy, and that they would be better off dead. Well, let me tell you what, that money and power, that cursed dirty bag of money, it's destroying planet Earth, and it is not making the world a better place. And these secret society people aren't happy. They're not, none of us are happy. Don't you think it's time for the madness to end, everyone? I know I do. So, yeah, sorry guys. I'm gonna take my glasses off for a minute because I actually need to read my own handwriting here. Um, okay, so the people's use of black magic is bad enough, but here's the thing. These people believe in the devil. They believe in evil. They believe in demons. Are you ready for a kicker? All right, sit down, everyone. This is going to knock your socks off. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in source. They don't believe in angels, archangels. They don't believe in, they believe in everything that is wrong, and they believe in nothing that is right that overpowers everything that is wrong. They do not believe in karma. They do not believe in stuff that we all know to be very real and operates under natural and universal law. So they're trying to make this inverse matrix and this false system where they literally have upside down world. Well, that's about to implode. Okay, that's really not going to work much longer. Um, Karma and universal law and natural law all state that everything that they've done, there's a backlash. Okay, this is where this wealth transfer is going to come into play, and this is where we're going to start. We're going to go look at the syllabus here in a minute. Um, but for real, these actions that have been taken since the Renaissance are in direct conflict with universal laws. And these people have literally brainwashed generations of people to believe false information from false gods and false religions. And they're going around doing, pardon my French, cockamamie, half-ass black magic, not knowing what they're doing. It's even worse if they were if they were doing it right, it would have been one thing, but they're doing it like really bad. And so everything is starting to look crazy. If you see chaos, natural disaster, so on and so forth, you're seeing karma in full effect right now. I'm here to let everyone know that. And they wanted to brainwash the entire world into an inverse or evil realm. And if that they cast enough illusions with their, favorite spells that they like to cast, that they believe that they'll just be able to manipulate situations, manipulate money, manipulate the terms and conditions endlessly so that everyone is just caught up and dizzied in smoke and mirrors. Everyone is enslaved by black magic. Everyone is a slave to money, which is black magic. And no one respects anyone, and everyone is disgusting for something that isn't even real. So I'm here now to provide you with resources for financial liberation strategies and to learn more about natural law and what they're moving against. So now that we've gotten through my notes, let's go over the syllabus real quick, and we're going to wrap everything up. All right. So our first link is how the courts get jurisdiction of the body from just conspiracy. Then we have Sestui Quevi Trust with Tammy Pepperman, the Matrix Rule of Law. Next up in our syllabus, we have U.S. Slave Ownership Emancipation Proclamation. Yeah, guys, we're still slaves. You have to file to not be a slave in America. I hate to break it to you. It's the 21st century. And you actually have to go file with the court to not be treated and held as a slave under your false legal identity. And after that, we have car dealership and the performance bond. And the ecclesiastical state, all coming in from Robots and Patriots, great channel for financial liberation. Then we got Freddie Silva, Ancient Temple Grid Network, Ley Lines, Sacred Oath, Servant of Truth.org. Mayan pyramid collapses. No one really brought that up. Static in the Attic's going to bring it up and what it has to do with all of this. Thoth, I am with you. A little more Egyptian stuff for you to better understand what this has to do with all of this. Pay your bills with your bill statement coupon from Financial Impact Lifestyle Augmenters. Conditional acceptance, focus on the principles. Conditional acceptance is a really great website, everyone, for learning more about this. How we forfeit our rights through contracts, live workshop clip number 4 from Conditional Acceptance. Hold trustees accountable for their actions. Yeah, all of us have trustees. We have to hold them accountable. You have to go to court to do this. All the information is in the description box. Court deadlines don't apply to you. That's real talk. Conditionalacceptance.com. Conditional acceptance letters defending your rights through high word magic. They use black magic. We're going to use high word magic. We're not going to be butt munches like they are. Remember, magic is simple as talking your reality into existence. That's all magic is taking an idea and making it real. It's not more complicated than that. Do you need to correct your status to be free? If you live in America and you haven't done it yet, the answer is yes. Go to Conditional Acceptance's channel for more. Stay out of court, conditional acceptance. Conditional acceptance works through natural law because natural law is real law. The postal rule explained. You need to know that one. Learn how to write conditional acceptance. Why your 1099A is not working, conditional acceptance. You're not paying your bills correctly, conditional acceptance. Using an affidavit to express the truth, again, conditional acceptance. This affidavit is important to the entire process. The 1099A process, don't be greedy. By the way, if you give, I already talked about the black magic. Greed is bad karma. Going around wanting to do things for bad reasons is going to bring you bad results. When you do anything that I'm teaching y'all about, do things for the right reasons if you want to get good results. If you act like my ex, you're going to be facing bad results. If you act like my current husband, who, yeah, he ain't perfect, but when he makes a mistake, he does the right thing, he gets to live a happy life with yours truly. You see the difference? The same goes for this money, conditional acceptance, these government systems. Apply the same rules with everyone, and you will have true integrity. You bet your bottom dollar on that. The conditional acceptance process, your bills are prepaid and contain a check. Pay close attention to that. Jekyll and Hyde, the tale of two persons, the man and the legal person from the common law right society. That's an important one, everyone. Ex-occultist. They call it the master key of the universe from Be Inspired. You want to get inside these people's heads. Come with me on this journey. We're going to get inside their heads, man. All right, next up, law and morality. Should we respect evil laws? You and I know the answer to that. That would be a no. Then the Hart-Fuller debates on morality and law. Legal positivism, the dominant theory in jurisprudence. And let me be clear, legal positivism is a trap. It is a manufacturing of consent via black magic through implementing compulsory penalty for non-compliance. So you will positively do the legal standard. Yeah, that's sick. Don't fall for that crap. Stand up. It's the Great Awakening. That doesn't mean do evil. It means stand up on the laws that are evil, everyone. Do not even try to mix my words up. John Lennox, science doesn't explain what you think it does, from the channel Practical Wisdom. GE Ethics, the Natural Law of Thomas Aquinas. You know that I got to get my philosophy on my show. That comes in from Sir J.M. Vlogs. Natural Law Theory, Crash Course Philosophy number 34 from Crash Course. The Kali Yuga, Julius Evolva, and the Eternal Natural Law from Thomas Leroy. That's a very good video. Go check that out. Did this man escape the Matrix? The story of Dr. Jacob Grinberg, Beyond the Veil, from the channel Beyond the Veil. I know I escaped the Matrix, and I hope you escape it too, y'all. I'm here to help you. Escaping the false reality matrix is easier than you thought, from Plant Abundance. And that plant medicine and getting off that nasty Western medicine, that's going to help. The Chosen Ones, you are the secret weapon against the Matrix, from Astral Adam. Bugs in the Matrix, our life is not real, only awakened souls, from Astral Adam. The Capitalist Matrix, what everyone gets wrong, from the channel One Dime. David Icke, we live in a matrix. Our world is made up of ... and that's from Official TEB. Why the Matrix can't control the Sigma female, and if you're a Sigma empath or a Heyoka empath like I am, you're totally going to relate to this. It's going to be real edifying. That comes in from the Rare Gems channel. The Esoteric Secrets of Plato's Cave and the Truth Beyond the Simulation. They don't teach you this in Philosophy 101. I'll tell you that. They teach you this like BS crap about, oh, I don't even want to get into it. But they want to teach you some smoke and mirrors to keep you from knowing the truth. That's all I'm going to say on that. The Traps of the Adversary, from Everything Explained, coming in from Spirit Science. How society is programming you to be poor, single, and young, and somehow think that this is something that you are entitled something because of this. They push you down, so now you're entitled because you fell for it. Yeah, let's learn about these depopulators and their traps, because this stuff is really childish. Then we got Michael Schellenberger's Guide to Escaping the Woke Matrix. By the way, there's many matrices within their false illusory matrix. That's why they like to cast a matrix within a matrix within a matrix. If you want an example of how this would look and you like really, really good movies, go watch Synecdoche, New York. Watch Caden struggle to recreate his vision. Trust me, you'll understand the vibe if you go watch Synecdoche, New York. It's a great movie. The matrix of illusion is manipulating your perception of reality from Wisdom of the Universe. Oh, yeah. Also, great philosophical movies to help you in your endeavor. Please go watch Waking Life and please go watch Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. And there's a really amazing anime called, Mind, F, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Watch that one too. It's a little graphic, but it will get you inside the heads of this like lizard hive and their like horrid ideas for humanity. Does the Matrix end when you die? From the channel Inspired. What is the demiurge? Exit the Matrix from the Alchemist. And if you don't understand Gnosticism and all, the demiurge, this is going to help get your foot in the door of understanding that. And the final video we have for our syllabus today is Enlil the Enslaver, the Matrix, the Gnostics, and the Serpent from Ancient Astronaut. And remember, this all goes back to Sumerian, i.e., Babylonian, i.e., Canaanite, i.e., baby eating, human sacrificing, horrible people who really like to slut it up at the orgy. Yeah, and go around spreading disease and, like, beating their wives and children. And if you don't want to live in a world like this, don't join societies that uphold this stuff. Don't care about things that these so-called elitist, parasite, idiot, ruling class people think is good. It's all a trap. They're horrible people. They aren't even people, and they want you to be just as disgusting as they are so that they can justify eliminating you and taking all of your stuff. That's like really all they care about is smoke and mirrors and how do they make it legal. They don't care if it's moral. They don't care if it's ethical. They don't care if it's right. They care if it's legal and if they can get away with it or not. And we got to put an end to that because this is the Great Awakening. So that is our pondering for today. I know I switched up our schedule a little bit. We are going to get into Tataria. I promise. I promise. I promise. But all this cool new information popped up from Magic 8 Ball that I have to get out to everyone. So I have to rework what I'm doing. So our next episode is super exciting adventure. And if you're afraid of tarot and divination and stuff, remember that divination and divination abuse is when you go out and nosing, all right? When that stuff comes to you and finds you, you're just observing what spirit brought to you. You're not going out and nosing on people. You're not trying to see what someone's future is to go sabotage it like they did to us. You're not doing any of that. You're just trying to, listen to when spirit comes to you and talks to you. So I'm going to show you these resources in our next episode titled Epic Collective Tarot Adventure in Truth and Liberation for Earth Angels, Chosen Ones, Lightworkers, and the 144,000. And we're going to go through these collective readings because my story is not merely an individual story. It's a collective story. It's going on worldwide. It literally affects millions of people, and it's going to be found out in due time and soon enough. So stay tuned, and I'm going to take you on my part of the adventure that was brought to me, and you guys can see if any of it resonates with you. And if it does or if it doesn't, we all still need to be aware. It doesn't matter if you were not a victim of attempted human sacrifice. You probably know someone who was, because this is so much more common. It's normally the kid who was bullied, the kid who was picked on, the kid who was driven to suicide attempts, the kid who was driven to drugs, the kid who was driven to run away from home, the kid who felt like they couldn't do no better in life, so they just had to do what they could and take whatever they could. That's who the targets were, and that whole illusion to set them up like that, it's all artificial, it's all fake. They use schools, teachers, jobs. They got us fired from jobs. They did all kinds of stuff to us to maintain their image. So again, guys, if you're a part of that, or you know someone who is, my heart goes out. I'm there for you, and I'm trying to help correct the problem by bringing awareness to the problem. And I hope that you all help me by liking, sharing, subscribing, getting the word out. And also, please, by all means, produce your own content. We need as many voices in this game as possible, everyone. So I want to thank you all for being with me. I know that was a little lengthy and a bit rambly, and I hope that you all got something out of this because I have learned so much on this journey, and I want you all to learn a lot too. So, uh, like I like to tell you guys, just be cool. Just be cool. Do the right thing. Know that following your heart, regardless of what anyone tries to dupe you with this black magic, know that following your heart is literally the good white magic. And following your ego, that's that dirty, nasty black magic. Don't fall for that trap. You know, a lot of people fell for that trap, and don't let it make you bitter, because that's how you fall for the trap. If you become a vessel for bitterness, disharmony, and discord, and you hold on to it and you don't let it go, you don't give that stuff to God, you're going to hold on to it. You're going to hold that poison, and you yourself are going to become toxic because other people were toxic around you and you didn't remove yourself from that toxicity. And that's how they make the human sacrifice look like it's your fault, because you chose to stick around that toxicity. That's how they manufacture consent, when you literally don't choose to leave, when you don't take your free will and do everything in your power to fight back. So fight back, guys. And I'll see you on the next Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering. Epitome out. Take care, everyone. On today's episode, featured videos include. Today's bonus features include. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 37 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I am Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. My music is also available across all other platforms under the release title, The Copernican Dispatch. I will have links for all of that. And all the links discussed in today's episode will also be able to be found in the description box below. So please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. It's really important stuff, and we try to have a little fun too. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my new series, Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. And one final special production note, I have 2 new full-length features now in pre-production and production. So videos will be slowing down to a few a week and some short so that I can focus more time on the movies and the music for these projects. One is a retro gamer psychedelic art feature, and the other is a VJ tribute to the late great Busby Berkeley. So stay tuned for more details throughout the weeks ahead. And on to today's featured video recommendations. Our first video on today's features comes in from the channel Truth to Love Inside You, and is titled The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. In an era where over a century of dispensational rapture rhetoric have led to many a midwit or everyday theologically ignorant person for a wide plethora of reasons, to blindly adhere to Zionist rhetoric, it is beyond important to look at the history and roots of said rhetoric. This is a must-watch for a deep dive into the history of the foundations of the Zionist movement, Zionist Congress, and the Elders of Zion themselves. And from the excerpt from this video's description box, some key features is this document is important. This is the official document, but keep in mind that most Jews are not behind this movement. This movement is really not affiliated with Judaism. It is a political movement. See the complete video series, Withdrawal of Consent, here, and he's got some links to his other videos on this topic. Our second video entry today is from the channel, the International Spiritual News Network, and is titled Understanding the Matrix with David Icke. I think many of you out there in streaming land will find this video helpful in understanding much of the vernacular, concepts, and mechanics of the 3D matrix of illusion, so necessary to the ruling class to manufacture consent and mandate control of the citizenry. This next snippet comes from the video's description box, and I quote, David Icke is a former professional soccer player, journalist, and network anchorman with the BBC. He was the spokesman in the 1980s for the British Green Party, and since 1990 has been a full-time investigator into who and what is really controlling the world. He is the author of 20 books, Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center Disaster, and his latest book, Infinite Love is the Only Truth, Everything Else is Illusion. On his never-ending quest for truth, he simply says, the cutting edge just moved. Never before has a book explained with such clarity why physical reality is merely an illusion that only exists in our brains. But David Icke's information presented in a way that everyone can understand is a life-changing exposure to both the illusion we believe to be real and the way this illusion is generated and manipulated to imprison us into a false reality. And that's real talk, man. He really does break it down really good. I definitely recommend that one. And third on our lineup today is Big Judah coming in with a video titled The Secret Oath Made by All Priests and Pastors with the Catholic Church Will Be Exposed Tonight. So you think that's a Protestant church you're attending, huh? Wow. Do you see that IHS symbology emblazoned onto the iconography or other clerical attire and, clergy relics and implements? The Counter-Reformation was way more successful than anyone fully realized, and Big Judah brings the receipts for the truth behind the scenes of Protestant Christianity that they really don't seem to want to talk about. I looked for an excerpt from his description box, but he doesn't really have one. He doesn't roll like that. So on to our next video, which comes in from the channel, There's No Place Like Home, and is titled Question the Narrative, Beyond the Ice Wall and the Firmament. If you have an interest in the mysteries surrounding flat Earth, the firmament, and the ice wall, commonly passed off as Antarctica, then this video is a great starting point to evaluate suppressed history and scientific concepts long banned by the Vatican, and many others regarding common knowledge they deem unacceptable for commoners to be aware of, like you and me. If it furthers our agenda of peace, freedom, truth, beauty, and sovereignty, then they will probably take issue with it and craft a ridiculously disempowering false narrative that they really seem to enjoy employing with force to replace the truth through like a bunch of psyops and stuff. Did I mention how incredibly tacky post-truth deconstructionism and brutalism are? Way tacky, communists, grow up. So for more from the creator, here's from the description box when it comes to the ice wall and the firmament. There are many possibilities, along with links to all of the sources sourced to make the video. So definitely check out Question the Narrative. I've seen a lot of their videos. Really good channel. And that brings us to our entry today. Our fifth one today comes in from Tom Nicholas and is titled The Myth of a Free Press, Media Bias Explained. This is really an important topic for all of us to accept, reflect on, and discern wisely the more that we learn about it. Here is a word straight from the creator. And I quote, "In this month's episode of What the Theory, Tom Nicholas, look at media bias and fake news primarily through the lens of Manufacturing Consent by Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky and the work of Stuart Hall on representation and the media. We're going to put the corporate media under the spotlight in order to consider how media ownership leads to bias in the media, which flavors the richest and most powerful in our society. As a case study, we're going to take a look at a news report which is aired as part of the BBC's flagship news and current affairs program, BBC Newsnight. The report focuses on the migrant crisis and the current English Channel crossings. We're going to consider how BBC News has framed these channel crossings, what response the report wants us to have from them, and what aspects of the way in which our media works might have informed this. It's a long one, but my goal was to create the ultimate media bias crash course. Hopefully, I've not done too badly on that front," end quote. And that is exactly what I shared with all of you guys. It's a really, really, really good piece. And that brings us to the last video of our main feature highlights today. And that is titled, "I Was a Woke Activist, Not Anymore," and comes in from one of our favorite channel regulars over at the guys over at Trigonometry. We've also featured some of Amala Ekpunobi's work on past episodes of Supplemental Broadcast. That's who they're going to be interviewing. This interview lets us get to know the story of a former leftist who has changed her beliefs, what caused those beliefs to change, and how life changed after her, changing allegiances, because that's very different how everyone treats you. Believe you me, I should know. When all my friends went communist, and I'm just like, guys, whatever you're calling anarcho-communism, it's a trap. They weren't really cool with being told it's a trap, and needless to say, most of them do not speak to me anymore. And you know what? Good riddance. I'm not down with anyone who's trying to destroy everything that we've built. But I digress. On to our bonus features. These are some good ones. I'm not going to go in depth, but the links are below, and I'm just going to let you know what they are. So if you're interested, you can go check them out. First bonus feature is Let's Check In on Modern Art by Clown Planet. The second bonus feature is Thomas DiLorenzo, Why Marxists Want to Destroy Western Culture, from the channel Philosophy Insights. Our third one comes in from Stargate Book is the channel, and it's titled The Gateway Program, the secret CIA program about conscience and reality. Pretty interesting stuff, guys. Next, we have 10 things millennials should know about socialism, because unfortunately, millennials, and I'm a zennial, guys, I got in while the getting was good. You guys were taught a lot of lies that just to make China and Russia and things look good because of, like, economic, like, nonsense, because of, like, the Khazarian mafia along with, like, some other people. So for real, what you've been taught about socialism is just to dupe you, use you, and take advantage of you. Check out this video for more. Then to help with that, our next video after that comes in from Thomas Sowell, The Origins of Woke, How Did We Get Here? Because it is very much affiliated with communism, Marxism, socialism, etc. And our final bonus feature is titled, It Was Never Just Music, Discover What's Behind the Pop Songs of Madonna, Beyonce, ... from the channel Divine Transformation. And yeah, the satanic music industry is super real, y'all. All y'all good musicians that make good music, that are full of really good vibes, don't let anyone corrupt you. Money is fake. Love is real. Do things for love and happiness. Money is fake. It leads to misery. That's real talk, y'all. And finally, my favorite part of the show. Yeah, we're here. My auspicious op-ed. So I composed some words because I like words. And I'm going to share them with you. And I hope you like words too. And I hope you want to compose some words. And I hope you want to share some words that you compose. Because that's how we're going to get over this post-truth nonsense, is composed of some truthful words. This piece is titled Pay-to-Play Internet, Algorithmic Preference, and Shadow Bans. You guys know, like, It's happened to a lot of us, right? You guys feeling the pain? All right. So this is going to be the first op-ed monologue that features some show and tell. I am going to share with you on my iPad regarding our topic. So if it gets a little klutzy, my apologies. I'm going to do my best. I'm very new at this. I'm really old school. I'm used to like floppy disks still. I'm not used to no disks. I'm not used to this modern stuff. I'm very used to nice late 20th century computing. It's how I like it. But here we go. As a grateful and thankful digital exile, outlier, shadow banned, down throttled, algorithmically suppressed messenger of poignant truth or real talk, however you want to think of it, I have never been so liberated from their methods of censorship, manipulation, and dominance on every part of my being as I have been operating without giving any regards to the lizard hive, depopulation, mind control brigade. I just don't care about them. I don't think about them. You cannot unsee the things I have seen working on this hashtag YouTube recommended chronicles archival disbursement project at the time. When I started the project, it was on Facebook, X, and Tumblr, long before the supplemental broadcast ever entered production. Fast forward to now. So yeah, I started this project back in 2022. So fast forward to now, and I have been permanently disabled on Facebook, shadow banned on most platforms, with Tumblr and Rumble being the most hospitable. SoundCloud, Instagram, and Google properties suppress me the most, while X seems to pick and choose based on what it thinks the content of each video posted is, even though it can get the vibes really wrong because AI is it's like a cracked out Dewey Decimal System saying trying to turn binary into human, and it's just really not working, people. Oh, Lord. In places where suppression is less of a problem for the types of content I share with all of you here on the show, I have run into the 21st century internet problem of it being a pay-to-play domain, an issue not prevalent during my prime late 20th century interneting in my formative years. I couldn't have grown this channel, my shows, or my music without setting aside a modest budget for promotional ad placement so people can be exposed to my material and choose to click for more. If any of these videos are something you'd like to support, like get the message out further, please send me an email with the specifics of which episodes you would like to sponsor. My donation link is in the description box of every video. I will be expanding that in the future to make it, more methods. And I'm not monetized. What I do, this is a very DIY, grassroots labor of love, truth, beauty, freedom, and sovereignty for us all who are against the globalist oligarchs. As you can tell, getting your creation seen goes to the one with the most algorithmic preference, multiplied by how much impact ads or much more successful SEO digital marketers, the tools they provide to creators with form letters speaking to how much potential they see in you just to pony up the moolah. You and I know that in this economy, creators like myself do not have $200 to $1,500 a month to pay some kid with software to have an AI of all things tinker with my channel somehow. Not acknowledging I'm shadow banned or anything else in the complexity of getting my message out in particular. I don't pay more than $15 ever to run a promotion or SEO work on anything on my channel. I just don't do it. To get real viewer exposure, that has led, but it still has led to organic growth in subscribers and returning viewers. I mean, seriously, everyone, they are trying to turn our streaming media into the old corporate media, cable access, pay for airtime at the station model. And literally almost all social media sites have this problem now just to be seen. Time for some show and tell now. So forgive me with my show and tell portion. This is the first time I've ever done this. And Socrates is up, and I hope that he doesn't crash what I'm doing. But just to kind of show you what I've already been through thus far on this journey. Considering Zuck just came out and apologized for censorship, and I want to show you what I got kicked off of Facebook for. It's unbelievable. So here's the content that I shared. Here's the screenshot that I took. This is a meme. I don't know if you can see this. Okay, so I'm going to read this to you in case you couldn't see all of that. But it says, we removed your content. Why this happened? It looks like you shared symbols, praise, or supportive people in organizations. We define as dangerous or followed them. Okay, do you want to see what this meme says? With these evil, nasty Nazis who do evil, nasty things to people just to try to, you know, show how they'll smear, you know, showing something bad as bad and try to say you were a part of it. This meme says, 75 years ago, during the Nuremberg trials, judges asked Hermann Göring, Hitler's right-hand man, how they made Germany accept all the madness. And he said, quote, "The only thing a government needs to turn people into slaves is fear. If you can find something to make them afraid, you can make them do whatever you want." COVID was our first big fascist test of the 21st century. 9/11 doesn't really count. No, that was a psyop. That doesn't really count. This is what they threw me off of Facebook for, is reminding everyone that the atrocities during COVID are literally the same atrocities that happened in the Nuremberg trials. And just like Hannah Arendt taught us in philosophy, she's a great philosopher of the 20th century. She's an anarchist. She created anarchy. She's why I'm an anarchist. She's a wonderful, peaceful woman. Basically, evil is banal. Evil is just like, what? I was just doing my job. What? Business as usual, right? You know, what's the big deal? So that's the first thing that I had a show and tell for. Let me get back to my notes because I had a few other things on my thing I'm going to show you. So that was my permaban. And that's how they basically abuse the good guys. And I want to show you this email from this digital marketer. I'm not going to show an identity, but I responded to one of these ads, I guess, one of these comments put on my page. And how do I say it? I got in a dialogue, and I don't know if it was a scammer or what the deal is, but here comes Socrates. Hold on one second. I gotta get Socrates off the table. Sorry about that. Let me get to this thing. Yeah, I'm very new at the show and tell thing. I'll learn the screenshot thing and all in the future. I'm really 20th century, and I like to keep this show simple. That's why I don't like to mess around with all of that. So, let me go on into here and get to this email dialogue that I sent, because this is crazy. I mean, most of my ad space I get for under $3. I don't understand what I'm seeing. So I'm in this dialogue, and here's the rates that this kid from, I think he's somewhere in Africa, all these people seem to be in some, like, no offense to everyone, second or third world country. And they act like Americans have all this money that we don't have, because I guess they like watch TV shows and believe the lies and propaganda. So for 10 days, a social media campaign, $350. For 7 days, $200. For 6 months of social media marketing, $5,000. 26 days of full channel video management, $1,500. You realize that this is why a bunch of midwit affluent twits get all of the airtime because they have the credit cards and the money to drop on this. And, you know, like, this is like tanking our economy, right? But here's the email. I haven't showed any of, I don't know if you can see. So yeah, if you want to know why little channels and production companies and stuff were having a hard time getting seen, we can have all the talent in the world, but when you're on this pay-to-play internet, it's just it's not as simple as that. Anyways, that was a show and tell portion. Back to my monologue. So now that I've provided some examples for the class, you can see how we are all going to have to work together to be seen and heard, because we have to use every tool we can at our disposal. If all the people with disposable income can just do that and shout us out. So I'm not made of money, and you probably aren't either. These are, there are some free things that everyone can do to help creators in general, not just me, gain momentum needed to spread the message far and wide that we're trying to share. In regards to what the mainstream and mass media refuse to do, which is inform the people of the truth about what is going on and deliver emergency life-saving information in advance of any major event, if and whenever possible, we, the independent and alternative free streaming media, are more than happy to deliver in a host of flavors from many creators. With that in mind, please remember to like, subscribe, share, and comment whenever possible to help amplify this movement's momentum far and wide across the World Wide Web on all the platforms that there are. I do hope that everyone takes some time to reflect on how these rather extreme changes to what used to be a free internet affect creator and viewer alike. The oligarchy just can't seem to get enough. Even if they owned it all, it wouldn't satisfy them. It's hard to satisfy the demonically possessed type with main character syndrome, especially when they have a bunch of NPCs who tell them what they want to hear, is it not? They're using AI and finances both to push the peasants off the internet. Well, you know what? I'm peasant royalty, and they unlawfully usurp this planet and all of its inhabitants. It's time to take a stand and take it back. Stand with me, party people. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Today's musical selection, and it's got a really awesome music video too. Future Uncertainty from my musical project, Transmissions Existential. Links for all of that and everything are below in the description box. And yeah, that wraps us up. Please stay tuned and remember those new features that are coming in. Again, please be sure to follow me everywhere you can follow me. All the links are below in the description box. I like to remind everyone to stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and to continue being excellent to one another. We need it in these times now more than ever. If you want to get a hold of me, however, all the information is down in the description box as well. And I hope to see you guys next time on the Supplemental broadcast and across Alexandria, this lovely little channel. Bye-bye, everyone. Hi there, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering, episode 12, titled Global Tyranny, Depopulation, Replacement, and Transhumanism Through the Lens of the Lizard Hive Mind. I have some opening notes like I do for everyone, as always. I have a rockin' syllabus compiled of links down for everyone in the description box below. And we're going to talk about some things that we all need to talk about, think about, and care about because they're real and we can do better. Yay. All right. And I'm sorry for the breaks in between broadcasts, everyone. There has been some really wicked solar activity. There was like an X4 flare this week and everything. I haven't been able to record. And my phone just fought with me and refused to record sound on 3 separate microphones. So here I am back on my laptop, burning myself with the LED ring light and delivering you some really, really important stuff that I've been compiling for you over the past few weeks. So to start today off, what is all this depopulation, replacement, transhumanism all about? Well, here's the deal from what I've figured out from the past few weeks of study. God's blueprint, our souls, and the sentience of all sentient life is and has been under attack for quite some time throughout all of our infrastructures and systems designed solely for the control, regulation, and dismissal of the citizenry and their well-being. We have been forced, coerced, and manipulated over the public institutions that indoctrinate and penalize the many for the benefit of the few. When we truly like look at the entire deal here, um, let's go ahead and start with we're not all one species here. They tried to cover this up with racism. They try to cover this up with all kinds of xenophobia. They try to cover this up with nationalism. They have tried to cover this up with resets. They have tried to cover this up with genocides. And their last attempt to genetically mutate as many of the public as they could into lizard people, gross, but they did that too. Their quest to destroy sentience, spirituality, and the soul itself is apparently rooted in retaliation, envy, and some type of resentment built up from the narcissistic injury that apparently humans cause these lizard people, reptilians, narcissists, whatever you're trying to call them today. They're not the same as us humans. The hybrids are their own thing, and there's other species out there too. I don't even want to go into uh, the far-flung reaches of cannibalism and everything else no one talks about on remote islands, let alone that of the elite. So let's go ahead and just for now try to acknowledge that sorry, I wrote my notes in the dark. I have the handwriting of a doctor, and I can't have my light up too bright or I'll get a light burn. So please pardon me and how haphazard this episode is. I've been trying to get this episode filmed for 2 weeks now, and as you guys can tell, I'm in cramped space. I don't really have a lot of resources, and I really don't have a lot of privacy. So please bear with me. Um, Basically, humans who stand up for human values really upset these globalist lizard people things that just want everything to be a useless communist hive of material dialecticism, eternal consumption, and eventually how can they exploit us as many ways as possible before our inevitable death, which is what they want. They want to see how many ways they can kill us, really sick people. I mean, what can I say here? Basically they have been uncloaking, recloaking. Um, they're essentially shapeshifters. They absorb and destroy cultures. They assimilate cultures. They force breed and blend. They try to blend their things into things. It's not good. These are not normal people. This is the most difficult episode I've ever had to do, actually. For the entirety of my lifetime, I have witnessed the vast majority of humans reduced to nothing more than automated creatures of manufactured consent, living in survival mode, and toxic conformity, just to not be on the receiving end of the punishment, exile, blacklisting, shadow banning, whatever of these lizard creeps who consider themselves the biologically rich caste or some crap like that, according to King Lizard over at the WEF, Yuri, whatever his name is. Yeah, anyway, the ruthless onslaught of competition, expectations, exploitation, coercion, and restrictions imposed on our society by force is not a part of any social contract. Like they lie to people in school and tell them there was a social contract. No, there wasn't. And it has nothing to do with a benevolent system of structure that's for fairness or rights or it. Come on, people. There's more than enough goods on this earth for all of us to be clothed, be fed, have a home, and have a Nintendo and not get in each other's way. And apparently that's not good enough for these lizard people. So yeah. This all they do is this constant assault and battery of our minds, bodies, and spirits. And it starts not long after birth. These videos I put into the syllabus, they're gonna go all over every end of how they're coming at us. They're coming at us every which way. Most of it's indoctrination. Most of it's this forced compulsory education. Most of it's you have to agree with things that they just simply say, because if you don't, they have already written in the rules and regulations to take you down, take you out, do what they want to do to you. I'm here to tell you that's not a way to live. That's not human. Humans don't act like that. If you think a human being acts like that, you're probably a lizard person. That's real. So, yeah, not long after birth, they start this onslaught. They want to separate us from ourselves. They want to inject us with all this stuff. They want to separate us from our parents. They want our parents not naturally parenting us. They want them reading books about what a lizard person thinks you should do to a child, which we all know ain't right. Then they want them off in daycare, being handled by a bunch of strangers because it's their children. Your children are everyone's children. Yeah, no, they aren't. That's not real life. Okay. So it's time for all of us to really realize like how many ways they're, trying to do all of these things. And oh yeah, I'm sorry if I'm a little distracted. My husband is literally trying to make sure my cats do not mess with my light. I got a lot going on in the background. Uh y'all, you have no idea what kind of labor of love this series is, man. Because if I did not really care about taking down these stupid lizard people, I would not be talking to y'all right now. I wouldn't. It seems that they want to affect us either before birth or during conception. They're obsessed with now getting to us before conception and being all designer test tube embryo whatever. Um this is a breeding farm. These are weird alien freaks who want to probe people and have a breeding farm. Like, I don't even know how many ways I can explain to you all. This is not cool. This is not okay. They want to replace us with robots. They want to replace us with third world people. They want to replace us with AI. They want to replace us with math and science. They want to replace us with anything that isn't human because humans know full well that what these things are doing results in the end of all organic life at the end of the day. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Okay. So, yeah. We're put through this brutal gauntlet. Um, and let me be clear. Many a self, many an obsessed, either self-obsessed or how parents can be. This obsession for your child to be perfect, your child to be accepted, this, that, and the other, you're falling into their trap. They're basically telling you, as a human, you're not good enough. If you're not augmented with some type of AI, some type of machinery, some type of something to make you more than human, you're nothing. Really? Y'all really falling for this stuff? If they can separate you from your sentience, if they can convince you were never sentient, you don't even have an opportunity at free will. You do not have an opportunity at free thought. You don't even have an opportunity at being an honest contribution or contributor to society. You don't even have the opportunity to be honest. They want you living in literally a life of sin via a morality machine-like behavior. That is what they really want. It's gross. So well-meaning parents who just want their kids to grow up and not be homeless, they're being groomed. They're being groomed to grow up to be horrible, nasty, trashy lizard people who step on others just to survive. Is that the kind of civilization y'all want to live in? Where everyone just steps on everyone just so they don't get stepped on? I mean, come on. This was one thing back in 6000 BC. But, I mean, there ain't no pharaoh here. What is this? This is crap, people. This is garbage. I wish that, our families and communities hadn't sold us out. That's right. Gen X, millennials, everyone younger. Yeah, we're looking at the baby boomers, and I'm mostly looking at the greatest generation and those jackasses from the Gilded Age. Yeah, the lost generation, not the good ones, but, the evil tycoon types. That's why we're here doing this. It's senseless. They do this every so many hundred years. You don't need to wait for a big great earth disaster. Apparently, there's a micro one like every 2 to 300 years. They're going to take advantage of it. You want to know why they want you in them 15-minute cities? You really want to know? They want for when the mud flood that comes after they mess with their 5G and everything, just like the crystals in Atlantis. Just like sinking Lemuria. That's right, just like Tartaria. Yeah, and the bells. And the bells cause the mud floods, and all those spires cause the mud floods. They want that 5G to cause them mud floods. They want the grid to cause them mud floods. They want their hydro, electro, whatever to cause them mud floods. They want to unleash the dams. They want to have a heyday. They want to geoengineer. They want to salt the earth. They want to aluminum the earth. They want to barium and aluminum the earth. They want to silver dioxide the earth. Y'all, make no mistake. You're in a closed science experiment. There is a firmament. God is in charge, and God is going to let them show you just how nasty they can be to teach y'all never to allow this to happen again, because you are a co-creator here. You are God's representative. And if you want to be a good person, you need to be responsible for God and accountable for yourself. If you cannot do that, you're going to break planet Earth, and you are not going to be welcome in the 5D Earth, okay? Let me just be real about that. So, yeah, we got sold out by a bunch of people who wanted a little bit of extra money, status, favor, God forbid a benefits package, maybe some nice health insurance. That's what they sold you out for. They sold you out for that fake big pharma shit. Y'all, come on. For real. I shouldn't have to be, making this video. Y'all should already know this. Y'all should be literally not complying. And I mean, you shouldn't have been. I stopped complying in the 1990s. That's right. I stopped complying way back in high school. Uh, Trust me, I'm no stranger being kicked out, fired, whatever. I do not comply with evil. And if that makes me appear to be in poverty when I'm spiritually and intellectually rich, and I am rich with all kinds of things that money cannot buy, that's what these people are jealous of. They are jealous of the things that we can do without a cent. That's why they want to squash your spirit, steal your sentience, break your soul, and have you sign it away unbeknownst to you to a far darker entity, which is literally whatever demon is running them. You don't want to do that, people. You really don't. So, yeah, let me take a moment, look over my notes again. So basically, we were sacrificed because of a competition no one ever asked to be put in, because they were told there's a social contract and somehow it is our right to be tortured to prevail. Really? Are you all really buying that? I know I'm not buying that. And not only are we competing against each other, we are competing against what people developed or advanced. We're competing against machines. And we have to answer to a machine as though a machine can verify our validity. We have to go through a machine to be given an okay. Do you see what kind of trap that is, y'all? That's a trap. It's not okay. So, yeah, this is yet another, these are low vibrational, one-dimensional abominations of this lineage of savage traders who have been savage traders for thousands of years, who seem to shapeshift or rebrand their culture, ethnicity, identity, religion after they literally drag the last one they assume through the mud. The latest one they're dragging through the mud appears to be Judaism. That's what they appear to be dragging through the mud right now. Next time they will probably try to pick something else if they don't get their little one world religion thing the Jesuits are after. So all these things, all they do is just shapeshift, rebrand, and reset. Every time there's these disasters, and they've been messing with the weather and stuff since the late 1800s, y'all. They're causing these disasters, okay? The last thing, Tartaria was taken out during the Carrington event. Then followed the Reset Wars and the Orphan Trains. Then they covered it up with World War I and II after Napoleon wasn't really enough gunpowder to cover up what was going on. So this is what they do. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure out. I mean, literally, a middle schooler could figure this out if they were so inclined. Oh, okay. A middle schooler in the 80s or 90s could do it. I don't know about now. But yeah, all of this stuff is real. So let me go on to telling you guys about the awesome stuff I put in the syllabus. Because this show isn't really about me telling you things that you know, the good Lord, source, God of heaven and earth have placed upon me to share with y'all that we need to care about because we need to do better, we need to make a better world. So I'm looking at the links here, got my iPad open, and the first one I really want you to pay attention to. The Beast DNA Humanity Reset. It's from Logic Before Authority. This is really well done computer animated overview of what they're thinking. Okay, it's really well done. There's a lot of stuff on here from Robert Sefer with the hidden history of Zionism, the Luciferian doctrines explain, declassified psychic technology, how Christ became king, occult secrets of the Book of Revelation, alchemical secrets of the Knights Templar. And by the way, like I said in a past episode, this is United States is like a colony of the Knights of Malta or something. They funded the revolution. This is not our country. Then it was sold off to the Rockefellers, like at the turn of the century down in Jekyll Island. If you support your government, you're literally like fighting for Lord Rockefeller. I mean, it's really gross what is going on. Then further in here, I got the Golden Dawn, the Sacred Magic from 1892. It's a video from David Vos. The Religion of Progress from New Discourses, because communism literally is affiliated with Satanism, Luciferianism, and is the gateway to this one world secular nightmare that they're trying to make. I got a few things, really good ones, lectures in here. Look for the Prophets of Doom and the Terminus of Civilization. Those were both stellar. More about the Matrix. We got the Lunar Matrix and Saturn, a video from Laura Eisenhower. It's really informative. Rise and Fall of the Elite, Ancient Canaanite, Occultism, Modern Malta's Serpent Priests, Mystery, full documentary. Yep, Lovecraft, Lizard People. Let's get down to what they're trying to hide behind their silly little role-playing games and stuff, y'all. They're doing some nasty stuff out here, man. Oh, the managerial elites and their whole agenda. The particle physics agenda, we got that on here. The shift of ages and the divine mother. Lenin and the brutal magic of communism. You know Marx was a Satanist, right? He was. The conquest of England with non-existent dollars. How fascinating. Quantum reality, lies about light, and Ubuntu. The Age of Discovery, mapping the land. This is about pre-medieval maps and all that they've tried to censor off of them. Volcanoes, floods, fires rage across the planet. Adapt 2030 newscast alert, because they want to start this depopulation as part of Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 is literally the depopulation agenda. Okay, so if you hear Agenda 2030 or Project 2025, which is the Jesuit one world religion Sunday whatever bullshit thing, both of those projects are evil. Okay, evil projects, don't be a part of it, guys. Another good one. The USA is an oligarchy. This scholar explained how in 1956, that's what it was. Yeah, this is not new. 1956 was a really long time ago, everyone. The Complete Secret of the American Illuminati. Y'all know the Illuminati started in Europe, but ours is a really, really weird version. This is how they will control us all. Pandemic 2.0 plans. Douglas Murray on the riot censoring, sentencing, online hate, and the quote unquote far right that they're calling all of us. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm an independent, like post political, like anarchist, minarchist. I don't play games. I don't believe in hierarchies. I don't believe in systems. I believe in human beings doing the right thing because that's what you do to have a world run. That's what I believe in. Self-assembling nanotechnology in the shot. And no, it's not the video Dr. Campbell took down. Someone else covered this. So don't you worry about that. I got you covered. I bring the receipts. Paul Wallace, he's really awesome. He's a like alien biblical scholar. This video is a human origins, genetic manipulation, and stories of creation. Fabulous. Then we got Mel Gibson and Mar Mari. The Vatican has been corrupted. As we all already went through this, Flavian Josephus did that. That's right, Piso family, way back in like 100 and something AD, because Revelation happened in like 70 AD, and everyone just needs to grow up and get over themselves. Nero was the first Antichrist, and they keep replaying this game like every so many hundred years and just replaying it and acting like it never happened. And then they destroy all the books, burn down all the buildings, and go, people didn't know things, and they never had electricity until like the 20th century. Y'all, how did everyone live back then? You can't live now without no heating in the winter. You can't. People can't survive now like that, so you know they're lying. They're lying about a lot. And then we got the sins of the gods for the descendants that are here to pay for them from Soul Family Oracle. That's right. All these idiots who made all these bloodline curses, it's our job to break them. If we conform and live how they lived, we go down how they went down. You don't want to go down like that. These are nasty, disgusting people. You don't want to be associated with that. Come on, people. You don't want that. The Nephilim demons creating a machine god. Yeah, that's what they want to do. Navigating ascension symptoms amid solar flares and a critical astrology, because you're going to need to know this for your health, your evolutionary health especially. I threw in They Live for y'all because it's fun, and that's what we're kind of looking at. It's a really hokey version of what we're living through right now. And I got the Magus book 1 from Francis Barrett. That's I believe he's a Rosicrucian, one of them Christian mystics who did the magic, good stuff. And Dr. Scott Atlas on why we were forced to jab and mask when there's no scientific or even common sense validity to why you would do that. Like, other than that was a fascist test and you wanted to MK Ultra everyone with some weird trauma bonding experiment, which is apparently all school, daycare, the military, and having a career is about. They want you trauma bonded. They're energy harvesters. If you aren't miserable, they aren't happy. And with that, I think I've left y'all enough to ponder. So until next time, check out all these links in the descriptions. The show is not about me. The show is not about my opinions. The show is about what is up, and y'all need to know what's up. Share this with as many people as you can. Get the word out far and wide. And if you would like to donate, to sponsor an episode or anything, or just, I don't know, this is what I do. I create, I make things. I'm not going to conform. I'm not going to do what is wrong. All I can do is try to make wonderful things for the people, and hope that the people care, that I tried to help them, and that they give back. So if you're interested in sponsoring a video, you can pick a geo-targeted location, whatever. I can get that. I can get a video that meant a lot to you out there. If you have even requests about things you might want me to do a different series on, while these series I'm doing right now are dictated by God, I'm open to doing other things that are more for the viewer. I'm just doing God's work right now. Aside from that, y'all, please eat healthy. Please drink a lot of water. Please make sure you're getting a lot of rest. Please, when they're spraying, try not to go out there and breathe too much of that in. Please read the packages of what you're eating. Please try to make as much of your food as you can yourself. Please try to get on plant-based medicine. Please try to get away from Western medicine. They're trying to kill us all, okay? And they're trying to make as much money and learn as much about suffering as they can in the process. I implore you and encourage you, don't be a part of the problem, be a part of the solution. Let's raise holy heaven, since we're sitting here in holy hell. All right. We're here to learn a lesson. We're here to liberate and fix it. We're here to squash the lizard people, or at least like get them kept at bay while we're waiting for the mud floods to take out the rest. And don't y'all get trapped in those 15-minute cities. They want to dig you out and literally take your belongings, like they did the last time. That's what they did to the Tatarians, and that's what they did to the really cool people with the airships, all right? That was the last really cool other civilization that they annihilated that we don't know enough about. And we can only guess about the ruins from the monument era, what happened to the pyramids and the Parthenon and all of that. But I'm going to tell you right now, it was because of free energy. The reason we use wires this go around is because every other go around, it was wireless. Wireless technology is really dangerous to all organic life, guys. We're all antennas. We're all feelers for the earth. We're all this weird giant organism. I'm going to tell you straight up, we are God thinking in real time. We are God cognating in real time. This is how God is figuring out what things are through all of us and all of this creation. This is how this is working. So take good care of this creation. Take good care of this vessel. Take good care of one another if and when possible. I know it's not easy these days. The lizard people are out there everywhere messing everything up for everybody. But do your best, everyone. I'm gonna keep doing my best. And yeah, I will get to you guys next time. Next I have a supplemental broadcast, but next Pan-Panen, let's look at number 13 before I head out of here. Oh, I put it away back here. Oh, I know what we're doing. Okay. We're going to learn about money and how they re-enslaved us. We're going to learn about how to unenslave us from the financial systems. This information is not only good for the United States of America, it's actually rooted in European and British common law. So if you're from any part of the Western world, and possibly the more Western parts of Asia, these principles might work for you to get yourself liberated from this fake dead person. We're going to go over that next time and have a lot of excellent links for y'all to learn from. So stay cool, everybody, and I will see you on the next Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering. Burn Kid out. See y'all. On today's episode, video features include. Today's bonus features include. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 32 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr, for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble, should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell some friends and family about the supplemental broadcasts and the many videos and subjects we cover in our program here. It's a friendly little programming note. We're new and improved and fortified with bonus features. So instead of 6 videos, we now have 12. And as always, if I glitch, itch, or twitch, my apologies. I'm very electromagnetically sensitive and I'm surrounded by gadgets. Okay. So our first video we have for you on today's features comes in from Suspicious Observers and is titled The Earth Turns Over, Advanced Catastrophism. We've been talking about the new Earth and the disaster cycle for a while on our show here. So what better way to continue our media adventure and educational journey than to take a closer look at the reformatting or reconfiguration and deep cleaning of our planet as per its divinely genius design. So, the best way to embrace the coming age is with knowledge, courage, and readiness, I think. So, be sure to check out more from this series on the Suspicious Observers channel. Today's second feature is an important topic and comes in from Larry Alex Taunton and his video titled The Cultural War Against the Absolute Truth. Why is there a struggle? If you were suddenly caught off guard in recent years by the rather hostile and abrupt sense of contempt towards long held truths, that most of us agreed upon across cultures a very, very long time ago, I think this video may resonate with an underlining sense of some funny business going on. The fact of the matter is that the main thing getting in the way of the globalist desires, hopes, and dreams is the inconvenient little obstacle better known to the rest of us as the truth, or absolute truth, or possibly the phrase indisputable facts. They would want a trigger warning. Who knows? Anyways, let Larry take you through his analysis of things for the breakdown of our culture and the war on truth and dissent to achieve their global control objectives, because that's really all they're after. And, you know, you have to be that weak to want to use that much force. You guys know that, right? So stay strong. We're going to get this. As though an absolute war on truth wasn't enough. Am I right or am I right, people? Oh, I got a good one for you. How about a decline of IQs worldwide that is starting to concern some of our brighter scholars? Aaron McIntyre interviews Professor Edward Dutton about this growing problem of declining IQs and where are we headed based on the research currently at hand. If you felt like people are becoming, like, no offense to anyone, retarded, literally like stunted, like their development is being impeded on, or they're like becoming more progressively illiterate despite their ability to read, write, and complete quantitative tasks, and have contributed these regressions to their education environment and resources, then you aren't alone or off base in your observations. I too have, noticed people, they don't make them like they used to. I'll just put it that way. Or they're breaking them. I'm certain the depopulators are breaking them. So be sure to start exploring the tip of this iceberg, because I'd bet that what lies beneath is going to contain some mind-blowing revelations regarding the blueprint for societal implosion we all know is being carried out right here. That's what we cover on the broadcast, is their controlled implosion of our civilizations. And we're going to be ready, and we're going to rock on in New Earth, right, people? We're going to rock on. Fourth on our list is an important update related to those coffee ground and embalmer's clots now being reported in living patients from Dr. John Campbell in his video titled White Blood Clots Common. Don't believe the slanderous disputes proposed by mainstream media or their fact-fabricating cronies about the openly admitted bioweapon that justifies the GMO juice they propose as their new solution for their intentionally self-created abomination they saw fit to unleash on us in an attempt and at manufacturing our consent to be subjugated for their own false sense of control and security of their interests that include depopulation, preservation, and the pillage of our perversion and the pillage of our species. That's all they're after. Depopulate, pervert, pillage, exploit, enslave. That's all they care about. And all of their institutions are designed to do just that, everyone. For real, I bring the receipts. Now, don't let all the rhetoric about the anti-Semitism that's been being spoken about very much these days fool you. The Khazarian Mafia was prophesied in both the Old and the New Testament, as was the apostate church and the synagogue of Satan. Did you know that most people who claim they are Jewish are actually just a bunch of atheist Khazarians trying to take advantage of protected citizen status and furthering their blasphemous, adulterated appropriation of the traditions of the Hebrew Israelites, up to which they have no relation and hold nothing but contempt for? Yeah, I thought so. Well, check out this entire series by Kurameo Ahau titled Don't Mention the Khazars. We have supplied a link to episode 9, which was a very good one. If I'm not mistaken, they just released episode 19 today. But I do what shows up in my feed for the show. I don't just show you what I go watch on my own. Um, I encourage everyone to watch the entire series to understand the whitewashing of history and the current progressive push to censor all dissent against any narrative that doesn't boost their agenda. Oh, yeah, and that note goes for everything that I post here on the show. This is specifically stuff Magic 8 Ball showed me. None of it is influenced by any of my independent research afterwards. That's why it's an authentically co-curated project we have going on here at Supplemental Broadcasts. And finally, our last feature brings us to one of the most under-discussed issues imposed on us by the powers that be: codependence. So Richard Grannon, and his channel is self-titled, takes on the elephant in the room in his video titled Codependent Brainwashed Slave to Raging Rebellion. Here is what I took away from his dialogue that really resonated greatly. You don't get communist indoctrination entrenched in any area of life without narcissists, because the narcissist's false self requires codependent brainwashed slaves to carry out their misguided utopian ideals. Collectivist exploitation is rooted in the narcissist codependent parasitic trauma bond and trauma-induced power dynamic that they throw around. And finally, when codependents have had enough, they turn into the insufferable, insane, wailing monsters hidden within all perpetually manipulated victims of narcissistic abuse. Those are just my primary takeaways. There was a lot of good information, and there was a Q&A at the end too. So definitely go check out this podcast, and the many others that I've heard from Richard Grannon thus far have been really good. He has a really unique perspective. It's really down to earth. And if you have dealt with an insufferable narcissist, you can relate all of this stuff to the powers that be. And now I am most happy to introduce a new feature to the show to ensure everyone gets the most bang for their buck in the receipts department. So please be sure to take a moment to check out the following features. I'm not going to go over them in any detail, but I watched them. They were good, and I think you can get something out of them. So the first one is What is Anthroposophy by Rudolf Steiner, and that comes in from the Rudolf Steiner Press Audios channel. The next one is What is Enochian Magic? John Dee and the Book of Enoch, the Liber Loagaeth, Angelic Language 2 from the channel Esoterica. Veritas, John and Bonnie Mitchell, Silent Frequencies Exposing the Covert World of Direct Energy Weapons. Full hour Veritas TV. It doesn't say direct energy weapons, but that is what it's about. And it's not just about like the, what we saw in Maui. It's also about the bonkers beam, that Havana syndrome stuff. This stuff is too common. They make some nasty technology, y'all. And our other features that we have are, well, this got weird pretty quick by Static in the Attic. More stuff about the ancient Israelite things that have been left out of stuff. And the law that could send Christians to jail for preaching the Bible. Bill C 367 must be stopped, and that comes in from Truth in Bible Prophecy. And our last bonus feature is The Fourth World, an encounter with Hopi prophecy, Graham Hancock. And that comes in from After School. And After School features are really beautifully illustrated. So I definitely think you'll enjoy that. And now we're at my favorite part of the program, my auspicious op-ed. So I composed some words for everyone, and they meant something to me. I hope they mean something to you. And I hope that you're inspired to do something similar, because we need a lot more of the sharing and caring going on in the world today. So here's some words for y'all. The end of history, hidden history, and alternative history are all terms that have been picked up in popularity in recent years. It is not just a mere coincidence that simultaneously the terms the Great Awakening, the Great Reset, and the Great Taking began making ground throughout the minds and consciousness of those who began waking and stirring from some default state of societally encouraged and induced slumber. If you've heard of Pangea, Agartha, Lemuria, or Atlantis and think they are fantasy, mythological, or literary terms and not past worlds and civilizations, their campaign of deception and control was a success. If you accepted that leaders, experts, and institutions are the best arbitrators of public and individual rights and needs because it is the only path smiled upon by the education system and the authorities, then they have most certainly succeeded in gaslighting, self-censorship, repression, and manufactured consent all in one fell swoop for the entire public. These globalists have wanted to put an end to history because they have been systematically trying to capture, constrain, and extinguish any materials that prove to be an obstacle to imposing their will onto the masses. Many sects, organizations, and enterprises are in the positions of power that they are solely because they have plagiarized, falsified, and censored, if not outright destroyed, the most fundamental truths innate to mankind by way of one's own intuition and authentic connection with the world, its inhabitants, and a spirit world they are all too eager to deny while serving the dark forces with a chilling vigor and zeal for all things anti-human. These ancient bloodlines of ruthless, bloodthirsty conquerors has traversed and seeded the world many times over since the Ice Age. And truly, not much has changed according to the mainstream narrative. I'm producing this piece for you all to bring awareness to everyone that this controlling the narrative business has cost us so much more than valuable knowledge, abilities, understandings, and autonomy alone. It's overshadowed the biggest race relations matter that stems back into ancient times, since this ancient group keeps trying to hide the ages-old battle of the only two races on Earth that hybridized during the early biblical period and beforehand composing of good and evil. Good is clearly manifested by being more human in behavior and disposition, which is ideally to manifest in being more godly, Christ-like, or godlike. While evil relates to the hybridized offspring of angels, known as the Watchers, fallen angels, demon and demonic entities, all of which are also known as aliens, extraterrestrials, and supernatural beings that reproduced with human females that birthed the Nephilim, a well-known group of giants that are in the Bible and many other ancient texts, and all those Tartarian buildings remains we see the remnants of. So evidence of these civilizations remain despite many groups' attempts at destroying every form of evidence, questioning, and dissenter that stands to prove some valuable points. That's just what they do to protect themselves. It's not because they have any honor. The reason I am going into all of this is because even I acknowledge nearly everything that has been taught for the past few centuries, at a bare minimum, is more than just a mere satanic deception. It is the phenomenon known as Satan's little season that occurs after the millennial reign that left behind all of those gorgeous Tartarian buildings that they keep torching into oblivion. Well-guarded books of ancient sacred knowledge and hidden decommissioned technologies that made that past society far more advanced than our currently degrading, devolving civilization, cluelessly falling into willful ignorance, numbness, and apathy. Isn't 7,000 to 8,000 years of progressive conquest, control, and tyranny enough for everyone already? Perhaps it is time to remind everyone who wants to replace us with the machines and AI that we none were put on earth to be anyone's servant or master. And their adamant desire to replace God with money, power, and prestige should have been a red flag that they are all quite literally manifestations and incarnations of Satan, demonic spirits, fallen angels, and everything that you should not desire to follow or aspire to be or to be a part of. Just want to put that out there and leave it out there because they have no game whatsoever if we refuse to play along with their game. We also have God on our side, and in the reasonably near future, the good Lord is going to see their hand and raise them much more than 20. Look around you. Check out those What Happened on Earth videos and World of Signs and all of that, because it drives it home. And that brings us to the end of our show today. Our musical selection today is me, Epitome of the Burn Kid, and it is Alternate Awakening. And we have a link for that down in the description box. I'm really happy that you came and joined me for the supplemental broadcast. And I encourage you to please like, subscribe, share, follow, tell some friends, tell some family, tell some peers, tell some colleagues about this. We need more people doing this kind of stuff. The truth movement needs you. And please keep supporting. It's very, very much appreciated. It's a very special welcome to all of my new subscribers and all of my new watchers. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And like I like to tell everyone at the end of every show, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and please continue to be excellent to one another, because we need so much of that in the world today and in the upcoming new world. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Have a great day. Epitome out. Hello again, everyone. I would like to invite you to join me for episode 11. Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. Favorite tongue twister to say at the beginning of every show. So today on episode 11, we're going to, as promised in our last episode, the Pious to the Jesuits, we are going to talk about the Elders of Zion, Marxism, anti-Semitism, radical Islam, and the absolute hypocrisy behind the veil of all of this. None of these movements are good for humanity. None of these movements are of God. And we are going to learn about that in our syllabus. As always, everyone new here, I mostly provide syllabus and lessons, things that the good Lord up above, source, God of heaven and earth, God the Father, all that good stuff, the big guy, lets me know things because spirit is controlled through electricity. Electricity kind of controls the internet and media nowadays. And he sends stuff specifically to me, and I get to share that with y'all. So down in the description box below are all the links to all the information that taught me what I'm going to talk about today. So let's get on into it, everyone. And for everyone who's come back and my new subscribers, thank you so much. It's so nice to see y'all. You guys are really great. I hope you come find me over at Supplemental Broadcast and Copernican Records too. Links are down below, as always. So we left off our adventurous lessons into better learning about the powers foundational to the 3D matrix via deep state influence. And we're talking about lizard people, Jesuits, all of that. We already learned about that, the Piso family and their whole, they're going to scam the whole world with Christianity and all this. So now all the groups that we have observed and studied together thus far have longstanding histories of ancient bloodlines, okay? Passing down just, well, disgusting anti-human legacies for thousands of years. So before we continue our journey of discovery, I would like to remind everyone that we keep it super real here on Pan-Panen. It's an interfaith program, and hopefully it'll get you into real faith, not what humans have monkeyed around with and deluded and lied about, because that stuff's not cool. But yeah, anyway, so it's a friendly disclaimer that all the groups have been influenced by pagan space gods. We say that here neutrally. Pagan space gods are entities greater than human beings, but lesser than God the Father, Source, whoever made the pagan space gods, basically. And the false gods, which are humans who emulated and pretended to be pagan space gods, or humans directly blessed by pagan space gods who want to claim their god, those are false gods. And demons, etc., powers and principalities, if you want to call it that. And the Abrahamic religions are all originally pagan religions, okay? They don't want to talk about it, but here we're very honest about it. And they went sectarian and monist. There is no such thing as monotheism. I don't know anyone who believes in monotheism, because if you're truly a monotheist, you're a pantheist or a panentheist like me. Monotheism doesn't add up with reality. It only adds up within a material dialectic dismissing view of religion. It's I'll get into that on another program. Oh, but I digress. So monotheism is a very misunderstood logical fallacy that we're here to open up and get the truth out about. So God, like I said, Source, God the Father, God of heaven and earth, from whatever lineage you learn, and Yahweh or Yahweh or Jehovah, depending on what you've been taught, who is one of the many ancient Israelite Canaanite pagan space god pantheon paradigms. Like, this is one of many gods. That is not the same person as God the Father. And the Pisos smush these two books together, the Old Testament and the New Testament, to get everyone all confused about who God really is. And that's really a shame. You should learn your Gnostic texts. That stuff, it will help you understand this more. So Baal and Yahweh are actually rival storm gods of ancient pagan pantheons. They are not singular gods. It isn't like, oh, this one's God and this is the devil. Whatever they've been trying to sell everyone on is a bunch of sophomoric nonsense. And remember, they only let sophists and midwits have positions of authority. If you heard something from a position of authority, it's probably a midwit, a sophist, or some other nepotized dinwit given some privileges they don't deserve or understand. Anyway, I know I was warned on the Schumann resonance for today. I'd be a little spicy with my language. Here we are. So with all this talk of anti-Semitism, and anti-Semitism is basically the mistreatment of people who are descendants of Shem. Anyone who wants to tell you it is something other than that, or a mistreatment of people who are of the Semitic languages and region, anyone who's trying to tell you it is something else, some Zionist bull, don't listen. They're a part of the trap. They're a part of the Jesuits thing we talked about last episode. So I have links in the description box about this Yahweh thing, this cover up. more little gems, little pearls for you. So yeah, basically this new anti-Semitism they've invented is a globalist misuse. It's a communist doublespeak perversion of what anti-Semitism is. And it is not disdain against the wrongdoings of the Khazarian mafia. I'm going to be very clear with you. Like, Judaism isn't a race. Judaism is a religion. When people go around with this race shit, they learned that from the Zionist Congress. They learned that from a lot of evil people, a lot of NGOs, New World Order, all of that crap. Do not listen to that garbage. And same is true of Loxism, which is like a deviation of Zionism. So don't fall for these traps. These people want control. They're no different than the woke. They're no different than the elite. They want their own version of the pie. And they want to be in charge of it. And they want to just, keep it from the rest of us or slam it in our face because they're lizard people and lizard people don't know no better. I love doing the show. You guys, I love it. Anyway, the competition between these groups, when they're not competing, they go into cahoots with each other and fake each other out to take out one of the other ones. Okay, that's just something they do. And they like to all bridge this belief back to a ancient holy book called the Talmud from Babylon. So, and we know that that Babylonian stuff, that ain't cool. None of that is okay. Hammurabi was not a dude I would want to have a drink with. I just want to put it out there. Not that I drink, but if I did, I wouldn't want to do it with him. So, it all goes back to the Zionist Congress, the Elders of Zion, the Moors, the Vatican. They're just going way, way back, and everyone perverting holy books, everyone slipping this Babylonian mess into it. It's not cool. Because the Bible was all covered by 70 AD. Then it was written in 79 AD after everything transpired. So it could be written to enslave everyone to keep redoing this reset. Because like every so many hundred years, the earth just like vomits all over itself. There's mud floods, crevices open. It's crazy. And everybody wants to cover it up, usurp it, and like be in charge next time. And that isn't how we're supposed to live. That's not cool. Who wants to live in a world like that? So a lot of the stuff about these books, because I can't really say a lot here, basically they think if you are anyone but them, you can lie, cheat, steal, kill, maim, enslave, whatever, until they have their way, because might makes right, because God told them, because the Talmud, blah, 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 blah. It's all a bunch of crap. Jesus kicked people out of the temple for a reason, whether all that's real or not. This was all hyperbole to teach everyone lessons. And if you do not read these books properly, you're going to fall for the traps embedded in them. So, needless to say, these people are controlled by non-physical higher entities that are not so benevolent. And when you make a deal with the devil's going to want to come collect now, isn't he? And that's why no one ever wins by doing this way. So go watch these videos. Do the right thing. Be cool. Be real. Be awesome. Okay? Because whatever this might makes right crap is, no one ever wins. That's today's pondering. Next time on our ponderings, yeah, I know. I'm flipping through the book of pre-production and my notes. Next time, we're going to re-center in on the global tyranny and depopulation, replacement, and transhumanism through the lens of the lizard hive mind. So we're going to build on episode 9 and episode 12. I hope you like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. I hope you tell some friends and family who are ready for this show. And I will see you here next time on Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. Take care, everyone. Burn, get out. video features include today's bonus features. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 34 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend, family about the many things we cover in our program and about the program itself. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my new series, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic Ponderings. And just a friendly programming note, if I itch or glitch or sneeze or whatever, or, have a brain zap, pretty heavy solar activity currently. So please pardon me for that. And now on to today's featured video recommendations. Okay, so first on today's features, we have this video is titled The Challenger Disaster, an Inside Look. And it's from the channel Delora O'Brien Off the Cuff. And on this in this video, we're gonna join Delora as she does a deep dive into one of the biggest and most famous American tragedies. I was in kindergarten when this happened, and I used to want to be an astronaut. Like, I used to want to go join the Robotech Defense Force. I was a little kid. Leave me alone. And then the Challenger blew up, and I was like, no, definitely don't want any parts of that. So, the explosion of the Challenger space shuttle. But was it a tragedy at all? I wouldn't be featuring it on this show if there wasn't funny business, right? Yeah, I thought so. So yeah, spoiler alert, they're all alive. They're hiding in plain sight with absolutely no shame. For the receipts. Oh yeah, she's got them. Including some recon with photographic evidence. Be sure to watch the entire feature over on Delora O'Brien Off the Cuff. Our second feature today is titled One World Religion, Handoffs and Consolidations, and it is from the channel Loren Murray, Global Nuclear Cover-Up. In this feature, Loren Murray, and she's wow, lot of titles here. MA, PhD, and an ABD, which I think is like some postdoctoral stuff. And she's going to be interviewed by Alfred Lambramont Weber, independent, and she's an independent scientist, and she discusses Barack Obama's meeting with Castro in Cuba and his Argentina visits, together with the March 22nd Brussels false flag event, in the context of a handover by the West and Obama to the Jesuit and transhumanist agenda and AI entrapment, both in North and South America and globally, and well as part of a millennial bloodline-driven transition into a new world order or something of that nature. In contrast to the Jesuit-driven West, Vladimir Putin is pursuing a peaceful model of development through, though wealth created by trading through BRICS, Bank, and the One Belt 21st century Silk Road economy. The ruling elite have been carrying out secret nuclear war for the purpose of depopulation since World War II under the guise of atmospheric testing for the national security. Nuclear power is too cheap to meter, and depleted uranium kinetic energy bullets. And if you want to know why that was a word stew, that was her description of what this is, because I couldn't even sum it up into words. She goes over a lot, guys. Very important video to watch. So be sure to check that one out. And our third video today features another curious story, featuring a vessel dubbed the Challenger. It's just Challenger day to day, isn't it, on the show? And is titled Antarctica, the Ice Wall, and True Distance Around It, which can be found on the Flatwater channel. So this is taken from, I did snippets from their very, very long description box, just so that you have some idea of what they're trying to tell us is a continent, like a giant floating iceberg. Well, the people who went down there in the 1800s, I'm going to tell you what they said. So here's what they said. The English Antarctic expeditions from 1839 to 1843 were in search of the non-existent magnetic South Pole. The entirety of the Great Southern Barrier, or the Perpendicular Ice Barrier, was surveyed and mapped in detail. Along the coast, as far as the eye could reach eastward, there was a perpendicular cliff of ice from 150 to 200 feet high, perfectly level at the top and without any fissures or promontories on its seaward face. Nothing could be seen above it except the summits of a lofty range of mountains extending southward as far as 79 degrees south. To this range, the name of Perry was given. Captain Ross then sailed along the marvelous wall of light of ice eastward in 77 degree 47, I guess, knots or something south, as far as 78 degrees south. This barrier was estimated to be 1,000 feet thick, and it was followed for 450 miles without a break at all. Just it's just a giant gate, I guess you would say. The ice barriers, which constitute the Earth's circumference, extend for some 30,000 or 32,000 miles, but present no opening large enough for the passage of a seal or a walrus. No alteration of long days as in the Arctic region, but the months of May, June, and July are enshrouded in one long dreary night. The snow never thaws, and the crash of the falling icebergs appalls the stoutest hearts. Therefore, unless any expeditions to these regions is conducted with peculiar caution and intelligence, it would very shortly end in discomfiture and dismay to all concerned, end quote. So yeah, there's funny business about Antarctica. There's funny business about the Earth being a globe. There's funny business about a lot of things we were taught, and if we didn't just agree with them, we would be mistreated. So to find out more about some of the Antarctic funny business, please head over to the description box and check out that video. It's very good. And now I am most pleased to bring you this most helpful update from Suspicious Observers with our fourth feature, titled Magnetic Pole Shift. How much time do we have? Spoiler alert, we have time, but it is most pertinent that everyone who wants to live happily ever after on the new Earth start prepping, studying, training, and securing your resources post-haste, because a decade or two isn't a whole lot of time, in my humble opinion, to get ready for a cataclysm that will result in a pole shift, global deluge, and an ice age after all we have been put through up until now. Oh yeah, did I mention the micronova? There's a micronova too involved in this. Yeah. So life on Earth, right, Earthlings? So today's fifth feature is comes in from Neil Oliver's channel, and it is titled Money, Money, Money. Another fabulous edutaining history featurette from Neil Oliver. And here's his little snippet. This is a new thing I'm doing. I'm giving you guys snippets from the makers of the creations. I hope you enjoy it. Freedom and liberation, or power and control, or sorry, power, control, and the root of all evil. This week, Neil takes us around the world from North America to Cappadocia and the Yap archipelago to explore the mechanisms of money in history and how they mirror the modern world. For this deep dive into the history of money and much more, be sure to head on over to his channel for a great historical and current, and also current events content. He does both. Yay! Oh, we got a good one to end the show today. This is gonna be good. All right. I'm so excited. I love giving you guys beautifully made documentaries about things they want everyone to forget about. So to end our main body of recommended features today, I have an excellent video submission titled The Mystery of the Dark Ages, Global Climate Disaster. And this comes in from the channel Timeline World History Documentaries. Researching a climactic catastrophe that rocked the Earth in AD 535, causing 2 complete years of darkness, famine, drought, and disease. This is about to happen again, guys. So that's why I put this on here so you guys can learn about, what's about to happen. Written records from China, Italy, Palestine, and many other countries suggest a huge catastrophe blighted the world in 535 AD. But the cause of it has been uncertain. Was it a comet, an asteroid, a volcano? Archaeologist David Keyes reveals the latter is to blame for the dark ages of famine and plague that shape the world order of today. Videos like this help us all better evaluate and analyze the schism amongst preterists, since also they are split on when the second coming of Christ actually had occurred. While many maintain the belief that events took place around 70 AD, some believe that the coming coincides with events that occurred around 535. So it's interesting to go look at that, and there's a lot of overlaps. There's a lot of cycles. A lot of cycles are being overlapped from so many cultures right now. It's unreal. So that's a really good feature. Definitely enjoy that. And that ends our main features, brings us to our bonus features. I'm not going to go really far into these, but they're really good. So definitely check them out. The first one comes in from Dr. John Campbell. Long-term sickness, massive increase. Sure, you and I both know what we're talking about here. Transition. The next one is from Rudolf Steiner Press Audio. I'm sorry, guys, my face is itching. Let me just itch this real quick. Okay, I'll better. From Rudolf Steiner Press Audio, and this is titled Transition from Luciferic to Aramonic Age. Let me be clear with y'all. Aramonic is worse than Luciferic. Just tell yourself Satanic is Aramanic. That'll help you better understand it. And the Christ Event to Come by Rudolf Steiner. And this kind of indicates that there is something being manufactured, and they've been working on it since like the 1800s. So go check that out. Then we have Professor Sam Vaknin's channel. And this is titled Psychopathic Narcissist Fantasy, Mr. Ripley in the Truman Show. He has a very good point here. You should hear him out. Then we have another one from Loren Murray, Global Nuclear Cover-Up. For some reason, it does not want to give the full title to that, but the link is in the description box. And I mean, she's always a banger. She is good. She sacrificed her career to get all the truth she learned in her career out to us. So definitely go check her out. The link is in the box. Neophyte 1 is the next channel I'm going to feature, and that is they have a video titled Rainbow Body of Tibet and the Resurrection of Jesus. Overlaps again. And the final one of the bonus features today is Appalachia's Homestead with Patera. And this feature is titled Enslavement for All. And we all know that that's what these guys think they're itching us towards, because if they create money and they inflate money, if they wait long enough, everyone's a slave. That's real life. And my favorite part of the show, So it's time for my auspicious op-ed. I compose some words. I really hope it inspires y'all to compose and share what's on your mind, and trying to the best of your ability, get the word out about things that matter, and take part in this whole process of building a new Earth, because we're going to need as many hands on deck as possible. So I'm going to say some words. Let's go. It would appear that humanity as a whole has a mission that we have been more than adequately primed and prepped for during our adventures through modernity, the contemporary era, and an unusually heinous attempt at a postmodern understanding of living, to train us in the skills needed to surpass, defeat, and abandon the transhumanist lizard hive under construction. The elitist scumbags have tricked the survival conformists, that's my new word for them, aka normies, or the mainstream reliant on the 3D matrix to structure their experience of existence. I am now dubbing survival conformist, into building themselves through nudging suggestions until they believe they have manufactured your consent to whatever agenda they're proposing. Whether you want to call them lizard people, globalists, the dark forces, or evil cabal, it goes without question that this is a techno-fetishist, anti-human death cult that prizes greed and idolatry over all other values. Throughout the aforementioned historical eras, starting around modernity, things circa 1750 to 1850, and accelerating through the contemporary era, starting around 1920 and into today, we have amassed quite the collection of sources and resources to understand the macro view of the illusion that it would appear the deep state is ordering governments, businesses, media, and education to prefer, push, shun, ban, or penalize. I am hoping that with the help of Magic 8 Ball and myself, that I am providing some good videos to inspire you all to go on your own adventures of discovery, to share for the common good. It would appear that this group seeking to maintain domination and dominion over all requires smoke, mirrors, fall guys, psyops, ritual abuse, and black magic to get what they want. Anyone with a conscience and some scruples know the proof is in the pudding. Let's look at what they reap in their harvest. Is it good? Would you want that? Is it worth it? From what I have seen, promises of an eternal avatar are relatively fruitless, even for the atheistic technophile on an internet that is less free than Mao's China or Stalin's USSR. On a cheaply made server, we all know is not going to be well maintained or cared for based on their track record. The funniest part about all of it is the delusion they are immersed in, where they actually believe that we want their suggestions and input, that we are reliant on their expertise. What a joke. And that their systems are the only thing that ever contributed to human progress. It's one of the few only things that ever destroyed human progress, weirdos. Wow, they have just always are they just always on drugs? Or are they suffering from a psychotic disorder? Well, we can only guess what their toxicity screenings would reveal. I mean, look at these people. What I can tell you with full certainty is that this fantasy gets fueled solely from the manufactured consent and pleas for help brought forth through deception and trickery imposed on the preconditioned, weakened, and subdued masses. You know, those survival conformists. Your next question may be, how do we get out of this? How do we move forward? Great part about that is the only thing they have taken care of for us. Like, they have granted us the privilege of watching their system implode during this attempt at a partially controlled demolition in hopes of a land grab and wealth transfer that will benefit us and not them. If we all play our cards right, and act with some sense about us, I can see many opportunities coming our way that would only occur as a result of this depopulation, world domination, social engineering agenda they have quite hastily embarked on. That means they're showing signs of weariness, fatigue, and running out of resources or tricks that they can still pull. May we be ready and waiting to seize the opportunities these fools unknowingly bestow upon us. Start studying, proposing, preparing, and building the new world we wish to create today if you haven't already, because I'll tell you what, kids, our time is drawing near. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Today's musical selection comes in from yours truly, Epitome the Burn Kid, and it is Crystalline Jungle. If you like that liquid DMB, it's good. All right, and that is our show for today. If you made it this far, starting to do a little invitation. If you follow me on X or on Tumblr, or if you go down to the description box, you can find my email address, Alexandria, spelled with numbers, at gmail.com. And if you want to send in a question or a feature, something to the show should know, a contribution, a poem, artwork, whatever. Yeah. I am happy to feature things that my viewers think is important as a feature on the show. I'm trying to grow the show. So please go down to the description box where you can find all the videos, music, where to find me, what's up, and more. And so like I said, next program, stay safe, stay prep, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another is super important these days. And I will see you all next time on Supplemental broadcast. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, follow, tell a friend. Later, y'all. Epitome out. Hi there, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering, episode 10, from the Pious to the Jesuits, destroying history through resets in hopes of global slavery and domination. Oh, what fun, what fun, what fun. So, last episode, we left off. Oh, hold on a second. If anyone's new, oh goodness, I'm just going right on into this like we might all have the same crowd. Well, anyway, if anyone is new here, Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings is the more spiritual side of the supplemental broadcast. Where I bring you down in the syllabus below the resources to learn what I have learned sent to me divinely, because divine spirit works through electricity, which means it can send me messages on the internet to better help you prepare for the global reset / disaster cycle, pole shift, whatever you want to call it. That's coming. And today we are continuing our journey through understanding thousands of years of religious manipulation, tinkering, and nonsense that we're dealing with the repercussions for today. And we're going to focus in today on the Jesuits. So last episode, we left off with a promise that we were going to be exploring what information the divine has provided me with you all about the Jesuits. And boy, do I have a list of links, description box below. There are oh so many. This video syllabus I have compiled for everyone down in the description box is jam-packed with lots of information vital to understanding the Jesuits' role in reference to the Vatican, secret societies, and Protestantism post-Counter-Reformation. So when we take into account that Rome never truly fell, but instead it mutated and rebranded itself over the years, this group's involvement with the ruling class, education, and even the clergy of other denominations and religions aids all of the pieces I've been providing throughout my many broadcasts and projects in holding for more profound truths or meaning to you all out there in streaming land on these various platforms I share on. So, yeah, basically, this fake history they try to indoctrinate us all with in school, and it doesn't matter if you go to private school, you have to learn enough of this fake history to be able to be accepted by the masses to get along in society. The Jesuits are literally exclusively behind the university push, the higher education push, the push for public education, the basically the push for, you know, total enslavement of anyone who isn't them. I intend to keep this episode fairly brief in terms of commentary, primarily because all the primary sources, they're just going to say everything I'm saying to you and then some. So like I provided really comprehensive and complementary videos. And there's a few notes I'm going to wish to call attention to, and these videos are going to further elaborate on the points that I think that you guys should pay attention to. In bridging concepts from past ponderings that shall continue to build foundations to future correlating installments. This show really does tie together the supplemental broadcast for everyone who is spiritually ready to dig into the deeper philosophical, metaphysical side of everything. So, here are the key features that I would like for you all to take note of about the Jesuit order. Then I'd like for you to go watch the videos in the syllabus. And I'll wrap up this with what we're going to do on next episode that is going to flow from this, which is lovely. But here's what we know about the Jesuits that I think should stand out to everyone. They are connected to the Vatican, yet they co-conspire with atheists, Islam, Judaism, and other religious and secular organizations, including NGOs and a wide mass of private business and nonprofit organizations as well. If you see symbology with symbols featuring letters like IHS or capital letter G, on religious iconography, the Jesuits have provided their seal of approval to that institution, and they're in cahoots. Also, groups tied to globalist interests tend to have a heavy Jesuit presence or influence. Unlike the Elders of Zion and even parts of radical Islam, I have not seen them as being involved in the small affairs of business, economics, or individuals in the same way we see the Jesuits go after small groups and individuals. They seem to be much more focused on governmental and education controls than their focus on economics or status or image, like the other two groups I mentioned seem to be more hung up on. And after getting a bad rap during the Inquisition, because they were behind the genocide of the Inquisition, okay, guys, that was some messed up stuff. You can't justify that. God is not down with genocide, people. God is also not down with the mental side. God is not down with slavery. God is not down with any of that. Only demons are. So after they got this bad rap after the Inquisition, and yes, they worship demons. They're demon worshiping freaks. They now prefer playing with much subtler games of manipulation, mental side, and genocide. They prefer to set people up to self-destruct or self-extinguish. They literally try to drive people mad, drive people insane, drive people to their own demise, either through addiction, mental illness, dangerous lifestyle, desperation, poverty. They want you at the brink, y'all. And covert behavioral manipulation and espionage is their play style. Think about confessional. Think about what you say to your therapist. Think about social workers. All of these are Jesuit advents. All of these are socialist advents. All of these are evil. They are narking on y'all. They don't want to help you. They just want you dead on their terms. And with that, go check out the videos in the syllabus. On our next episode, we are going to discuss and have a lovely syllabus as well. The Elders of Zion, Loxism, Anti-Semitism, Radical Islam, and the absolute hypocrisy that seems to follow both. I'll see you guys on the next Ponderings. Take care, everyone. Burn Kid out. On today's episode, featured videos include today's bonus selections include the following features. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 35 of the Supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I am Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack produced by yours truly on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell some friends and family about the many things that we cover here in the Supplemental broadcast. I am pacing myself these days for EMF sensitivity. That's electromagnetic frequencies for any new viewers, and have drastically reduced my electronics usage for health reasons. So please pardon the delay between installments of the show. For the deeper dives on more spiritual, esoteric side of topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos. Don't forget to check out my new series, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. It's an excellent interfaith eschatology, the ins and outs of the spiritual side of the stuff we cover here. It's really good stuff. So be sure to check that out. And on to today's featured video recommendations without any further ado. And our first video feature today comes in from Pious and is titled A History of Central Banking and the Enslavement of Mankind by Stephen Goodson. Here's an excerpt from the creator. I really appreciate the energy Pious closes with. This from the description box, and I quote, Stephen Milton Goodson died of a heart attack in 2018, but I'd like to think he'd approve of this narration. I've hated fractional reserve central banking since watching the Money Masters nearly 10 years ago. But this book took my hatred to new levels, especially because I am of mostly German descent. I bought 10 copies to spread the word, but most people will listen to a 3-hour podcast before reading a single sentence in a book, so I decided to make this. I'll be the first to admit that Stephen Mitford Goodson didn't get everything right, particularly nukes, but on balance, I believe his book is hugely important and needs to be understood by more people. Yes, this is dense and arguably too fast, but I hope you, dear reader, investigate every single claim in this book for yourself. I hope you make some nutritious food, no seed oils, while showing this to friends. I hope you become a beacon of remoralization for everyone in your circle. It's not going to be easy, but we are going to make it. What a beautiful closing. That's so heartfelt and sweet. Well, anyway, if you are interested in a very, very good overview of the book with illustrations and a narration, go ahead and check out this video about the history of central banking and the enslavement of mankind. And also check out the book by Stephen Goodson. And now on to our second feature, which comes in from GB News and is titled MEP. People are realizing climate change is a massive lie. And might I add that this tired bunk narrative needs to be hung out to dry once and for all. The sun controls the climate. Small children used to understand this, but as always, there is no money to be made in simple, honest facts. So here we are today, and it's time to nip the narratives in the bud. Let me quote ye old description box. The EU are frightened. They're beginning to realize that people will no longer let them get away with it. People are beginning to realize that climate change is a gigantic lie. Christine Anderson, MEP, reacts to the EU climb down over farming laws following mass protests from the Neil Oliver show. So if you want to see this clip, head on over. The link is down in the description box. And our third selection today comes in from Eric Hunley. This one is absolutely fascinating, by the way, and is titled Gloria Steinem's CIA Link and Effect on Modern Feminism. I'm not fully sure how most citizens haven't figured out that feminism is a destructive socialist psyop, totalitarian in nature. It has nothing to do with the well-being or advancement of women in any way, shape, or form. But I am here to get the word out before it's too late. Here's a little blurb from the creator of this video. And I quote, discover the fascinating ties between Gloria Steinem, a leading figure in the feminist movement, and her recruitment by the CIA as Eric Hunley interviews Johnny Vedmorov, I hope I did not butcher that name, at News Paste HQ. This video delves into Steinem's enigmatic past, highlighting her involvement with the CIA in India, her influential return to the USA, and her pivotal role in the Independent Service for Information at Harvard. Join us as Johnny Vedmore provides a compelling narrative on Steinem's intricate relationship with the CIA, her contributions to feminism, and her connections with controversial figures like Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Gates. Unpack the unholy trilogy of Steinem, the CIA, and feminism, and explore how this collaboration was possibly designated to transform societal norms and promote economic prosperity. Yeah, sure. Of who? Navigate through the controversies, the conspiracy theories, and the profound impact of Steinem's legacy on the feminist movement and beyond. This video, featuring Eric Hunley's insightful interview with Johnny Vedmore, is essential viewing for anyone intrigued by the intersection of espionage, social movements, and the historical figures who've silently shaped our world. Yeah, you know, people that like kind of pompous celebrities idolize, they all idolize Steinem and this Ivy League crowd. It's really ridiculous. These are actual enemies of all things American and all things normal and good and prosperous for most people. Definitely look into these figures. These people, even Julia Child, these people are way more messed up communists than I ever thought they could have been. So anyway, onto our fourth selection today, and comes in from Dark Horse podcast clip, and it is titled "The Rent-Seeking Elite." Speaking of Gloria Steinem and the CIA, the rent-seeking elite, depopulation, and the collapse of society, which is literally what they're all after. If you want to dive deep in the motives of our adversaries, this clip is a good, solid overview to enhance our learning experience. Here's some added info from the description box. YouTube continues to punish the podcasters here. So they're moving more content to X and Rumble and Locals. So look for Dark Horse podcasts there and away from YouTube. And check out they wrote a book, A Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century. So look that up as well. But yeah, anyway, in this is Brett Weinstein and Heather Haying's podcast. Um, Evolutionary biologist kind of talk about well, the devolution of now. So yeah, definitely head on over there to check that out. Our fifth selection today comes in from Motivation Manifested and is titled You Are a Living Antenna, which we very much truly are indeed. A quick quote from the description box. And I quote, in this video, you will discover how your conscious shapes the very fabric of reality, influencing the outcomes of the quantum realm. Quantum entanglement demystified. Delve into the mystical connection between particles transcending space and time. Learn how quantum entanglement serves as the cosmic glue that links our energies with the vast possibilities of the universe. The goal of this video is to help the viewer understand the transformative power of quantum vibrations and how resonating at elevated states of consciousness, such as love, gratitude, and abundance, acts as the key to unlocking the quantum potential within. May you unleash the art of conscious manifestation by aligning your vibrations with the quantum field. Discover how collapsing the wave function can bring your heart's desires, not the mind's conditioned wants, from the realm of infinite possibilities into the tangible reality of your experience. And your vibes will attract your matter, and your vibes will manifest your matter. So keep that in mind, everyone. And last up on today's edition for our main features, our final selection today comes in from Attention Bazaar. This is a really good one. I actually recommend the entire series from Attention Bazaar on this. And it is regarding a really important subject, in my honest opinion, titled Questioning Woke Psychotherapy. And this is episode number 9, titled Victim Mentality. An excerpt from the description box tells us the following, and I quote, in this video, number 9 in the series, I talk about how woke psychotherapy, as informed by critical social justice theory, again, more communism, tends to promote victim mentality. I also suggest a way that psychotherapists could work with clients who may have been victimized by social injustices. Pardon me one moment. Without playing into victim mentality or hijacking therapy with a social justice activism agenda. This video is a bit long, but if you genuinely care about how woke is impacting psychotherapy, I encourage you to watch the whole video. I guarantee you will hear some valuable things you haven't heard before, and I definitely did when I watched it. Highly, 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 highly recommend that one. And that brings us to today's bonus features, and these are down in the description box as well, so please check them out. What's in the Water? Spoiler alert, Nanobots by videos by Richard Vobes. Check that one out. Staying Out of Affordance Traps by New Discourses. More strategies to fight that communism, which is very good. Hang On. Google admits to censoring elections. How is this legal? That video is from Redacted News. The FBI issues arrest warrant for Paul Harvey for misinformation speech in 1992. Good luck, America. If you want to know how long this climate hoax has been going on for, check out this footage. It's classic 90s. It's in 480p. No, I mean 240i. What am I talking about? Yeah, AV nerd. Sorry. Anyways, the fifth selection for the bonus features. Who's really behind the Great Reset? Not WEF. With Ivor Cummins, and that is from the channel Rebel Capitalist. And the final bonus feature we have today is titled Alexander Quinn. It comes in from Alexander Quinn, and it's titled Starseed, Why Will Humans Feel More Tired in 2024? Scientific, metaphysical, ... explanations about all of that. And I've been going through that. If you guys have been going through it too, that's why I've been resting more. And I encourage you guys to rest more, hydrate more, eat healthier, take some supplements. Epsom salt baths, really excellent self-care, everyone. Excellent self-care in these trying times of depopulators. And that brings me to my favorite part of the show, which is my auspicious op-ed. And this one ties into all the subjects. Oh, also lovely. Oh my goodness. So yeah, anyways, everyone, I put these words together. They meant a lot to me. And this particular set of words was a little harder to put together than most. Got a little practice. And I'm ready to unleash this one. I'm going to shoot a title at you. So this the title of this op-ed is Humans versus Lizards. It always comes back to humans versus lizards. All right. Let's get this party started. So, one of my most recent crash courses in terminology and philosophy of current events has taken me through many layers of understanding this unusual but most peculiarly prevalent sensation. I have been immersed in the phenomenon of and concept of the lizard people, which have apparently impacted our lives in ways almost unfathomable by a truly pure human being. You know, one that is housing a soul with a full set of chakras and encompassing the many whimsical pleasantries of the human spirit. We have all been forced to live within a very anti-human, anti-individual, hive-like set of standards and systems, highly draconian or reptilian in nature, for one primary reason, which is that the lizard elites, who might appear sophisticated to some, are truly primitive to the core and only understand a life lived on a solely left-brained, collectivist, governed, basically a collectivist, utopian, technocratic police state governed by the emotions induced by the reactions, the ruling castes and its representative agents in response to garnering narcissistic supply, the pursuits to glean more, and the narcissistic injuries they will incur in these anti-human pro-lizard value schemes they cook up at their events, then try to coerce and impose their exploitative aims on the rest of us. The other, 99.7% who were never asked what kind of life or world we would wish to take part in the creation and upkeep of. I covered recently in episode 9 of Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings, and I'll link that definitely with many prevalent receipts to show the proof is in the pudding when it comes to these lizard people literally professing what they desire to do to all of us, especially the more human, more right-brained ones of us. Yeah, I will have a link to that, and that has a ton of really good links in the description box. So please check that out in the description box below. And if it isn't there, I will add it to a pin post. So worry not. But I do definitely recommend watching that video for a solid 101 or 411 on the lizard people that have revealed themselves to be absolutely nothing at all like the rest of us. Now that we've gotten a better image of the lizardy, serpentine-esque, or otherwise scaly, slimy types, let us go ahead and link some keywords, terms, and concepts to the self-professed biologically rich caste. The lizard people literally said it themselves, the ones who go to WEF and all of that, biologically rich caste of envious and banally sadistic energy vampire control oligarchs who think that their globalist agenda and depopulation scheme will eradicate any and all undesired remnants of humanity, creativity, freedom, individuality, joy, or divinity that have hindered their absolute autocratic attempt at declaring themselves omnipotent false gods, much like the pharaohs and emperors of antiquity. But with greater technology, power, and span, coupled with a fraction of the respect of their predecessors. Let me be clear. These are not very intelligent people. In fact, they have blocked all the intelligent people out of everything to try to kill us off. They are actually a very sheltered, weak, and immature subset. These lizard people really are, and have only relied on their fortunes and loyalties that trace back to ancient times, when many of the texts of the various ancient religions warned us about the many prophetic signs we have witnessed exponentially increase, this decade especially. Outside of these fortunes and loyalties due to the power they wield through the many institutions that these bloodlines have developed and maintained in a desperate attempt at controlling us and manipulating our consent to allow them to assume control of the world and all of its resources and life forms. I would like for everyone to understand that regardless of if these beings are the gatekeepers to all that they commissioned, then violently hoarded over the millennia, are a separate species, bloodline, or race is far less important than the fact that they tried to declare and manifest exactly that degree of distinction while attempting to subtly and silently exterminate us covertly through mass. My cat is about to jump up here. Come on, Socrates. Will you let my 1 second? Socrates, you're gonna come help mom. Okay. Now I have Socrates, and hopefully he'll let me finish. He'll let me finish? All right. Okay. I would like for everyone to understand that regardless of these beings that are the gatekeepers to all that they commission, then violently hoarded over the millennia, are a separate species, bloodline, or race is far less important than the fact that they tried to declare and manifest exactly that degree of distinction while attempting to subtly and silently exterminate us covertly through mass poisoning and impoverishment, whose consent has been justified by some fallacious misunderstanding of social contract theory that, literally absolutely none of us agreed to. We none of got to read, agree, or sign any social contract. Mindless cognitive dissonance, deceit, and illegitimate abuses of authority have been taken too lightly for too long, and we're finally taking a stand against them solid enough for them to come after us with censorship, attempts of canceling, deplatforming, debanking, blacklisting, and covert public exile and digital exile, because they know the truth will incriminate them as it sets the rest of us free, who know how to behave as a human with humanity, unlike the lizards in question. When you hear terms like elite, narcissist, boomer, highly educated, politician, deep state, Illuminati, New World Order, NGO, PCM, professional managerial class, expert, celebrity, rulers, authority, or any overt focus on the quasi-divine sanctity self-relegated to systems of hierarchy as being superior in importance and meaning to the human individual or collective alike, that you are hearing lizard people values and reasoning imposed on us through indoctrinated this government schooling, this these requirements that are imposed on us by the government and other vested private entities, and legislation and what have you, interested and dedicated to making you their slave and host, because they are parasites simultaneously for life as long as they deem you worthy of existence. They're literally on another tier. It's a 2-tier system. These lizard values are beyond outdated, unethical, immoral, amoral. Get on down, Socrates. Or invalid, and the wake of devastation many are now starting to wake up to should be a sober splash of why we should never let any individual or group get away with societal abuse for thousands of years. Especially the last few centuries have been heinous. That should never happen ever again, and I mean never again. And that closes out today's show. Our musical selection today comes in from me, Epitome the Burn Kid, and it's a special recording. I recorded on my 42nd birthday. It's called 42. Links in the description box below, along with all the other links to find me. Socrates, stay over there. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. Come on, Socrates. I love you, kid. I'd like to thank everyone for being here for another episode. And like I like to tell you guys always, because my little kid's making me hurry up, stay safe, stay prepped, be awesome, and keep being excellent to one another, because we need that in these times now more than ever. So yeah, again, please like, share, subscribe, follow. An extra special thank you to all my new subscribers and followers. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I was reaching people. Thank you so much. And I'll see you next time on the Supplemental broadcast. Hi there, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering, episode 9. This is a very special episode that at first I titled "Not All People Are Human." Lizards see us as subhuman, programmable, hackable animals, but I opted with the title "The Epistemology, Ethics, and Logic of the Lizard People." I have my notes in front of me. I have links in the description box for all of you. And we're going to learn us a little something about some things that are going around in current events. And I'm going to give you my perspective of what all this stuff means from my point of view and from my research. I'm going to give you my research, and you guys can do your own research, see what comes across you, take it back to God, and figure out what all this means to you, because it's not right for me to get all this great knowledge and keep it to myself. I got to share it. I got to share it with you guys, because it's the only right thing to do. So let's get going. I want to start with a huge shout out, all right, and a big ups to the Stankonia ambassador, James Williams, from the Dark Waters channel on YouTube, for the delightfully informative and entertaining syllabus of videos to share with you all today. Oh my goodness, these rock. So that you may see what I am so blessed to see. So shout out to the Stankonia ambassador, James Williams. Thank you for all of your contributions and the work you've done on the lizard people. I'm going to add to your work, and big ups to you, man. Thank you so much. So I want to give everyone a friendly reminder that only conspirators call people conspiracy theorists. That's reminder number one. And only conspirators, i.e. cronies, lizard people, when cry disinformation, when revealing the trail of evidence that these leaping lizards leave behind them everywhere they go. They leave a trail of evidence, my goodness. So only absolute morons use hashtags like free dumb, like D-U-M-B, all right? Where dumb is like, spelled D-U-M-B. Well, these useful idiots brainwashed by the Lizard King himself, as revealed to us through the videos of Dark Waters channel. These people feel absolutely no shame, being a part of this billionaire class tomfoolery, uh, where these lizard people, who are honestly, these are Canaanite descendants, these people go back to the crossbreeding with the Watchers and the Nephilim, and they Nephilim blood, ancient Iranian bloodlines, ancient, like, bloodthirsty, blood drinking, cannibalism, slavery enthusiasts. Like, these are not good people. These people did terrible things in the name of pagan space gods to their fellow man, their fellow creatures on the planet. Any For real, y'all. Okay, so anyone who's gonna, kind of throw around these nonsensical things that these lizards have implanted in the brains, a great example to start off with is freedom. Because when you look at this king lizard dude, who is Klaus's scaly little buddy, and all of his professional managerial class parasites, that it remind these people it's far better to be free than feral. And their ideals, they're feral. They've been conditioned into being ill-mannered, ill-kempt feral animals with severe hygiene problems. And that's why these lizards think they can do what they want to do. Now, I've discovered in my learnings about the lizard people that the lizards made a huge mistake, okay? And the lizards made a mistake that they know what people are, okay? Humans. I mean, people like you and me. If you're watching this video, you're probably a human. If you're watching this video and you want me dead, you're probably a lizard person. So, that is first and foremost. These people who have been duped by all this communist rhetoric, wokeism, etc. This is a lizard scheme. This is a lizard plot made for lizards by lizards that only works on lizards. So if you see this conformity, hive-minded lizard behavior, yeah, because only the left half of their brain works. I'm going to get into that in a little bit. But us humans, we have a right hemisphere and a left hemisphere to our brain. Okay? And the more human you are, the more normal you are, the less, sciencey, mathy, STEMmy, lizardy. Those things are lizard things, okay? Systems are lizard things. Quantitative reasoning is lizard things. All of those are like mechanical things, especially turning a human into a mechanical object, and materialism. That's left brain, lizard brain. Your right brain, that's a part of your brain that's like spiritual. That's part of your brain that's creative. That's the part of your brain that, hosts language. That's the part of your brain that does art. That's the part of your brain, that if you're like normal human, not like a lizard person, but a normal human, you use it. If you're a lizard person, you detest those parts of the brain. That's why they're like hell-bent on being atheists. They're hell-bent on science being God. They're hell-bent on transhumanism. They're hell-bent on defying nature, defying anything that is holy, righteous, good, or beautiful. They're hell-bent on it, okay? And yes, I get really excited every time I talk about lizard people, so I apologize that they make me emotional. I get a little hyper. But anyway, so if you hear like rhetoric that is like, whoa, is that even a human? Well, no, it's probably a lizard person. If what they're saying to you and what they're claiming you should feel and be is like that alien, is probably a lizard person. And you should probably acknowledge that there's only two races on the earth. And these lizard people made up modern racism to cover up the fact that there are two races. Well, actually, there's four races. I'll get into that in a moment. But these two races, right? There's humans and there's lizard people. Blood-ow. Those are your two races. There are no white people, black people, red people, yellow people, whatever. There are no nationalities. All that is made up. No one believed in any of that stuff until the modern era. Like, that is post-medieval thinking, and it's literally a perversion of science to become results-oriented instead of observation-oriented, and a bunch of Cartesian nonsense that we'll get into at a later date. So anyway, yeah. You can tell I got burnt by the system. Those lizards hate me. So yeah, I'm more than happy to speak out about the lizard people. Okay, so anyway, back on track. So if you're normal, like myself, you have emotions, you're an individual, you're independent, you're free thinking, you're a critical thinker, Lizards don't believe any of that of people. Lizards believe we are hackable like cattle. That's why they call it as chattel way back when, right? And they believe that anyone, they can do this too. They believe that there's a caste of them, and they believe they're actual biological class of wealthy people. Not King Lizard's mouth himself. Go watch the videos. I can't even make this stuff up. But yeah, this class of people, all the way at the top, these globalists, totalitarian, technocratic, like malevolent death cult people. Yeah, I get it. I get emotional about this stuff, guys. Um, I love Earth. I love Earthlings. I love humans. I love animals. I love plants. These lizard people hate everything, everyone, and they believe the only thing there is to do is collect money and deprive people of power and create misery, okay? And we should none be okay with any of that. So please, please go check out the syllabus. Watch as many of the videos in the syllabus and share it as profusely as possible because these lizard people totally need to go down. Knowledge is power and information is ammunition for realsies, y'all. And down with Davos, man, and all of his cold-blooded, allies. It's disgusting. We're looking at you, Antifa, you bunch of fakes. We're looking at you, Just Stop. Oh, we're looking at you, Extinction Rebellion, a bunch of losers. We're looking at you, Democratic Party. We're looking at you, almost all of the UK Parliament. We're looking at you, Canada. We're looking at you, EU. We're looking at all of you, and all of you should literally acknowledge that anyone who's actually human wants you off of our planet for good. And we know there's a pole shift that's going to be a big old flea dip for all the metropolitan areas. And honestly, some of us are kind of looking forward to it because we get to go on in peace and we will not make the mistakes y'all made with the pagan space gods for real. Because y'all did some nasty things for them pagan space gods. You want to do nasty things in this very day. You're all getting caught and you're in a lot of trouble. And me and a lot of other people are forming up an army against y'all lizards. We are going to take you on. We are going to reveal everything that you've been up to. You got me? We've had it with you, lizards. I've had it with you. I've been on this planet a little over 4 decades and I've had it. All right. So back to the lizard people. These lizards, like literally, crudely, very, very, very crudely understand reasoning and behavior of lesser lizards, hybrids and clones only. They don't understand humans. They don't understand anything about an actual human being, especially a human being who doesn't want to conform or indoctrinate or can't be bribed. They don't like authentic, real people. They hate spiritual people. They hate all of that. So yeah, they actually know very little about us, very little. And I found out that they're really stupid. They're not smart. That's why everything's falling apart before them. They're almost out of tricks. Unfortunately, because we have to be like decent human beings and we don't want to turn into lizard people, we actually have to let God do the pole shift and let the flea dip happen, and then the fleas will die as the ocean comes in on them and the micronova takes them out, because that's what has to happen, because, well, Earth needs a flea dip. Lizards everywhere. Oh, wow. I am on fire tonight. So anyway, yeah. They have very limited knowledge. They're limited to the left side of their brain. That's why they're obsessed with standardized testing and metrics and statistics. And they love numbers because you can rig numbers. You can do magic with numbers. You can really manipulate people with numbers. And they like psychology. They like science. They like divination and witchcraft. Science and math are divination and witchcraft, everybody. Wake up. Medicine is alchemy and witchcraft. For real, guys, wake up. You've got to see what they're doing so that you can stay safe. Yeah, so part of the lizard goal for world domination involves right hemisphere dismissal, retardation, damage, destruction, distortion, or stigma against people who are use the right hemisphere of their brain. And this is just so to uphold the left brain bias systems. If we don't all act or prioritize or reason in a left brain fashion, they have nothing on us. If we don't value their values, they don't have motivation to lure us with. If we don't fall for their double speak and not understand that they're using a word in a very left brain, mechanical, manipulative way, and not a right brained, very emotive, very human, very empathic way, you got to be able to wake up to this stuff so that you know who is a lizard and who isn't, because it's dangerous out there, guys. So there's lizards, there's hybrids, and there's clones. Not everyone is a pure lizard, and not all lizards want to be a lizard. That's the other thing. Some of these lizards want to be human. Some of these lizards hate lizard behavior. Some of these lizards, like, literally believe in salvation and things like, Christ and everything, because they hold out this hope that they can be redeemed from the lizard lower vibing senses, more restricted chakra and everything that the lizards have. They're literally half of a human when it comes to what they're capable of. And they're really good at fooling everyone. Really good at it. A lot of the lizards, they're going to present as I'm just going to go ahead and say it. They're going to present as being Aspergian. A lot of them are going to present as left-handed. A lot of them are going to present as supposedly having a high IQ. A lot of them are going to present as very eccentric. Yeah. According to their metrics, it's all an inside job. It's a psyop. All these numbers and everything they've invented are a psyop, everyone. For real. We've got to all wake up together. The sooner we wake up, the safer we are. Yeah. All right. So, and yeah, I've included some lectures about our brains, how they work, and how they might be exploited by lazy, manipulative, and entitled elitists, i.e., king lizards, etc., who detest like the innate beauty, intelligence, creativity, and dignity, and like just authenticity and honesty and earnestness of the true pure-blooded human being, no lizard DNA. That's why they wanted to get that GMO juice out there that got that snake venom up in there, okay? That's real talk. So these lizards have a few features we all need to note and learn about so that we may all quickly distinguish when we interact with a human lizard hybrid or clone, because they're all out there, as they are the only true races on planet Earth. That's just how it is. We can no longer allow the lizard hive ideals imposed on us to pressure us into letting go of any more of our humanity, our freedom, the truth, any of that. We cannot. We got to fight back. We got to take our planet back. We got to take our countries back. We got to take it back. So, yeah, we can't let them do any more than they have. And when the pagan space gods that these lizards kind of descend partially from come back, yeah, we can't make these mistakes again, everyone. So it is time now to say no and put a foot down. And enough is enough to all this left brain supremacy, lizard supremacy, caste supremacy, Khazarian mafia, Jesuit, Elder of Zion, etc., nightmare. This is all it's all got to stop. It's all lizard people, and lizards come in all shapes and sizes, man. We're going to find out how much they've destroyed. We're going to find out how much they've lied about. It's only a matter of time, because the walls are coming down. The flea dip is coming soon, and we'll be rid of these lizards, and it'll be good. Life will be good. God is good. That's why there's a self-cleaning function on this planet, because God is good, and God is a very, very, very good creator. So I want you all to keep that in mind, and I'll be back after another break and another bit of study with episode 10, which is titled From the Pious to the Jesuits, Destroying History, Resets in Hopes of Global Slavery. Yeah, we're going to do that next time on episode 10. So I want to thank everyone for sticking around. Take this back into a meditation. Take this back into your time with God. Take this back and study some more resources. Take this back and learn more about this, and of course, share it with some friends and family. We've got to know the truth. We got to live in the truth. We got to love the truth. We got to be the truth. All right. So I'll see you next time on another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering. Burn Kid out. Bye, everyone.
school like a raptor. Make the next man look like an actor. Do me right that car. And see me rocking those gums. Man's like that, told her to go, you know that those.
Today's featured videos include. Today's bonus features include. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 33 of the Supplemental Broadcast here in Alexandria, Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, tell a friend and family about the many things we cover in our program and about the show. It's a good time for everybody. And a little programming note now for deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of more YouTube videos. Don't forget to check out my new series, Pan-Panen, Pious, Prophetic, Ponderings. It's really good. And on to today's featured video recommendations. So first up, on today's featured recommendations, we have a fascinating snippet of history from the channel Amplex with this video filmed in 1983 titled "The Soviet Defectors' Predictions Have Never Been Wrong, and the Worst is in Sight." That features chillingly accurate predictions about the current predicament of what happens after this decades-long communist march through the institution that they've been doing since I don't know, after the Second World War, really ramping up in the 60s and 70s. While I obviously recommend you watch all our selections in full, this is one you may wish to watch more than once and share with friends. These are the receipts that will explain not only what has happened to our education system, but it will explain many of the other breakdowns seen across all major systems in our infrastructure and beyond. And this isn't just an American problem. It's affecting the vast majority of the Western world. And yeah, the receipts are coming out daily. So our second feature today comes in from the channel Straight Up. And the video is titled, "How Did America's Wealthy Elite Rewrite History?" Yeah. A major theme this spring, my trusty, divinely inspired algorithmic helper, Magic 8 Ball, has brought before me is this rewriting of history. This well-made feature is best described by the attached description. End quote. And I quote, "The United States was supposed to be a democratically run country. However, that has not been the case since the turn of the 20th century. Wealthy families in the US and in other developed countries, Europe in particular, have manipulated, appropriated, and flatly lied about world history." This video is part one of a series that will explain how this manipulation and appropriation occurred. It's going to get better with our third feature, guys. Oh yeah, guys, our show is really heating up, so buckle up. These videos are mad interesting. This season, it's really good. So yeah, in our third feature, titled "Orphan Trains Beyond the Reset War," from the channel Lucius Aurelian, we explore some seriously prevalent themes in need of evaluation so that we might avoid repeating some troubling past history hidden in plain sight. As per the description here, is where I'm going to give you a overview of this selection. And I quote, "A return exploration into the orphan trains from the 1850s through 1929. This exploration considers more evidence showing there was a definitive plan to process the orphans from the Reset War of 1850. The channel proposes there were 3 phases of this plan that involved greater movement of the orphans and included all groups currently residing in the United States today. This selection is also part of a three-part series that I have seen and found highly informative. So if you want to kind of get a glimpse into what they're doing now, moving everybody about as they're moving everybody about, they did this at the beginning of Satan's little season at the turn of the 19th century. They started working on this stuff. I can't wait for some videos to surface about the Tatarian genocide. This is getting wild, kids. And now we got fourth on our lineup. We have a most helpful entry from Supplemental Broadcast Regular Suspicious Observers titled Earth Turns Over When the Crust Unlocks. To better understand the physics and mechanics of the currently ongoing Earth disaster cycle, most specifically, the crust of the Earth unlocking and repositioning itself, resulting in continental shifts, or I guess a dramatic, quick version of continental drift theory that coincide with the current magnetic excursion and upcoming micronova, i.e., the Great Solar Flash. This feature will assist everyone in better understanding what is fully involved in this once in an era event we are to experience in the coming decades. So definitely don't miss that. Very informative about what the powers that be are really trying to distract us from. And speaking of the powers that be and how they distract us from it, in our fifth feature, we have an entry from Trigonometry, another one of our show's favorite regulars, with this video titled "The Psychopath Expert Explains How to Spot a Psychopath," where Francis and Constantine interview Dr. Kevin Dutton. Dr. Kevin Dutton is a research psychologist, best-selling author, and elite performance consultant. His principal research interests are persuasion and social influence, the psychopathic personality, elite cognition, as though they have their own cognition, which appears to be barely, right? Black and white thinking, they're all like borderline AF, right? And how the fusion of psychology and art can enhance and support mental health. But they have chosen to sort of meld those things together and break both. Isn't that lovely? Be sure to head on over to check out the Trigonometry channel if you enjoy lively interviews on relevant topics of the now, with a little glimmer of fun and flair. And finally, we've reached our last feature of the day, which comes from the Diary of a CEO Clips channel titled Dr. Daniel Lieberman Reveals Why Gen Z is Weaker Than Previous Generations. So, Dr. Daniel Lieberman reveals what is actually causing Gen Z and Gen Alpha to become so weak, and it's not what you think. To be sure, be sure to listen to this podcast to get a better idea on how the increasing rates of bone loss and other causes of weakness plaguing the youth of today are being caused. This is a health talk that is sure to inspire some remedies and solutions to the degrading health matters and conditions we're placed in that very much need meaningful correction. And that wraps up all of our main features, which brings us to our bonus features. I just give you guys these, but I don't give you a little ditty. I just want you to have more meat in the program, and I want you guys to learn and know more and just have more good stuff. So these are the 6 selections for today. The first one comes in from New Discourses, and that is titled China's Neoliberal Communism. Second one comes in from Tucker Carlson's channel, and it is Ron Paul. It's titled Ron Paul Predicted Today's Disasters. What's next? Next up on this list, we have a feature in from the Jimmy Dore Show titled The Left and Right Must Unite to Defeat the Oligarchy, which I thought was a no-brainer a decade ago, but apparently it really wasn't. Then we have Exposed, the Pentagon is lying about veteran suicides, and that is a must-watch feature. They do not disclose the true dangers of the job, especially the cancer rates working with certain bits of equipment. Be sure to check that one out, especially if you have a veteran in your family. My husband's a veteran, so. And fifth, we have Nephilim Technology just created hybrid sheep, humans, and soon mammoths. And that comes in from the Daily Renegade channel. And our last one comes in from the channel called Unite the Collective, and it's titled Ascension Symptoms, New World Being Created, Morning Coffee with Ryan. And that's a nice little talk. If you're feeling stuff as there's a solar weather, kind of like I mentioned at the beginning of most shows, I'm actually recording this during a CME right now. So bear with me. I'm getting tougher as I make it through this evolutionary journey. And that wraps up all of our bonus features, which brings me to my favorite part of today's show, which is my auspicious op-ed, where I've composed some words for everyone that are very meaningful. And I think you might want to think about it. I really hope it inspires you guys, and I hope it especially inspires you guys to speak up about what you think matters and voice you got to be the change you want to see in this world. That's not just a hokey Gandhi quote. You actually have to be it. So let's do it. Gonna say some words. All right. I had to take a little break and rest, but boy, did things accelerate while I was taking some downtime to immerse myself in some very much needed study and spiritual practice. It would appear that in the past couple weeks, that Magic 8 Ball has brought me a surge of videos pertaining to the end of religion as we know it, combined with a sprinkling of the other institutions the vast majority of contemporary civilizations rely upon for some semblance of structure and purpose, like history, science, medicine, government, trade, and finance. I know it may seem a touch too soon, possibly misunderstood as a twinge insensitive when I say this, but I couldn't be more excited at the opportunity to restart civilization on the new earth with a much wiser and refined notion of what it means to be a part of a society. Anyway, getting back to this end of religion as we know it, it's not just one or two, nor is it a few, but it is all of them, nearly with very few exceptions. Why is this, you ask? Well, let us start with the fairly obvious understanding that we can now verify most of history has been adulterated, fabricated, destroyed, rewritten, embellished, hidden, or just lost for whatever reason. Some disaster cycles contributed to losing a lot of it. So, due to this phenomenon alone, it has taken an immense amount of data, processing, networking in our current technological age, this information age, mind you, to uncover and piece together what the powers that be have distorted and manipulated to attempt controlling us. My biggest discoveries this week have fully verified with writing and artifacts cross-culturally the evolution of specific ancient pagan space gods like Yahweh, also known as Yahweh, and Allah, even, are not monotheistic in any way, and they are actually monist choices of a preferred god in a pagan pantheon, demanding pagan tribute, also known as sacrifices and burnt offerings. It has become painful to watch some of these self-identifying monotheists shame and condemn pagans when they themselves are pagan and engaging in pagan behaviors to this very day. What can I say? These types have warned about throwing stones at glass houses, but it is hard to tell whether power-drunk zealots will see their own ass. It is just like the emperor's new clothes, except this involves forgeries of holy books and so very much more. I will do a special soon on this topic and compile a solid syllabus of recommended videos covering the Piso family's hands in drafting the New Testament and the Quran, the Jesuits meddling in Eastern religious, them old elders of that old Zion. Yeah, their manifesto plus their motives. I've got it for you. I'm going to compile it. I'm going to do a special. The truth is going to get out there. Watch. So, literally, no modern organized religion was spared by certain select groups of powerful people, tainting holy books, doctrine, or practices to assume control of the entire world. Like, they did it. And everyone, well, not everyone, or I wouldn't be telling this to you, the vast majority fell for it. And when you try to show them, they want to stick with it. So prophecies are popping off everywhere these days. The tricky part now is that some are legit and others are man made. Psyops, literally. Some of these prophecies are real and recorded across many religions and are literally right on time, and others are psyops to manipulate and dupe people and take advantage of the whole situation. It is my pain and pleasure to tell you with full certainty that religion as we know it is done once everyone who is involved in organized religion has all the information used to manipulate and prey on their psyches. That whole mess is over. They overplayed their hand, and now they blew it. It hurts because I know the sting of betrayal. I am no stranger to getting burnt. But I have hope that everyone will recover and do the right thing upon finding out these newly mainstream truths. I first learned of this stuff back in college. For some sense of how mainstream this knowledge is that I'm telling you about, it is in history departments. It is in humanities departments too. It's also archaeology. This information is there. But we know so much more now than we did even though most man-made schemes are auspiciously devolving before our very eyes, and we're going to make it devolve into the ground if we keep up the good work. Truth movement, freedom movement, you guys rock. So correcting many of these misunderstandings and adulterations used to control, divide, and weaponize our faiths, so that we're all against each other, and that shouldn't have been a part of it, can bring us all together with a new and refreshing acceptance of the many apocalyptic truths being unveiled daily. And that brings us to the end of today's show. So today's featured music present selection comes from my project, Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures, and it's called Channeling 1990X. It's some UK grime. It's pretty good. Homemade, handcrafted. You can find the link for this song. You can find the link for all the videos we talked about today. You can find the links for where to find me. And if you made it to the end of the show, I have a special bonus for y'all. So if you follow me on X, Tumblr, or you care to pay attention to go to the description box and take down my email. If you want to tweet at me or send me a post or send me an email and you have like a question for the show, or you want something featured on the show, or you have something like a video or something you think would contribute or help the show, please send me that information, introduce yourself, and I'd love to feature you on upcoming episodes and grow this community. Yay! So I want to thank everyone for being here with me today. And as I always like to tell you guys, definitely stay prep, stay safe, stay awesome, be excellent to one another. And if you haven't yet, please like, share, subscribe, follow, tell a friend, tell many friends. And I'll see you next time here on the Supplemental broadcast. Burn Kid out. Hey there, everybody. It is Epitome the Burn Kid here again with another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering, episode 8. This is a great one. It's titled The Piso Family, Roman Christian Conspiracy. Yeah, this is going to be good, guys. So here we are, and I have more to share with you. So as always, the syllabus is in the description box below. for this pondering. I got my notes here in front of me. Pardon me if I have to, look down at them, and I take a little bit my handwriting. I could have been a doctor, I guess. This handwriting is seriously yeah, yeah, it's always been this way. It's okay though. We're gonna get through it. So, source, the good Lord up above who wraps us in his arms of love. Archangel Raziel and my entire divine spiritual spiritual team of teachers and guides and everything that I've learned from about everything in all these lovely dimensions we get to exist in. With the help of some streaming media, have brought a matter to my attention that all Christians and connected spiritual paths really need to take note of and learn about regarding the Piso family's hand and intent in theocracy, organized religion, and the politics of the Roman Empire, and getting pagan Rome converted into papal Rome. And yeah, a lot of things happened back in the day, um, in the first century AD. And while I do understand there are Hebrew and Aramaic manuscripts of the New Testament out there, and I do understand that the Dead Sea Scrolls corroborate a alternate telling of a lot of this, and it's more complete as well. We still have to pay attention to the fact that the Greek Septuagint and other Greek manuscripts used for the vast majority of modern biblical translations of the New Testament today, it would appear that most of these, most of these Greek manuscripts, here's an issue. They were originally written in Latin, all right? So we've got a problem already. This is already straying too far from historic narrative for us to not pay attention. So what happened here? It would appear that most of these were originally written in Latin and then translated into Greek. And there's been a lot of evidence provided for corruption and the fabrication of mainstream Christianity and Catholicism, if they base their doctrines on these false writings that are most common. So these writings of this dude, this Arius Piso, aka Flavian Josephus, yeah, we need to review this evidence. We need to look at what we have here. My heart goes out to everyone who's been deceived. Okay, I was deceived myself, and um, I want to give you hope that learning about this stuff has only brought me closer to God. It has only brought me more faith in God, and has made me more independent, despite what man has tried to do. Or, well, we'll go into why I'm not exactly certain everyone's human in my next video. But anyway, my heart goes out to everyone who's been deceived by organized religion and by this family, this Piso family, and the people who wrote, manufactured, manipulated holy texts, and had ill intents behind them to basically enslave the public, tax them, social control, just doing basically what I would call a classical world psyop. That eventually led to the Dark Ages, and boy, are we in another set of them right now. But anyway, back to the story at hand. There is a link to many of the nefarious acts unfolding steadily throughout current events that are directly linked to the Pisos. And the Pisos, when you hear Piso, I want you to think, just so you can cross-reference other things they're connected with, Josephus, Flavian, Caesar's Messiah, that's another thing. The Club of Rome, the Black Nobility, the Jesuits, UN, WEF, the WHO, all of them via direct descendants and carriers of the family secrets and wealth, and also ancient, really just dark bloodlines of very powerful, very bloodthirsty, very covetous, very greedy people who were just very anti-human. Okay, very anti-human death cult. So anyway, while not covered in this video, in the future, I will go over the cover-ups that this Flavian conspiracy of the Piso family inventing or doctoring other religions of the world, including Islam, Judaism, lesser known Christian offshoots, Hinduism, Confucianism, and much more. As the information comes to me, I get it to you as the divine gets it to me. So hang in there. I'll have something great for you, I promise. And please be sure to watch as much of the included syllabus of the videos in the description box to get the deep cuts and nitty gritty on the Roman manufacturing of Catholicism and its descendants. While I, oh boy, while I do not find these findings sufficient to doubt faith, I this in no way, shape, or form. I don't think you should lose faith in God. I don't think you should lose faith into the spirit and hyperbole of all of this stuff. I don't think you should. I encourage you to take this opportunity of having your faith and your ideas and traditions challenged with new information. And I want to encourage you to dig deeper into your faith and your relationship with God, your relationship with the divine, your relationship with your higher self, and overcome the abuse and gaslighting that these centuries, actually these millennia of religious abuse and gaslighting, because it's just resulted in a bunch of religious trauma. And that was intentional. That's the enemy's way of trying to destroy the church, trying to destroy human spirit, trying to destroy humanity, the adversary and all of his little cronies. This is just how he is. So they use all this religious abuse and religious trauma to basically control people, manipulate them, hijack them, get them weak, get them hopeless, get them dead. So take this time to not fall for it. Do the opposite. Get closer to God now. Now is the time to get closer, not further away, everyone. Whatever that means to you, don't do what the enemy wants. Do what God wants you to do. And God is probably going to want you to do something bold, something truthful, and something out of love. God's going to help you through this. I promise. It might take time, but I promise you, I can tell you from experience, it's worth it. And yeah, a lot of people use religion and religious abuse, religious manipulation, and inflicting trauma to further their malevolent goals that the ruling class and all of their cronies have been using to subvert and hijack humanity and kill who doesn't conform. They've been doing this for a very long time. And now that we have the information and we can understand what they're doing and we're on to them, I believe we can stop them if we just share this information, if we're there for one another, and if we ourselves are the change we want to see in the world and we do the right thing. I believe we can turn all of this around. So please be sure to check out all the links in the box below. And I'd like to thank you for joining me in another Pan-Panen Pious Pondering. I'm about to film my last episode for this week up next. And if you want to pop on over to that when it is available, episode 9 is pretty rockin', and it is about the lizard people, an explanation, the epistemology, ethics, and logic of the lizard people, along with a little metaphysics, along with a little history, their connection to the Nephilim, the Watchers, and yeah, all that good stuff. And all of that links to all these other topics. All of these ponderings you're going to find all linked together. They're going to help you fill in the pieces of the puzzle that you come across. And that's what all of this is for, is so that you can see what I see and I can help you understand it as I understood it. And then what you need to do with it, okay? So thanks once again. And I hope to see you next time on another Pan-Panen Prophetic Pondering from a wonderful, this is always from a interfaith, multiple perspective, pantheist, panentheist, view. So I'm trying to give you the widest perspective as possible. So what you need to do with that perspective, you all can do that in your time with God. And so I hope this helped, and I hope to see you next time when we rock and roll about the lizard people. Take care, everyone. Burn Kid out.